Chapter 1323. Although Biles had witnessed Phil's severed hand, Webber's hanging, and Mr. Magician's palm formed from worms, and he had a certain understanding of the horrifying changes brought about by 0-02, his level wasn't high enough to witness it. He didn't have a clear grasp of the horror hidden behind these matters. He mostly treated it as a ghost story that had turned into reality. Therefore, at this moment, although he was afraid, under the gazes of the magical magician and grounded angel, he mustered his courage and quickly approached the rectangular table. Of course, this was also due to the influence of the sailor pathway. In just 2 or 3 steps, Biles had already reached a spot where he could reach out his hand to touch the brass book. Without thinking, he reached out his right palm, grabbed the brass pages in front of 0-02, and quickly flipped through them. During this process, the back of Biles's hand was placed on the unfilled brass page to prevent it from being blocked. This was so that he, Mr. Magician, and Marum Angel could observe the changes on it in time and respond in advance. Amidst the rustling sounds, this sailor saw the clause that touching the tranquil brass book will result in the death penalty. He first felt horrified before he felt a strong sense of doubt about his current state. However, this didn't stop him from flipping through the pages. Different brass pages were reflected in Klein's eyes, and each page had a different rule clause. The projections of these brass pages didn't appear in the form of one disappearing and the other being replaced. Instead, they existed side by side and gradually increased in number. In the end, Klein's eyes had a different number of brass pages. They were neatly arranged, line after line, as though 0-02 had been split into a single page and placed on a glass table to bask in the sun. This was a dream divination technique at the angel level. Klein reproduced everything he had just seen in front of him. With the passage of time, the brass pages in his dark brown eyes began to spin, and one of them was highlighted. The tranquil brass book originated from the Nephilic judge's uniqueness that was corrupted by the nation of disorder. Just as I expected, if the tranquil brass book was able to display all of the basic rules, then the corresponding content must contain its own description. This is determined by its very nature, unless it is completely awakened or comes to life. It has sufficient intelligence and knows how to selectively hide. Just as this thought flashed through Klein's mind, he saw new Mercury words appear on the unfilled brass page. This meant that 0-02 had finally diverted a portion of its strength from the vicious cycle. It was prepared to add provisions, make explanations, and fix the loopholes. "Leave," Klein shouted without hesitation. Biles strictly followed the orders of the higher-ups. He immediately retracted his right hand, turned around, and ran out of the floor-to-ceiling window. "Act like you're going to attack me." Seeing that the sailor with dual attributes had already left the city library, Klein suddenly added another sentence. Biles was puzzled, but he still raised his right arm and pulled back his shoulder, assuming a posture as though he was about to throw a punch at Klein. At this moment, a new provision finally took shape regarding the above rules. The tranquil brass book and the people it allows have immunity when enforcing the law. However, even though this provision had been successfully promulgated, Biles wasn't punished in any way. Clearly, the tranquil brass book didn't pursue the matter of the vicious cycle or unclear definition. Just like how it didn't add any crimes to a roads after it fixed the loopholes in the rules. For the same reason, Biles, who had come into contact with 0-02, didn't suffer any contamination from the Sapphira. Before the supplementary provision was issued, Biles was a part of Beltane. He couldn't be destroyed in any sense, so he wouldn't be contaminated. And with the supplementary provision, his previous actions wouldn't be pursued. In fact, after Biles left the city library, he had violated the curfew. However, Klein had previously noticed a problem. When the Beltane citizens were pursuing foreigners, they weren't restricted by the curfew. Therefore, he got Biles to pose as though he was attacking him to avoid the corresponding punishment. Right on the heels of that, he seized the opportunity when 0-02 fixed the loophole and quickly recalled the detailed information from the tranquil brass book. This book has the characteristics of being alive, but most of the time, it's at a very low level. The first half of it presents almost all the basic rules. The second half is blank and needs to be written by itself. Once it's not restricted, It will naturally set laws that are biased towards the surrounding area and strictly enforce them. During this process, it will make changes and revisions at any time based on the feedback. As the laws gradually become stricter, his characteristics of being alive will deepen. Once a strict law that can interfere with all aspects takes form, the Tuluan Sostal brass book will completely come alive. It will possess true intelligence and have the ability to modify the basic rules in the first half to a certain extent. The exact extent that can be achieved is as follows. If there's a contradiction between the laws that can't be fixed, or if all the pages are filled without forming a sufficiently strict rule system, the Tuluan Sostal brass book will add a new clause at the intersection of the first half and second half. The following rules are invalid. As this clause takes form, the rules written behind will gradually disappear, returning the pages to a blank state. After the second half is completely blank, the clause that the following rules are invalid will be erased. The Tuluan Sostal brass book will repeat its previous actions until a strict law that can interfere with all aspects takes form. The rules it sets have to be publicized or informed before they can take effect. When an action doesn't have a clear rule, whether it's illegal or not is in accordance with the common understanding of the surrounding living beings. The Tuluan Sostal brass book hates distorted and unaesthetic rules. It hates having loopholes found. What a detailed description. There should be a way to seal 0-02 in here. Klein's thoughts raced as he attempted to find information that he could use from every paragraph. At this moment, the ascetic leader of the Church of Evernite, Oriana, whispered, "Think of a way to fill the pages after 0-02 with clauses, but it won't be strict enough." That's right. This way, the Tuluan Sostal brass book will announce that the following rules are invalid and start all over again. When that happens, the restrictions it has on the surroundings will temporarily disappear, giving us a chance to touch it, take it away, or directly pray to a deity. But, how should we do that? The Tuluan Sostal brass book hates distorted and unaesthetic rules. It hates having loopholes found. Klein's heart stirred as he had an idea. Without any hesitation, he immediately extended his hands forward as though he was hugging the air. In the next second, in the Beltane City Library, which had shrunk to 1/10 of its original size, a hall paved with black stone slabs descended into reality. The hall had 8 black stone pillars, and metal poles hung down from the domed ceiling. The bottom of the poles were connected to candlesticks that were carved into different creatures. There were 41 on the left and 40 on the right. This was the governing hall of the Tudor Tuluan Sostal United Empire that Klein had once seen. Back then, the two consul were still sequence 1 princes of disorder of the Black Emperor pathway. Therefore, this place was filled with distorted, abnormal, and unaesthetic rules. In addition, when Klein summoned this historical scene, he had also used his domain's powers to add many of the Fourth Epoch details that he had grasped. It made the order that originated from the Black Emperor more detailed and complete, as though it was corporeal. Both of his hands were severed at the wrists and fell to the ground. Blood spewed out from the wound, just like an ordinary person. This was the second time Klein had committed fraud. After the 2 palms and the spurting blood fell to the ground, they quickly disintegrated, turning into transparent and twisted maggots and a slightly viscous, almost formless liquid. As the worms of spirit twitched and died, Klein's expression contorted in pain as he made numerous worms crawl out from the stump, forming a new palm. At the same time, he tried his best to maintain the scene that he had constructed through multiple summonings, preventing it from dissipating. On the rectangular table, inside the book that was bound with brass pages, many new articles appeared. All buildings and layouts must follow the golden ratio and be symmetrical. Strange attire is not allowed. The following crimes are punishable by death. The Trunsoist brass book flipped as it made one correction after another to the order that originated from the Black Emperor. The further it went, the faster the new text appeared. It didn't even have a pause of tens of seconds or more than 10 seconds. And inside the hall, the candlesticks that hung from the ceiling broke and disappeared. Following that, there were all sorts of changes in other places, causing the details that could reflect the original order to be erased one by one. In the end, the hall could no longer be maintained. It collapsed and returned to the historical void. At that moment, The Tuluan Sostal brass book had already flipped to the last 2 pages. It lay there without any movement. Seeing that the last page was also filled with articles, and that it was impossible to form a strict system with the rules set by 0-02, Klein silently exhaled and relaxed a little. Then, he felt that his spirituality was almost depleted. "Let's go to Biles's place and wait for an hour," he turned around and said to Oriana. If they stayed where they were, they would suffer increasingly severe punishments for repeatedly violating the curfew until they were sentenced to death. As for monitoring the Tuluan Sostal brass book, the mission of ensuring that no accidents happened was naturally left to Rhodes. Although this magic mirror couldn't directly look at 0-02, it could pay attention to the notice board and determine the progress of the matter from the disappearance of the decree. P.S. Requesting monthly votes for the last 2 days of February. Chapter 1324. After returning to Biles's home, without waiting for Roy and the others to ask anything, Klein pulled a chair over and sat down. He made a rather pious wish to himself. "I wish for my spirituality to be restored." As soon as he said that, he raised his right hand and snapped his fingers, making his wish come true and allowing his spirituality to return to its original state. Right on the heels of that, he reached out his left palm, preparing to end the historical projection of the curtain. Then, he summoned another piece to continue sealing off the spirit world region corresponding to Beltane, preventing the chief shepherd of the Church of the God of Combat, Larian, from escaping. "There's no need. There's always a next time." At this moment, Oriana slowly shook her head, indicating that Klein didn't need to summon the curtain that originated from the dark demonic wolf. One of the limitations of the wish ability was that a miracle invoker couldn't grant the same supplicant multiple similar wishes in a short period of time. In other words, in the next hour or two, Klein couldn't use such a self-fulfilling wish to recover his spirituality. Of course, for a qualified angel of the seer pathway, there was a way to circumvent this restriction. For example, he could get Pasha, Roy, Phil, Biles, and Oriana to take turns to make a wish for Klein Moretti to recover his spirituality, and then, as a miracle invoker, he would fulfill them. However, the problem was that even if he could recover his spirituality so many times, he wouldn't be able to maintain the curtain with a sequence 1 slot for more than an hour. As for 0-02, erasing the rules and rewriting it would take an hour. Klein deliberated for a moment before nodding slightly and replying with a smile, "I'll give it a try first. Anyway, I'm rather free now. I'll give it up after I recover my spirituality one last time. Yes, this will purely depend on the chief shepherd's luck. Perhaps during this process, he will lose control because of his anxiety, frustration, and nervousness." As he spoke, Klein removed the maintenance of the original curtain. His left hand tightly pulled forward, pulling out a new curtain, allowing it to appear in the spirit world corresponding to Beltane City. In the area where the colors overlapped, Larian, who was wearing a black robe with white edges and a square hat, felt the restrictions disappear. Just as he was about to shuttle away, he saw a new curtain descend, once again isolating the area. The smile on his face froze. Phew. Several seconds later, Larian slowly exhaled, adjusted his mental state, and continued to wait calmly. In the next dozens of minutes, the Grand Patriarch of the Church of the God of War experienced the frustration and pain of having his hopes dashed several times. He tried to find the pattern and figure out the corresponding time interval so that he could seize the fleeting opportunity to rush out of the barrier before the old curtain disappeared and before the new curtain was formed. However, he eventually realized that there was no pattern to the time interval. The obstructor didn't only recover when his spirituality was about to be exhausted. Sometimes, he would recover much earlier. If it wasn't for the fact that Fasak didn't force its citizens to change their faith to the God of Combat, and that the news of Larian's apostasy hadn't been widely spread, this grounded angel might have lost control on the spot. As time passed, Larian once again sensed the collapse of the old curtain. However, no new curtains were produced this time. He has finally reached his limit. Larian was delighted. Without any time to consider other problems, he rushed out of the collapsing embryonic divine kingdom without any hesitation. In the next instant, he saw a headless woman wearing a dark and complicated dress while holding 4 blonde, red-eyed heads. He saw an unknown existence wrapped in bandages with a yellowish-brown liquid flowing all over its body. He saw many strange-looking but abnormally powerful spirit world creatures. The curtains that Klein had summoned previously were the historical void projection that had been tainted with the aura of Sapphira Castle. Naturally, it could attract things that were sensitive to it. He wouldn't be surprised even if a Morn appeared in this team. The smile on Larian's face froze again. Beltane City, in Byles's rented apartment. Klein suddenly looked up into the sky and muttered to himself, "That's right." He muttered to himself, "He's still very powerful." He then fell silent again until the magic mirror emitted a blurry aqueous light, reflecting the current state of the notice board. The rules on it were disappearing from the back according to the order in which they appeared. This meant that 0-02 was beginning to erase the rules it had previously set and was preparing to do it again. When the curfew was abolished, the highly focused Klein immediately pulled Mara Moriona and used Flaming Jump to appear outside the shrunken Beltane City Library. At a glance, he discovered that the speed at which the rules were being erased on 0-02's brass page had become extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, the second half of the page was only left with the clause "The following rules are invalid." Right on the heels of that, the clause disappeared, and a new rule rapidly appeared: the Trensostal brass book is the most precious item. No living being or object is to touch it without its permission. Before this rule could be completed, Oriona's figure had already appeared beside the rectangular table. She used her finger to touch the brass page. With a crack, the ascetic leader of the Church of Evernight's neck suddenly tightened, as though she was being hung up by an invisible rope. As an angel, she actually had her bones fractured and found it difficult to breathe. Hanging. However, as Oriona's finger slid across it with some difficulty, the first new rule was erased by eraser before it could fully appear, entering a concealed state. And all the rules set by 0-02 had to be publicized or informed before they could take effect. With a whoosh, Oriona grabbed the Trensostal brass book and threw it to Klein, who was outside the floor-to-ceiling window. In the previous hour, Klein had already imagined the various possible developments and had the corresponding discussions with Oriona. At that moment, he wasn't nervous or flustered at all. While 0-02 was still in midair, he dragged out his human-skinned glove from the void. Then, he grabbed the Trensostal brass book and used his historical projection to teleport away. After his figure vanished, Oriona landed on the ground with a thud, leaving a deep strangulation mark on her neck. In just a few seconds, with 0-02 in hand, Klein appeared at the top of the Hornacis mountain range's main peak. Using his spirit vision at the angel level, he saw the dilapidated ancient palace with collapsed walls that were shrouded in fog. Without any hesitation, Klein made his historical projection take the Trensostal brass book and blink to the main entrance of the palace before reaching out to push it open. What appeared before him was a hall with many corpses hanging from it. Every corpse was different. There were men and women, and their clothes were either gorgeous, simple, exquisite, or casual. Behind these hanged corpses was a transparent and slippery tentacle with complicated patterns. They all came from the depths of the hall, from an ancient stone chair. On the gigantic stone chair, transparent and twisted maggots huddled together as they grew wantonly, extending out strange tentacles one after another. This was the half-fool of the Antigonus family, the half-fool who had lost control and gone mad. Sensing the door open and the approach of Klein's historical projection, the maggots left the stone chair and violently waved their slippery tentacles, making them surge towards the door as though they were being affected by some invisible suction force. Similarly, at the bottom of the stone chair, the tarot card with the image of the Fool Roselle and words written with starlight also flew towards the door. Just seeing this scene made Klein's historical projection show signs of collapsing. Thankfully, he didn't have any sentience. He was being controlled by Klein, who was hiding in the distance. He didn't experience any confusion in his thoughts or the negative effects of having his mind mutate. He also didn't stand rooted to the ground, unable to do anything. Before he dissipated, the historical projection threw the Trensostal brass book at the terrifying maggots. The transparent and slippery tentacles sensed danger and instinctively responded. They wrapped around the sealed artifact 0-02 at the same time. Amidst such interference and the invisible gale, The Fool card arrived at the door before the strange tentacles. Klein's historical projection had mostly collapsed. Upon seeing this, he mechanically reached out his right hand, grabbed the card of blasphemy, and threw it behind him. In the next instant, the slippery tentacles that had once again extended to the door, but they were blocked by the fog and unable to burrow out. All they could do was frantically lash at the barrier. The open door closed bit by bit, hiding the scene. Klein, who was hiding somewhere on the mountain peak, frowned slightly. His heart was filled with joy and relaxation, but he couldn't help but feel a strong sense of doubt. In other words, I used 0-02 to exchange for the Fool card. The goddess doesn't need me to head to Calderon City to find clues to the river of eternal darkness for the time being. Klein silently muttered to himself, walked out of his hiding spot, and came to a spot not far from the ancient palace. He bent down to pick up the card of blasphemy. On the surface of the card was Roselle Gustave, who was wearing a gorgeous headdress and colorful clothes, carrying a cane and luggage. His eyes were filled with longing for the future, and behind him was a puppy. And on the upper left corner of the card, the resplendent starlight outlined a few words, sequence 0, the Fool. Inside the ancient palace, the Trensostal brass book landed on the ground and automatically opened to the first page of the second half. The new rules began to form. The Trensostal brass book is the most precious item. No living being or object is to touch it without its permission. Violators are to be sentenced to death. You are not to change the state of the Trensostal brass book in any way. Violators are to be sentenced to death. Just as these two rules appeared, before they could inform the owner of the place, a line of words suddenly appeared in the gap between the first and second half. The following rules are invalid. An hour later, the two rules were erased, and new rules were written. But just after the two rules were written, there was an additional clause in front of them. The following rules are invalid. 0-02 seemed to jump from a basically blank state to a state where the pages of the book were already filled. Again and again, the Trensostal brass book fell into an endless cycle. P.S. Requesting monthly votes for the last 2 days of February. Chapter 1325. Putting away the Fool card, Klein took out Creeping Hunger from the void, wore it on his left hand, and activated teleport. After returning to the shrunken city library, he immediately said to Servant of Concealment, Oriana, I threw it into the abandoned palace on the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range. It was an entrance to the foggy town. As for what to do with 0-02, that was a problem for the Church of Evernight. All right. Oriana nodded and didn't say anything else. She directly entered a concealment state and vanished from her spot, like a sketch that had been erased by an eraser. She didn't thank Klein, nor did she mention a reward. It was just like how she never made any requests whenever she helped Klein. Mara Moriana, do you know that I've already obtained the Fool card? Klein looked around in thought and slowly sighed in the darkening night. Although this Beyonder incident had been resolved in less than 2 hours, many people still lost their lives under the strict rules. The citizens of Beltane had more or less committed some mistakes, but the punishments they received far exceeded the crimes they committed. And the most innocent were the travelers who came or passed by Beltane. They had to face nightmares just because they were foreigners. Klein had tried his best to do some things and protect many outsiders, including Roy and company. However, he was similarly restricted, so there was a limit to what he could do. There weren't many loopholes he could take advantage of, so he couldn't make it seem as though nothing had happened. Next, it's mainly to provide treatment to the survivors. Klein retracted his gaze and prepared to teleport to Byles's home to deal with some latent problems. At this moment, Rionette Tynker, who was holding 4 blonde, red-eyed heads and wearing a dark and complicated dress, walked out of the void with a black goat horn in her mouth. She escaped the spirit world. The remaining 3 heads of Miss Messenger said one after another. As expected of the former chief shepherd. Klein, who had long sensed something, sighed without any surprise. Then, he pointed at the black goat horn. This was left behind by Larian. After Klein received the item, Rionette Tynker's head, which hadn't been able to speak, said, That's right. Yes. To be able to charge out of the encirclement and escape the spirit world despite suffering the transformation curse is indeed impressive. This is a sequence 2 angel who's best at head-on combat. Klein flicked his wrist, causing the black goat horn in his palm to shatter into countless tiny light spots, dispersing quite a bit of remnant consciousness. The limbs of Beyonders that were transformed contained a portion of their Beyonder characteristics, and they were unable to return. After the dots of light were reorganized into sequence 9 to sequence 7, as well as sequence 4 Beyonder characteristics, Klein picked out the sequence 8 pugilist characteristic and returned the rest to Miss Messenger with a smile. These are your spoils of war. I only charge you for the information. Rionette Tynker didn't stand on ceremony. She raised one of the blonde, red-eyed heads, opened its mouth, and sucked away the sequence 9, 7, and 4 Beyonder characteristics of the warrior pathway. After watching Miss Messenger leave Beltane, Klein teleported back to Biles's house and smiled at Roy and the others. The problem has been resolved. You're no longer foreigners to be hated. Just as the 4 Beyonders revealed sincere smiles of relief and were about to respond, they saw the magical Mr. Magician invite a stranger out of thin air. It was an elder wearing a dark red bow tie, a shirt, a vest, a formal suit, and blue striped trousers. His hair was completely white, but it was still lush. He had a gentle and elegant bearing. This was the marionette Klein had once owned, Vin Rambais. He planned on using this manipulator to seal Biles's memories of coming into contact with 0-02. Just because Biles wasn't corrupted by the Sapphira didn't mean that Biles wouldn't encounter that terrifying incident in the future, as Biles only had that portion of the corresponding memories, and he didn't know the truth of the matter. What Klein needed to do was rather simple. Therefore, he didn't seek Miss Justice's help. He planned on using his marionette's historical void projection to complete it. You didn't tell them what you did at the city library, right? Klein got Vin Rambais to walk to his side as he looked at Biles. Biles hurriedly shook his head. I remember your instructions. Very good. I'll give you psychological treatment next to help you forget those things. Otherwise, you will be targeted by 0-02, and you will never be able to obtain peace until you die. Believe me, a sealed artifact at this level can definitely do something similar, even if it has already been taken away. Klein frankly stated his goal. Biles's lips quivered a few times. All right. He chose to obey and believe. After inviting Roy, Pasha, and Phil out of the rental apartment, Klein controlled Vin Rambais to do a series of mind domain operations, successfully making Biles forget the brass book and its contents. After doing this, Klein cautiously took out the magic mirror and looked at it. Rhodes, are there any other latent dangers in this matter? On the surface of the ancient silver mirror, aqueous light floated, reflecting lines of silver words, Great Master, there are no latent dangers in Beltane. As for the other places in Ruin and Faysac, I can't see them clearly because they involve 0-02 itself. Perhaps, you can confirm it yourself? Yes. Klein nodded slightly, took out a gold coin, and softly chanted the corresponding divination statement. With a clang, the gold coin bounced up and flew into the air. During this process, scenes naturally surfaced in Klein's mind. They were chimneys, streets, and cities. They were extremely general and lacked any specific direction. With a slight frown, he reined in his thoughts and reached out to catch the gold coin that had just fallen. Then, he got Pasha and the others to return to Biles's house and smiled at Roy. Don't you wish to obtain the next potion? You can make a wish now. Roy's eyes revealed a look of pleasant surprise as he asked nervously, Can I still make another wish? This is a freebie, Klein replied with a smile. Roy's heart stirred as he didn't ask any more questions. He seized the opportunity and made a wish to obtain the next potion. Roy's heart stirred, and he stopped asking questions. He seized this opportunity to make a wish to obtain the next potion. Klein then threw the sequence 8 pugilist Beyonder characteristic of the warrior pathway to him. This is essentially a magic potion, but for safety's sake, I suggest you look for the corresponding formula and gather the correct supplementary ingredients. Praise you for your miracles, Roy thanked him excitedly. His first potion was a warrior Beyonder characteristic that he had swallowed in a sense. Due to the impending apocalypse, his low level, and his good luck, he didn't lose control on the spot. He didn't even suffer from any serious psychological problems. After that, He gradually came into contact with other Beyonders and came into contact with true mysticism. He knew how dangerous his previous actions were, and he didn't dare make similar attempts a second time. Facing Roy's praise, Klein looked around and smiled. Now, you will follow me out of Beltane. It's not that there's danger here, but I have to fulfill your wish as soon as possible. One was Roy's wish that Klein could help them leave Beltane, and the other was Pasha's request for Klein to protect them and allow them to leave Beltane alive. Although these two matters were meaningless in the current situation, Klein had to do it even if it was meaningless. This was because it concerned the fulfillment of his wish. I'm a heartless wishing machine. Klein lampooned himself as he smiled at Biles and the others. Pasha and the others looked at each other and didn't dare to raise any objections. Just like before, they held each other's hands. Then, Klein teleported them to the outskirts of Beltane. The performance of the wish magic is over. It's time to say goodbye. Klein took off his hat and bowed, trying his best to look like a real wandering magician's. This was his habit of acting. Upon seeing this, Pasha blurted out a question. May we know your name? Klein smiled and said, I have too many names. I have too many names, and different people call me by different names. You can call me Miracle Magician's Merlin Hermes. Mr. Hermes, are you a believer of the Evernight Goddess? Roy asked after some hesitation. For a moment, Klein didn't know how to answer. He wanted to say that he was, but he wasn't. After some consideration, he decided to act as the attendant of mysteries ahead of time. He immediately restrained the smile on his face and solemnly said, I serve the Fool, the Lord of the Mysteries, the great ruler above the spirit world. If you wish to believe in this great existence or wish to learn more about him, you can go to the Rorsted Archipelago in the Sonia Sea. The Lord's missionary, Danny's, is preaching there. Furthermore, the City of Silver definitely has all the potion formulas before Sequence 2 of the Warrior Pathway. Klein silently added in his heart, but he didn't say it out loud. Roy nodded slightly. This is the first time I know that there is such a great being in this world. Your miraculous actions have shown his glory. He didn't directly respond to Mr. Merlin Hermes because he was still very hesitant. It was the same for Pasha, Biles, and Phil. Klein didn't say anything else. He turned around and left the four Beyonders, circling back to Beltane from another direction. He didn't forget his goal of alighting in this small city. He planned on immediately finding a room and heading above the grey fog to study the Fool card. Midseashire, in another city, in a library. A young law researcher pulled out a book from the bookshelf, walked to the table by the floor-to-ceiling window, and sat down. As he seriously flipped through the book, he discovered a yellowish-brown piece of paper inside. What's this? The young law researcher muttered to himself in puzzlement as he reached out to pull out the piece of paper. After some identification, he confirmed that the words on the paper were written in ancient Faesac, and the content was rather rare. In the Fourth Epoch, there was a book called Tren Sostel's Brass Book, P.S., requesting monthly votes on the last day of February tilde. Chapter 1326. Above the grey fog, in the ancient palace, Klein's figure appeared. At that moment, on the high-back chair belonging to the Fool, there was a person shrouded in greyish-white fog. As Klein returned to Sapphira Castle, the person instantly disintegrated, turning into transparent and distorted worms of spirit that flew to Klein and drilled into him. Thankfully, the restriction of 0-02 is only that I can't leak any secrets or return. I haven't lost contact with the worms of spirit that are guarding Sapphira Castle, otherwise, they would have already lost control and become monsters. Klein sighed inwardly as he sat in the seat belonging to the Fool and picked up the Fool card that he had previously sacrificed. As the card of blasphemy had already been activated, there was no need for him to search for the incantation. All he needed to do was inject his spirituality to see the corresponding changes. The Fool card quickly turned into a miniature, illusory book. Under Klein's guidance, it kept flipping until it reached the last 2 pages. Sequence 1. Attendant of Mysteries. This is an angel that serves the mysteries. It has grasped the corresponding domain's authority and can summon the spirit body threads that originally existed in an item. It can combine many corporeal objects or abstract concepts together. The potion formula is as follows: main ingredient, 1 Attendant of Mysteries Beyond a Characteristic Supplementary Ingredients, 9 Spirit World Specialties Advancement Ritual. Establish a town purely made up of marionettes, and design the trajectory of each marionette's fate. Let them interact with each other to create a sufficiently realistic picture of life, giving birth to a corresponding region in the spirit world. The larger the town, the more marionettes there are, and the more detailed the daily lives are, the more vivid and real the different fates are, and the longer it lasts, the better the effects of the ritual. This is a true deity. In a sense, he is the embodiment of the corresponding authority. He is good at using all kinds of methods to fool all things and display all kinds of unbelievable miracles. The potion formula is as follows: main ingredient, the fool's uniqueness. 2 Attendant of Mysteries Beyond a Characteristics apart from himself. Supplementary ingredients, control at least a quarter of the fog of history. Advancement ritual, full time, history, or fate once. As he watched, Klein's brows gradually furrowed as he silently muttered to himself, "That's right." Compared to the advancement ritual of an attendant of mysteries, the fool's is just too abstract. How can it be considered as fooling time, history, or fate? How would they determine if it was a success or not? Grasping at least a quarter of the fog of history is relatively simple for me. On the one hand, I know enough ancient secrets and have lit up quite a number of historical fragments. On the other hand, I can directly influence the fog of history through Sapphira Castle. Let's not consider becoming the fool for now. My current focus is on becoming an attendant of mysteries. I have to take it one step at a time. Of course, some lucky ones can directly fly. The 9 spirit world specialties are very easy to find. Be it getting Miss Messenger's help or asking the 7 lights, it's not a problem. That advancement ritual is very similar to the situation around Zaratul and the Antigonus family's ancestor. Furthermore, it matches what the 7 lights said about having a close connection with the spirit world. It can be preliminarily determined to be true. With this in mind, Klein took off the topaz pendant wrapped around his left wrist and used divination to confirm the authenticity of the Attendant of Mysteries potion formula. It wasn't that he didn't believe in Roselle the Great, but that his fellow countrymen had likely been influenced by Mr. Dorr before he created the cards of blasphemy. He had gone to the moon and suffered the corruption of the mother goddess of depravity, causing his corresponding memories to be distorted. It was precisely because of this that it was entirely possible for Roselle to bury some traps in the cards of blasphemy in the final stages. In this regard, Klein had always been cautious and careful. Speaking of the primordial moon's main body, the most powerful Great Old One, the Mother Goddess of Depravity, from her title, could the Emperor have been unknowingly tainted? On the moon, there might be many younger brothers and sisters that Bernadette has never seen. Of course, there might not be a gender distinction. The marionettes needed for the Attendant of Mysteries ritual can be obtained from the Forsaken Land of the Gods. There are many monsters there, which is also an advantage. Besides, I've already accumulated quite a lot. As Klein's thoughts wandered, he turned to look at the other side of the ancient palace and made the greyish-white fog beside the junk pile dissipate. As the fog receded, rows of brownish-yellow seats were revealed. Sitting on each seat was a figure. Among those figures, there were giants covered in silver full-body armor, humans wearing linen clothes with deformed facial features, and large chunks of flesh filled with eyes. They sat quietly in their seats, their eyes dull and indifferent as they stared in the direction of the long mottled table. Row after row, row after row. These were all marionettes that Klein had gathered in the Forsaken Land of the Gods. Every time he needed to move, and it wasn't convenient for him to bring too many with him, he would sacrifice a batch to the world above the grey fog. Of course, this had nothing to do with being environmentally conscious. Instead, the encounter in the foggy town and the scene shown by Zaratul made Klein intuitively believe that there was a high chance that he would use many marionettes in a ritual in the future. Therefore, he had always been very thrifty in this aspect. As for why he didn't hang these marionettes up, and instead made them sit in a conjured theatre to act as an audience, it was because Klein felt that the actions of the Antigonus family's ancestor and Zaratul were a little perverted. He had once attempted to imitate them, but his goal was to act. There was no need for it now. But how can such a marionette city produce the corresponding information in the spirit world? The spirit world is an amalgamation of the past, present, and future, but it doesn't directly contain such fake things, produce it through the understanding of others. Every living being's actions and words will be reflected in the spirit world in an abstract form, becoming a source of divination. When their actions, words, and intense thoughts clearly construct a marionette city, the spirit world projection of the city will appear. True existence. The interaction involved in this involves the deeper mysteries of the spirit world. Klein thoughtfully closed the Fool card and played with it in his hand. As he had already reached the level of an angel, he had a certain understanding of the creation of a card of blasphemy. Back then, not only could Roselle draw strength from knowledge, but he could also bestow strength to abstract knowledge. As for what materials this emperor used to create it, and how he achieved anti-divination and anti-prophecy at the level of a deity, Klein was still unable to figure it out. After some thought, Klein attempted to store the Fool card into his body. His state immediately changed. A layer of colorful clothes appeared on the surface of his body, and an extremely gorgeous headdress appeared on his head. His temperament was clearly extremely deep and terrifying, but it had a sense of comical, ridiculing, and absurd feeling, presenting a strange and contradictory state. The entire space that came with Sapphira Castle gently trembled, as though it was submitting to the feet of this indescribable deity. My status has increased slightly, but there aren't many other substantial changes. After all, I'm already the owner of Sapphira Castle. This is like having an additional piece of clothing that can show off my temperament. Klein shook his head and gave a self-deprecating remark. At the same time, transparent and distorted worms of spirit crawled out from his body, forming a figure that was identical to him. After splitting out himself that could respond to prayers at any moment, Klein returned to the real world and strolled through Beltane City. He used the method of granting wishes to treat the injuries suffered by people and learned about the war from them. T. When Danis heard the crew's report, he couldn't help but curse. They actually ate the whale oil? Why didn't you stop them? When they passed by the Gargas archipelago, Danis and his crew bought a batch of whale oil that had yet to be refined. They planned on bringing it back to Bayam and selling it at a high price. To their surprise, a portion of it had been secretly eaten by the half-giants of the City of Silver. The crew member looked at the oracle and whispered, "They don't understand what we're saying at all. They don't understand what we're saying, and we don't understand what they're saying either. Only the shortest one can communicate with us, but we can't find him all the time. He always goes to the place where the sun shines to meditate, and every time, he changes his location." Danis subconsciously scoffed. This is the outcome of being illiterate. If you can master ancient Faesak, Jotun, Elvish, and many other languages like me, that wouldn't have happened. Of course, language talent is related to intelligence. You don't have to force yourself. The crew member carefully looked at Danis. "Sir Oracle, what they ate was the portion of whale oil that you bought." T. Danis' reaction was faster than his thoughts as he rushed to the cabin. After a moment of chaos, Danis received a sequence 8 beyond a characteristic as compensation. He didn't know if he had profited or suffered a loss. Anyway, the monster's dirty bodily fluids left on the characteristic made him feel disgusted and nauseous. By the time the ship calmed down, the City of Generosity, Bayam, was already in front of the City of Silver's team of explorers. Derek led Lioval, Candice, and the others to the deck and looked at the destination of their trip. Although they had already passed by many ports, they hadn't been allowed to disembark the ship. All they could do was watch from afar. Now, they were finally going to step onto land for the first time. Even so, the large crowds, houses, and suffering they had seen from afar couldn't hide the exuberance of life. It still made them yearn for a bright world of light. Of course, being accustomed to the darkness and lightning, it took them quite some time to adapt to the sun outside. If they weren't beyond us, they might have even suffered permanent damage to their eyes. Looking at the large number of people coming and going at the dock, looking at the airship moving high in the sky and the surrounding ships, and listening to the noise that he could barely understand but wasn't familiar with, Derek suddenly felt an unavoidable sense of nervousness when he thought that this would be the future settlement of the City of Silver. As he swept his gaze, he suddenly saw a man standing on the lighthouse by the sea. He was wearing a robe embroidered with the symbol of a storm. His hair was so dark blue that it was almost black, like a clump of seaweed. The lines on his face were rough and deep. As their gazes met, Derek instantly calmed down and no longer felt uneasy. P.S. Beginning in March. Updated in advance. Requesting a guaranteed monthly ticket. Chapter 1327. In fact, I had already summarized it once in February, at the end of the 6th novel, so I'll make it simpler this time. At the beginning of the 7th novel, the pace slowed down a little to deal with the state of having 1,000 things to do after the battle. At the same time, it prevented acting from being simplified and becoming of little value. This was actually consistent with the clues buried in the previous article. It was that the high sequence Beyonder used humanity to make the story sufficiently solid. This point had been reflected through the tiny snakes and them. At the same time, such a pace could also slightly develop other things, making world more fulfilling. It wouldn't be as dry as the main storyline. Just like this 0-02 interlude, the focus wasn't on the fool card at the end, but on the matter itself. Of course, when doing this side quest, I deliberately eliminated the pure combat and used other forms to present the characteristics of the different Beyonder powers and sealed artifacts. This can also be considered a way to enrich the description of the combat. It's inevitable to get tired of fighting all the time, so it's good to change it up and come up with something new from time to time. From everyone's feedback, this attempt was all right. As the 7th novel hadn't been written for long and was slowly unfolding, there weren't any major problems at the moment. So, I'll end this summary here. Yes, it's already March. After this month, I'll have written mysteries for 2 years. It'll officially become the book with the longest writing cycle. I remember that in my previous life, I was short of 1 month to 2 years. Over the past 2 years, I've gained more and more book friends, and I've also received more and more affirmation. My purest thought now is to make more of my friends who have been pursuing mysteries to this point be willing to accompany it to the end. I want this book to become one of the best memories of a particular period of time for everyone. This requires me to be in a better state and use a better story to attract everyone. Of course, I also hope that everyone can encourage me with subscriptions and monthly tickets. Alright, the chapter has been updated in advance. I'm looking for a guaranteed monthly ticket on the first day of March. Chapter 1328. After the large ship belonging to the Resistance docked, everyone from the City of Silver, who had changed into round-necked shirts, brown jackets, wide-legged pants, and dark-colored caps, disembarked the ship with the Oracle, Lord Danny's. They prepared to pass through the dock and enter the City of Generosity, Byam. The clothes had been prepared in advance. As they walked, Lioval stretched his limbs and said to Elder Derek in a low voice, "It's really awkward to wear this. It's not suitable for combat." Derek nodded slightly. "But this way, it's easier for us to hide ourselves. We won't be too conspicuous and become the focus of attention." Derek's analysis wasn't wrong at all. After all, they were outsiders, and there were only 21 of them. It was best if they didn't attract the attention of others. However, he seemed to have forgotten a crucial detail. But they're all looking at us." Candace quickly looked around and whispered. The workers on the dock who were either dressed in simple or bare-chested clothes, as well as the tourists who came and went in different attire, all cast their gazes over. So tall. A bronze-skinned Byam resident with slightly curly hair couldn't help but sigh. His height was about 160 centimeters. This was the common height for male commoners in the colonies in the current era. As for the people from the City of Silver, other than Derek, who was just over 2 meters tall, the rest were on average more than 2.3 meters tall. The tallest was more than 2.5 meters tall. Such a half-giant walked along the dock and in the crowd. No matter what they wore, they were equally eye-catching. Faisak. A man in a top hat, formal attire, and holding a cane from Ruin turned his head and said to his companion, "Has the slave trade begun again?" He believed that the City of Silver was a Faisak prisoner of war that the Rorsted government had bought from the Kingdom of Ruin. After all, in this world, there were more than 1 or 2 people with such a height. He could only think of the barbarians from Faisak who claimed to be the descendants of giants. His companion shook his head and frowned slightly. It doesn't look like it. Most people in Faysac have light blue eyes. Furthermore, even among Faysac, there are very few who can exceed 2 meters tall. Unless these are nobles or captives of war, in Faysac, although there weren't any explicit rules, in all walks of life, especially in the military, there was a phenomenon of height determining one's status. Of course, this wasn't the only condition. There were also factors such as family background, noble title, and military rank. Due to this custom, the descendants of Faysac's aristocrats and the upper echelons of the military were generally more than 2 meters tall. This was actually a superficial phenomenon. In essence, it was the influence brought about by the Beyonder characteristic. To become part of the upper echelons of the Faysac army, they were either of noble birth or had already reached at least sequence 5. As for the latter, under the repeated effects of the giant pathways potion, their height would definitely reach the standard. Those who chose the Red Priest pathway would also have a certain increase in height. However, it wasn't as obvious as the giant pathway in the early stages. It was only a few centimeters in total. One had to become a demigod to experience a qualitative change. To the descendants of nobles, their ancestors were more or less giants or had marriages with giants. Regardless of whether they had inherited any Beyonder characteristics, the corresponding genes accumulated over generations would definitely allow them to exceed 2 meters in height. Among them, the family still possessed a portion of the giant pathways potion formulas. As for those who had a certain heritage, their descendants were in a situation like the City of Silver. The royal family that wielded the Red Priest pathway maintained the height of their descendants through marriage alliances. The people of the City of Silver, who were being scrutinized by the numerous gazes, became increasingly uneasy. It was as if they had returned to the cursed land. They were walking in the deep darkness, being watched by one monster after another. Derek, on the other hand, was very calm and composed. He looked around and said to the members of the Pathfinder team, "I'm not sure. They mean no harm." After confirming that Mr. the Hanging Man was in the city and that he had arrived, Derek no longer felt isolated and helpless. This wasn't to say that he didn't trust the envoy appointed by Mr. Fool, but that he believed that he shouldn't trouble a deity with the trivial matters of daily life. It was best to resolve them himself. And in terms of resolving them himself, Derek wasn't that familiar with the outside world after all, so he wasn't too confident. At this moment, an experienced, intelligent, meticulous, and trustworthy local was definitely the best helper. Of course, Derek also knew that Mr. the Hanging Man probably wouldn't make contact with him openly. This was because the other party belonged to another faction and wasn't a believer of the sea god. Once he showed too much enthusiasm regarding the matters of the City of Silver, he would definitely be suspected. However, I'll always find a legitimate reason and a suitable opportunity to meet. Derek thought in anticipation. Amidst his thoughts, he and the members of the City of Silver's Pathfinder team followed Danny's out of the dock and onto the streets. Their field of vision suddenly widened as they saw more people and heard all kinds of sounds. To the people of the City of Silver, this was even more lively than the grandest harvest festival in their hometown. At a glance, there were countless people dressed in unique but equally strange clothes. They were either in a hurry, strolling leisurely, or carrying larger fruits and using tubes to suck the liquid inside. Or holding food that resembled the delicious pies on the ship, they would take a bite from time to time. Apart from these, the horses that pulled the carriages, the metallic objects that ran extremely fast, and the various spices that permeated the streets made the people of the City of Silver feel as though they had arrived in another world. To them, this was indeed another world. Although they were a little terrified and uneasy, as though they weren't used to such a scene, everyone could clearly sense the exuberant vitality contained in such a scene. This was like sunlight in one's soul, reflecting off the blazing sun in the sky. This is where we will live, fight, and reproduce in the future. Derek, Lioval, Candace, and the others subconsciously had similar thoughts. They were a little uneasy, but they didn't reject it. Danny's looked in satisfaction at the group of silly men who were stunned by the bustling scene in Bayam and muttered inwardly, "This is only Bayam. And this is only Bayam. If you go to Trier or Backlund, will you kneel down and kiss the ground?" This famous pirate in the world controlled his urge to mock them. This was because he was now Mr. Fool's envoy, so he couldn't ruin the image of a deity. After leading the people of the City of Silver to a rather luxurious hotel with a portion of the crew, Danis gestured for the crew to check in as he said to the guests in fluent Jotun, "It's almost dark. It's getting dark. I'll stay here for the night and leave the city tomorrow. On the other side of the jungle, there's a natural harbor. There are a few roads that lead to Bayam. To this city. After that, we will widen the main road and build a railroad that leads to you." Railways. Derek, who had made up for it on the tarot, knew what it meant. He nodded gratefully and once again praised Mr. Fool inwardly. Danis continued. "We've already helped you flatten the area in advance and reserved space for water pipes, gas pipes, and other basic facilities. When you start building the houses, we'll send a team over to help with those things. Also, the corresponding building materials and temporary tents have been prepared for you. Thank Mr. Fool. There's also the help of the Church of the Storm. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to purchase so many things, but they mainly want to earn some extra funds. Rorsted's new government had just been established not long ago, so the various communications with the outside world weren't smooth enough. To their surprise, the Church of Storms had taken the initiative to provide help regarding the City of Silver. Water pipe. Gas pipe. Derek gradually began to not understand, but he still put on a thoughtful expression. Danis, who nearly blurted out the word **T several times, didn't say anything else. Instead, he introduced the hotel. This is the hotel that people from Fasak like to stay in when they come to Bayam. The height might still be a little low for you, but at least it won't let you hit your head. At this point, Danis smiled. Turn right at the end of this street, and that's the Red Theatre. He revealed a smile that all men understood. However, the people from the City of Silver couldn't understand him at all. Seriously, the Emperor said that the oldest profession of humans is to sell their bodies. They actually don't know what I'm talking about. The corners of Danis' mouth twitched slightly as he gave up on the topic. After his second and third mates helped them settle in, he led the people from the City of Silver to the second floor and assigned them rooms. After doing this, he took out a stack of cards that he had long written and distributed them to the members of the City of Silver's expedition team. Every card has some local words and corresponding Jotun words. If you need any service or food, ring the bell here and get the waiter to come over and show him the card. Of course, they might not be able to understand it, but they will definitely find someone who understands for help. This was a simple and easy-to-understand method. The people from the City of Silver easily grasped how to use the cards, and they were secretly excited that they could finally have a preliminary exchange with the people here. Following that, Danis demonstrated how to turn on the tap water, how to use the toilet, and how to light the gas wall lamps. It made Derek, Lioval, Candice, and the others have the illusion that they had arrived in a divine kingdom. A switch that would produce water with a twist, a machine that would flush away excrement with a press of a button, and a lantern that would light up all the time was unimaginable to them in the past. And these things would form a new life for them. By the time the people from the City of Silver had gotten used to the hotel, the sky had completely darkened. Night had begun to rule the city. Although Derek and the others had long since confirmed that there was no danger of monsters attacking at night, they were still instinctively afraid. Therefore, they either glowed by themselves or lit up the gas wall lamps. At this moment, they saw that on the street outside the glass window, gas lamps were lit up one after another in the houses near and far away, dispersing the darkness in their respective areas. These bright or dim yellow lights reflected in the eyes of the City of Silver's people, as though the Milky Way had fallen to the ground at night. P.S. Seeking monthly recommendation votes on Monday. Chapter 1329. In a warehouse that was being rebuilt in Pritz Harbor. After a few days, Force once again saw her teacher, Dorian Gray Abraham. "Are you ready?" Dorian asked in a deep voice. During their previous meeting, he had already informed Force of the ritual requirements of the Apprentice Pathways Sequence for Secret Sorcerer, allowing her to make preparations ahead of time. "Almost. I should be able to meet the requirements," Force replied without much confidence. The advancement ritual for a secret sorcerer was relatively simple, but simple was the opposite of complicated, and not the other end of difficult. To Force, She wished it was something else. The ritual required the person to seal a demigod-level creature with clear hostility. The less external forces were used, the more effective the ritual would be. As for the target's level, as long as it was not lower than a demigod, it would not affect the ritual. Hearing the student's answer, Dorian nodded slightly and said that ritual is really too difficult for a Sequence 5 Beyonder who is purely relying on themselves. It's necessary to seek help appropriately, but you have to grasp the degree. You can't exceed the corresponding limits, otherwise, the ritual will definitely fail. The suggestion he had given Force was to only borrow a grade 1 sealed artifact. It would be best if she didn't even hire a saint-level helper. Force said vaguely, "That's right. I only plan on making a wish to Mr. Fool, a wish to increase the success rate of advancing after consuming the potion. This is closer to obtaining good luck when consuming the potion, and not the blessing when sealing that demigod creature. Apart from this, I can also make use of the painting you mentioned. That painting wasn't a grade 0 sealed artifact, the painting of God, but a grade 1 sealed artifact belonging to the House of Abraham. It was called the Devil's Oil Painting. In the Fourth Epoch, when many members of the House of Abraham advanced to Sequence 4 Secret Sorcerer, they created the oil painting to seal the corresponding demigod-level creature. However, after being attacked by the Aurora Order and losing a lot of information, Dorian Gray wasn't sure how many terrifying creatures were sealed in the Devil's Oil Painting. She was certain that there were more, and more than one. His original plan was to release a demigod-level creature from the Devil's Oil Painting that had completely gone mad and acted on instinct as the target of his student's ritual. This was many times easier than dealing with a rational and intelligent saint, and it completely met the requirements of the ritual. However, he did not expect Force to directly use the Devil's Oil Painting. Dorian frowned and reminded him. The Devil's Oil Painting itself only has the effect of imprisoning and sealing. It doesn't have the ability to actively affect the target. In other words, you have to stuff demigod-level creatures into the Devil's Oil Painting. Force nodded to show that she understood. "Teacher, you said that my ability to record isn't considered external help." "Yes." Dorian Gray gave a very certain answer. If her ability to record was considered external help, almost no traveler could advance. After all, record was the core ability of the apprentice pathway before becoming a demigod. Once it was abolished, all Force could do was run. It would be very difficult for her to do anything to her enemies. In theory, that's the case, but the number of demigod-level powers you can record is at most 4 or 5. Dorian said worriedly. Before he could finish his sentence, he thought of Mr. Fool and his blessed, and he felt a little more at ease. If it's matched well, it's not impossible. It's just a crazy creature that relies on instinct. Force was trying to convince her teacher and herself. Dorian nodded indiscernibly and didn't say anything else. She immediately summoned her contracted creature, Malmouth, who loved music. She took back the main and supplementary ingredients of Secret Sorcerer and concocted a bottle of Secret Sorcerer potion for her student. If there's no way to complete the seal, there's no need to forcefully consume it. Even if the potion is mixed with the glass bottle and becomes a sealed artifact, you can still pray to Mr. Fool to restore it to a Beyonder characteristic, Dorian exhorted worriedly before handing the potion to Force. The glass bottle rippled with layers of starlight, as though the Milky Way in the sky had been sucked into the potion. "Okay." Force nodded heavily, indicating that she wasn't worried that the potion would be wasted. She had already made plans ahead of time. Once the released demigod-level creature couldn't be sealed, she would immediately teleport away and make a wish to Mr. Fool to get him to resolve it. Dorian then took out an oil painting from the suitcase in her hand. On it were rather abstract and incomprehensible patterns. Just looking at them for a while longer would make one feel dizzy and nauseous, as well as mentally weak. This was the Devil's Oil Painting that sealed countless terrifying creatures. "If you can successfully advance, I only have one request." Dorian held the Devil's Oil Painting and solemnly said to Force, "That is, on the night of the full moon, listen to what Mr. Dorr is saying and ask him the reason for doing so." The members of the House of Abraham still couldn't completely accept that the curse they had suffered originated from their family's ancestor. They felt that Mr. Dorr might not know the consequences of his request for help. They yearned to fully understand the truth of the entire matter. All right. Faced with her teacher's pleading, Force agreed without any hesitation. Following that, she took the Devil's Oil painting and teleported out of Pritz Harbor, arriving at the vast desert that had no human inhabitants. This way, even if an accident happened during the ritual, she would have plenty of time to resolve it without affecting ordinary people. After checking the surroundings and her own preparations, Force inserted the Devil's Oil painting into the ground. She then clasped her hands and lowered her head to pray to Mr. Fool, making a wish that the success rate of her advancement would increase after consuming the potion. Almost without any pause, she saw the illusory grayish-white fog and knew that Mr. Fool had already responded. After stalling for a few seconds, Force finally defeated herself. She took out the herbal powder that she had prepared beforehand and scattered it on the Devil's Oil painting. Then, she recited the unsealing incantation in Jotun. This was an incantation that only released one creature at a time. Without a sound, all the floating herbal powder landed on the oil painting, and with a point as the center, it quickly spun. As it spun, the surface of the oil painting became illusory, as though a deep vortex was being produced. Suddenly, a greenish-black hand with signs of decay reached out from the vortex. It reached out from the oil painting to the outside world. Force's body suddenly turned cold, as though she had fallen into a frozen lake that had cracked open. This made her mind clear, but at the same time, she seemed to lose her sense of her body. No matter how hard she tried to move her limbs, she couldn't succeed. At that instant, Force seemed to return to her past state of writing books at night and sleeping during the day. At that time, she often felt that she had woken up, but she couldn't move at all, as though she was being pressed down by an invisible creature. Although the terrifying creature in the Devil's Oil painting hadn't completely escaped, just the influence of godhood on the outside world was enough to make Force lose most of her ability to resist. When it completely left the oil painting, Force might even lose control from looking at it directly. The difference between the two was unimaginably huge. Gradually, Force's consciousness blurred a little. She kept feeling that she was already awake. She raised her arms and took a step forward, but on second thought, she realized that it was just her imagination. Her body turned colder and colder, and the feeling of being pressed down by an invisible creature became more and more obvious. Thankfully, she had a bunch of demigods to provide her with information, allowing her to close her eyes in time. She didn't look at the Devil's Oil painting again, otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Using cogitation techniques to maintain a certain level of lucidity, Force began counting down inwardly. According to the hint given by Mr. World, she knew that the terrifying creature would need 5 seconds to completely escape the Devil's Oil painting. 4, 3, 2. With 1 second left, an illusory book appeared in Force's eyes. It quickly flipped through the pages and stopped at one of the pages. 1. Just as Force finished counting, she suddenly opened her arms. Around her, peach blossoms instantly floated down in a colorful display. The bluish-black palm that was about to grab her neck suddenly distanced itself from her. It was blocked by a peach forest with lush vegetation and blooming flowers. It was isolated by the mountain at the end of the forest's water source. All it could do was attempt to reach out from a small cave. This was a fairy tale magic that Force had recorded from Marum Hermit. It was called the Source of Peach Blossoms. It could create a barrier that was isolated from the outside world, one that was very difficult to connect to. Seizing this opportunity, Force, who had barely regained control of her body, took out a queen chess piece from Roselle's chess and threw it at the source of the peach blossoms, at the cave that ran through the flowing water. This was another fairy tale magic that she had recorded. It was called Chessboard of Time. Its effect was to slow down the target's movements, as though they had entered a region with a different flow of time. As the queen chess piece landed, the bluish-black palm that was trying its best to break through the peach blossom spring's barrier went from extending outwards to squirming. Without even looking at the effects, Force used her invisible hand to pick up the Devil's Oil painting that was stabbed into the sand and blocked it at the cave. In just a second or two, the bluish-black palm returned to normal. Its movements became extremely fast as it rushed out of the peach blossom spring and slammed into the oil painting. As the oil painting shook, the terrifying creature penetrated the surface and landed inside. Force was delighted. Without any hesitation, she recited the incantation again and closed the outer seal of the devil's oil painting. Thankfully, the demigod creature has already lost control from being locked up. All that's left is madness and no intelligence. I wonder if I'll hear Mr. Dawes' shouts after consuming the potion. Force remained tense as she took out the secret sorcerer potion and poured it into her mouth. P.S. Seeking monthly recommendation votes for Monday Tilda. Chapter 1330. If that demigod creature hadn't automatically slammed into the devil's oil painting, I would have had to summon Mr. World's historical void projection. I wonder if this counts as directly hiring a helper at the angel level. As Force thought, she drank the potion. To her, the potion was like ice water with an extremely low temperature that could freeze a person. Wherever it passed, all her senses vanished, leaving only her thoughts that had yet to freeze. When a person was extremely cold, it was inevitable that they would hallucinate. In Force vision, a night sky instantly appeared. In the night sky, the dense, resplendent stars interweaved to form a dreamy river. The surface of Force's body reflected specks of starlight, which seemed to come from her body. The specks of pure starlight formed an invisible connection with the different stars in the night sky. As the light flickered, they twisted and squirmed, burrowing out of Force's body like worms, hoping to seek refuge in the Milky Way that seemed to be inlaid with fine diamonds. They each carried a portion of their flesh and blood and some consciousness, like uncontrollable avatars. Force's thoughts quickly turned chaotic as she became confused. She almost couldn't control herself to resist the urge to separate. At that moment, she sensed an illusory object. It was a seal that she had completed using the devil's oil painting. It had projected into the mysterious world that was produced by the potion, forming an abstract and blurry mark. Force didn't think. Based on her instincts, she extended a portion of her consciousness and spirituality over, entangling it with the abstract mark. This mark wasn't compatible with her. It seemed to have a part that didn't belong to her, but it could barely fuse with her. Suddenly, the abstract mark became rather clear in Force's mind. It was a door that was layered with mysterious symbols. This door hid Force behind herself, isolating her from the surrounding cosmos. At the same time, on the other side of the door, the terrifying creature that was sealed seemed to have sensed the presence of its enemy. It used its divinity to crazily corrode the illusory door, which happened to offset the influence of the starry sky on Force. This lasted for more than 10 seconds. The night sky, which was flowing with the dazzling Milky Way, slowly faded away. That bit of starlight then returned to Force's body and fused with her. At this time, a deep darkness appeared in front of Force. In the depths of the darkness was the never-ending storm and the occasional flash of lightning. The next second, a familiar sound rang in Force's ears. It pierced into her head like steel nails stirring her brain. Force's expression immediately contorted. If not for the fact that she had experienced similar things time and time again and had developed a certain level of resistance, as well as the fact that she possessed the status of a saint, she would have most likely directly lost control by now. Of course, good luck must have played a part in this. She used a few seconds and relied on her meditation skills to finally calm down. She could hear what the voice was shouting. It was asking for help. It wasn't Jotun, nor was it Elvish or ancient Hermes, but a language that Force had never come into contact with before. However, she could understand it the moment she heard it. She felt that it was the true source of many languages. Mr. Daw frantically shouts help every full moon. It's a disgrace among kings of angels. However, even if he is asking for help, it's still an unbearable horror for me. Force lampooned inwardly as she considered whether she should pretend not to hear it and wait until she converged her spirituality and grasped the beyonder powers of a secret sorcerer before conversing with Mr. Daw during the next full moon, or do it now. Suddenly, the cries that came from the infinite distance stopped, and the surroundings fell into a dead silence. After 2 to 3 seconds, an ethereal voice that could pierce through a spirit body entered Force's mind. You used a beyonder characteristic from the Abrahams. This sentence was spoken in a straightforward manner without any ups and downs, but it made the blood vessels on Force's forehead throb. Her eyes were filled with veins as her body glowed resplendently. She almost lost control of herself. "Who are you?" Force composed herself and asked deliberately. The voice, which seemed to be luring her to lose control step by step, laughed in a low voice. "You can call me Mr. Door. You should be familiar with me." This fourth epoch King of Angels directly pointed out that Force had a certain connection with him and could hear the full moon ravings. "I'm going to write you down." Force secretly gritted her teeth and asked, "What's the matter?" "Honorable Mr. Door, are you the ancestor of the House of Abraham, His Highness Bethel?" The voice that passed through countless barriers returned to its previous indifference. "Yes." "Then, do you know that your request for help has caused the entire House of Abraham to be cursed for more than 1,000 years? Basically, no one can become a traveler or even a scribe. They always lose control during their ascension or on the night of the full moon." Force felt that she couldn't talk to Mr. Door for too long, otherwise, her tendency to lose control would be irreversible. Hence, she directly raised the question that the Abrahams were most concerned about. Mr. Door fell silent for 2 seconds. "They no longer have secret sorcerers or other demigods. There are no more after the War of the Four Emperors, and the curse you brought made it impossible for them to become demigods. If you can stop calling for help for 10 years, maybe a new demigod Abraham will be born, which will be more helpful to your escape." Force sincerely gave her suggestion. Mr. Door sighed. "I've been banished to the eternal night, and I've been blocked by the never-ending storm. I have no way of knowing what's happening in the real world. I didn't expect that there's not a single demigod left in the House of Abraham." Lying. The person who calmly made this evaluation wasn't Force, but Klein, who was accommodating the Fool card, holding the Staff of the Stars, and sitting in Sapphira Castle, closely monitoring the Crimson Star. He remembered that the Emperor had mentioned in his diary that Mr. Door had a certain level of understanding of reality. He seemed to be able to use the changes brought about by the full moon to see and hear the situation outside the seal. After a sigh, Mr. Door continued, "That's right. Besides, the call for help during the full moon isn't something I can control." "Why?" Force blurted out in surprise. Mr. Door said with an ethereal voice, "You're already a demigod. You're already a demigod, so you should know very well that the higher the sequence, the greater the threat of madness. A normal angel, even if they can walk freely on the ground and do what they like without needing to engage in any additional battles, might gradually be affected by the Beyonder characteristic and become unlike themselves. They might even appear to be half crazy. I'm a king of angels who's been exiled and sealed for more than 1,000 years, and I don't even have anyone to communicate with. The fact that I haven't gone completely crazy already means that I'm sufficiently powerful and lucky. Every time the full moon comes, my madness will be strengthened, making me unable to control it. All I can do is keep calling for help. So that's how it is. If I were to be locked up like this, I might go crazy in a few months. If I can be provided with alcohol, newspapers, magazines, all kinds of books, and different delicacies, I can last a year, no, half a year." Force nodded in enlightenment and asked perfunctorily, "Is there anything I can do for you? How can the Abrahams remove the curse?" Mr. Door fell silent for a few seconds. "Set up a ritual to help me escape. That way, the curse will no longer exist. There are 2 types of rituals. One is to use a demigod from the seer, apprentice, and marauder pathway as a sacrifice. The second is to draw the blood of at least 99 Beyonders from the House of Abraham and use it to draw such a symbol." "I'll inform them," Force immediately replied. At the same time, she added inwardly, "The prerequisite is to get Mr. Fool's permission." Mr. Door smiled. His voice became more and more ethereal and weak, as though it was returning to its original state with the end of Force advancement. 2 to 3 seconds later, Force couldn't hear the voice that was slowly pushing her towards the path of losing control. The deep darkness and terrifying storm in front of her had similarly vanished. However, before this scene completely faded away, Force could vaguely see a vast land formed from dark red rocks. She saw an ancient building that resembled a pyramid standing there. Behind the building, she saw the darkness and stars twinkling. It was completely different from the starry sky she saw on the ground as an astrologer. However, before this scene completely faded away, Force could vaguely see a vast land formed from dark red rocks. She saw an ancient building that resembled a pyramid standing there, and behind the building, she saw the darkness and twinkling stars. It was completely different from the starry sky she saw on the ground as an astrologer. What's this? Force shook her head, controlled her divergent thoughts, and began to seriously rein in her spirituality. After getting used to the state of a secret sorcerer, she immediately assumed a praying posture and reported her experience to Mr. Fool without missing a single detail. After doing this, Force put away the devil's oil painting and teleported back to Pritz Harbor to meet her teacher, Dorian Gray Abraham, who was waiting in the warehouse. Seeing that her student was safe and sound, Dorian heaved a sigh of relief and said with the demeanor of a believer, "Thank you, Mr. Fool, for your blessings." He had finally taught a sequence 4 secret sorcerer who didn't rebel. As Mr. Fool hadn't responded, Force didn't inform her teacher of her conversation with Mr. Dorr. She planned on waiting until after the next full moon. She also smiled in a relaxed manner. "Other than thanking Mr. Fool, I also have to thank you, teacher." Above the grey fog, in the ancient palace, Klein didn't have any doubts about Mr. Dorr's claim to be half-mad. He only felt that there might be more secrets hidden within. For example, why did Mr. Dorr keep luring Roselle the Great to go above the moon? That was a place occupied by an outer god. After some thought, he took out the scarlet lunar corona and the master key from the fog of history. He planned on taking the initiative to create a full moon environment and listen to Mr. Dorr's shouts. The effects of this combination had long been confirmed. Klein soon heard a voice that seemed to be able to pierce through his spirit body. The content of the voice's shout was, "Don't save me. Don't save me. P.S. Requesting for a guaranteed monthly ticket for 3 months tilde." Chapter 1331. Don't save me. Don't save me. Klein, who was in Sapphira Castle and had accommodated the Fool card, already had the status of a king of angels. He wouldn't be directly corrupted by Mr. Dorr's screams, but the contents of the words made his scalp tingle. His pupils dilated, and he couldn't help but feel a sudden sense of horror in his heart. He originally imagined that Mr. Dorr was constantly shouting for help, but now, he heard "Don't save me. P.S. Seeking monthly votes tilde" in Klein's silence. The faint voice that sounded like steel needles stabbing at his spirit body shouted for more than 10 seconds before it suddenly changed. "Help me. Help me." This time, the language used had also changed. Klein leaned back in his chair with a deadpan expression and listened for nearly 10 seconds. Following that, he removed the maintenance of the master key and the scarlet lunar corona's historical projection, allowing the space above the grey fog to completely return to its calm state. Phew. He exhaled and habitually tapped the edge of the long mottled table with his fingers as he muttered to himself, "Mr. Dorr is indeed half-mad, but the mad part isn't when he is shouting with all his might, but when he appears calm and can communicate rationally with others. The latter can even influence the former to a certain extent, distorting the contents of his shouts. Mr. Dorr actually shouted 'Don't save me' when he is awake. To a king of angels who has been exiled and sealed for more than 1,000 years, this is definitely not a normal reaction. Unless he believes that returning to the real world will bring about a disaster that he doesn't wish to see. A king of angels who has completely lost control. Combined with the fact that Mr. Dorr and the Emperor were constantly trying to lure him to the moon occupied by the outer deities, there's another possibility to this matter. The exiled Mr. Dorr didn't have the protection of the barrier left behind by the original creator. He encountered the corruption of a particular outer deity and lost most of his rationality. His condition is only slightly better than the chained god. The apprentice pathway can roam the cosmos at sequence 3. Mr. Dorr's honorific name also includes the title of Guide of the Endless Cosmos. Does this mean that before this king of angels was exiled, he might have come into contact with the outer deities and was influenced to a certain extent? What do the crimson lands, pyramid-like buildings, and different starry skies that Miss Magicians saw at the end represent? This doesn't look like it's in the current star system, and it's different from the mausoleum that the Black Emperor needs. The lair of a certain outer deity who influenced Mr. Dorr, or rather, one of the legends that Mr. Dorr left behind on other planets with living creatures when he became a planeswalker? It's most likely the latter, because when Miss Magicians saw that scene, she didn't encounter any pollution from the cosmos. The more Klein thought about it, the heavier his heart became, because this might be a true embodiment of the arrival of the apocalypse in a certain aspect. The apocalypse definitely wasn't something that wouldn't happen if one didn't think about it and pretended not to know. It's no wonder Yellow Light Venithan predicted that the day the curse is lifted would be the beginning of the true calamity for the Abrahams. Mr. Daw kept calling for help, causing the House of Abraham to be unable to produce another demigod. Perhaps it's a form of protection. Although this will cause the House of Abraham to lose its status and most of its precious items, making it mediocre, it can at least preserve its bloodline. In that prophecy, the solution to the curse is in the hands of an apprentice who has the help of a secret existence. Klein chuckled softly as he had an idea on how to respond to Miss Magicians. He planned on getting Magician's Force to only tell a portion of the truth when she informed her teacher. First, it was to emphasize that Mr. Daw was already half-mad and extremely dangerous. Even if he were to converse with him, it would still be extremely risky. Second, she wouldn't mention the second ritual that was easier to achieve, but only the ritual of sacrificing a seer, a marauder, and an apprentice demigod. With the first point, the Abrahams could understand why their ancestor had persistently called for help. It was because he had already lost his rationality and could do anything terrifying. This could effectively eliminate the worries of the Abrahams and prevent them from helping Mr. Daw escape, allowing them to quickly begin believing in the fool. The second point could dispel the thoughts of a small number of extreme Abrahams, because they didn't have the ability to complete such a ritual. At the same time, informing the ritual itself could also increase the trust that the House of Abraham had towards Magician's Force. Ignoring the problem of how many secret sorcerers there are, demigods that can become bizarro sorcerers are definitely harder to capture. Furthermore, most of them are concentrated in the secret order. Dealing with them is equivalent to provoking Zaratul. Even if the House of Abraham has demigods and can use Grade 0 sealed artifacts for a short period of time, it's still impossible for them to easily complete the preparations for the ritual. Yes, dealing with a parasite is the most dangerous. If I'm not careful, I might make Amorn's avatar a target. When that happens, it would be equivalent to giving Amorn desserts. Also, I'll use the tone of the world's German sparrow to remind Miss Magicians to be wary of the extremists of the House of Abraham. Klein thought for a moment and began to respond to Magician's Force prayer. After returning to the real world from the fog of history, Klein boarded a steam locomotive and arrived at the capital of Midseashire. It was once the second largest city in ruin, and it was the front line of the past war, Constant City. The damage is very serious. After getting off the train and exiting the platform, Klein stood at a high vantage point and looked at the purely industrial city. Although it was his first time here, he had seen various photos of Constant in the past from newspapers and magazines. Those photos were all black and white, recording every aspect of the city. Among them, there were three things that left the deepest impression on Klein. First, there were many chimneys and blast furnaces. It was as though a man-made forest had been created. It was extremely visually impactful, more representative of industry than Beekland. Second, concrete and steel were used extensively in the buildings. They were taller, larger, and denser than their counterparts in Beekland. Third, many places were contaminated with coal ash, including the surface of human bodies. However, the air quality was better than in Beekland because of the strong Midseashire winds. And now, the towering blast furnaces, chimneys, and tall buildings had become rather sparse. There were only ruins left everywhere. However, relatively speaking, the factory area had suffered less damage than the residential area. This was because there were many steel factories and munitions factories there. They were equally important to the Phasacians. The number of deaths here is definitely in the hundreds of thousands. Klein sighed inwardly. He carried his suitcase and walked down the stairs to the steam locomotive station, entering Constant City. On the way to the hotel, he continued his acting as a miracle invoker and randomly chose a muscular man in his early 30s. I'm a wandering magician. My best magic trick is to fulfill everyone's wishes. Do you want to give it a try? The once thin-skinned Klein could now strike up a conversation very naturally. The burly man glanced at him and impatiently waved his hand. Can you revive my father, mother, 2 brothers, and a child? With that said, he didn't wait for the magicians to respond. He walked to the nearest public carriage stop in a slightly irritated manner and punched the left side of his chest with his right fist. Klein stood in his spot, maintaining the slight smile on his lips as he quietly watched the man leave. He recalled a magazine he had seen on the steam locomotive. There were several pages of photos that reflected the current state of the various cemeteries in Constant City. The tombstones were like the chimneys and blast furnaces that originally stood there. The shelves that held the ashes were like tall buildings that had yet to collapse. The entire city of Constant seemed to have been buried in the cemetery. Retracting his smile, Klein circled around the fountain that had long dried up and walked to the nearby hotel. On the way, he heard many pedestrians discussing which nearby places were haunted and which places had terrifying monsters. When I passed by the Meris River, I heard many people crying in the water. I didn't dare to take a look and ran back into the city like the wind. That's nothing. I saw something even more terrifying at 9 Hyacinth Street. There was a face stuck to the window there. A very pale face. Behind my house, a few passers-by went missing. Blood was dragged all the way to the nearest ruin, but the police didn't find any corpses. How terrifying. May the goddess bless us. Holy Lord of Storms, keep these ghosts and monsters away from us. By the way, the City Hall posted a notice saying that any similar incidents are to be reported to the police station immediately. From the looks of it, the previous meat grinder-like war didn't allow many corpses to be buried in time, turning them into ghosts. Most of the time, some of the dead might not even have their corpses preserved. Yes, there's definitely no lack of Beyonders who have lost control due to mental breakdowns or physical disabilities. Also, most of those who didn't consume the potion according to the normal procedure have also lost control. The Nighthawks and mandated punishers will definitely clean up these incidents, but at least in Constant City, people might have to coexist with Beyonder incidents for a long period of time. After all, some ghosts and monsters are good at concealment and evasion, and they're innately cunning. Klein looked straight ahead as he walked, gaining a new understanding of Constant's overall situation. Here, encountering Beyonder incidents was no longer a coincidence, but a daily occurrence with a certain probability. At this moment, Klein saw a group of Nighthawks wearing red gloves and black trench coats walk past the intersection in front of him, but he didn't recognize any of them. Indeed, the Cathedral of Serenity has sent the more mobile Red Gloves team to help. Is there something abnormal nearby? Klein nodded indiscernibly, and following his spiritual intuition, he cast his gaze at an apartment-like building behind a pile of ruins. On the 4th floor, behind an oriel window, there was a highly rotten face looking out through the glass. A pale yellow liquid with a hint of black slid down the window. Chapter 1332. Eric had become a Red Glove captain in the later stages of the previous war, and he had advanced to Sequence 5 Spirit Warlock. He had witnessed the deaths of his former captain and his former captain. He knew that a higher sequence wasn't the first guarantee of safety. Being cautious and careful was. To the elite Red Gloves of the Nighthawks, this was a belief that almost everyone believed in. This was because ordinary Nighthawks might encounter ordinary problems that looked like Beyonder incidents. Occasionally, there would be an oversight, and there was a high chance that they could use their Beyonder powers to turn the situation around. As for the Red Gloves who were pursuing all sorts of important cases, their potential targets were definitely rather dangerous. At this moment, Eric was standing on the 4th floor of the apartment at 14 Playa Street. Facing the tightly shut dark brown wooden door, he looked around and said, "2 Nighthawks have already gone missing here. 2 Nighthawks have already gone missing here. We must not be careless." In the beginning, it was a few residents of this apartment who called the police, claiming that there was a foul smell coming from Unit 403. Furthermore, the tenants of Unit 303 often heard heavy footsteps above their heads. The police in the corresponding area dragged on for 2 days before coming to investigate. After that, they never left Unit 403. After the police station confirmed this, they immediately handed the case over to the Church of Evernight. However, the 2 Nighthawks who came to handle the case had also gone missing. The door to Unit 403 remained tightly shut. Due to this premise, the Archbishop of Midseashire of the Church of Evernight entrusted the matter to Eric's team and allowed them to apply for a Grade 1 sealed artifact to assist them. "Yes, Captain." The members of the Red Gloves team either nodded or spoke, giving their responses one after another. Eric didn't say anything else. Standing in front of the tightly shut dark brown door to Unit 403, he raised his red-gloved left palm and tapped one of his teeth. A blurry figure suddenly appeared in front of him, and as though it had no thickness, it seeped into Unit 403 through the gap in the door. Eric's expression was abnormally focused, as though he was observing the situation in the room through the blurry figure. It was a natural spirit that he controlled. It wasn't considered powerful, but it had special abilities. It usually lived on his left front tooth. In the present situation, Eric believed that they couldn't barge in directly. It was best to do some reconnaissance first. Even if his team had a reasonable combination of powers and the help of a powerful sealed artifact, they still had to be cautious. If he could get a preliminary understanding of the situation inside and make more targeted preparations, he believed that things would be much easier. At this moment, tiny blood vessels protruded from Eric's eyes one after another, and some of them even exploded. As his vision turned bright red, Eric heard a heavy creaking sound. The tightly shut dark brown door suddenly swung open. Inside the room, there were a total of 6 figures. 3 of them were wearing black and white checkered police uniforms, sitting on armchairs, high stools, and sofas respectively. 2 of them were wearing half-top hats and black windbreakers. 1 was standing by the door, and the other was standing on the platform behind the oriel window. Their faces were pressed against the surface of the glass, as if they were watching the street below. There was also a figure sitting on a high stool at the edge of the balcony, with an exquisite astronomical telescope in front of him. The skin of these 6 figures had swollen, as if someone had injected a lot of gas into their bodies. Some parts of their bodies had even cracked and were highly decayed, but they still did not shrivel up. Instead, they glowed with a greenish-black luster, and a yellowish-black liquid flowed down. Sensing that the door had opened, the 6 figures turned their heads and looked at Eric and company. The first one was the former Nighthawk standing by the door, and the last one was the man in a cotton shirt sitting behind the astronomical telescope. One of his eyeballs was still stuck to the lens, and he could only use his remaining eye and the dark hole to sweep his gaze at the Red Gloves team outside the door. A faint stench drilled into the nostrils of Eric and company as an indescribable coldness filled the surroundings. Eric instinctively wanted to raise his hand and tap his teeth to release more spirits. Then, he would use the beyonder powers of a nightmare to forcefully drag all the targets in front of him into a dream. However, no matter how he tapped his teeth, no spirit was released. His beyonder powers that were related to Spirit Warlock seemed to have vanished. At the same time, a nightmare in the Red Gloves team was surprised to discover that he was unable to drag anyone into a dream. At this moment, other than the enhancement of their physique brought about by the potion, their beyonder powers had vanished in a bizarre manner. "Leave this place." Eric didn't hesitate as he gave the order in a low voice. He had never encountered such a strange situation before. All he could do was get the team to evacuate first before choosing a targeted sealed artifact to deal with. However, his and his team's feet didn't move as a result. It was as though they were no longer listening to the commands of their own consciousness. Eric instinctively lowered his head and looked at his lower body. He saw that his legs were already swollen, and his trousers were about to split open. In addition, he could clearly feel that his skin was deteriorating, rotting, and oozing pus. Before he and his Red Gloves team had even made contact with the target, they had fallen into a clear nightmare of watching themselves slowly die and swell up. It was difficult for them to escape. At this moment, Eric's bloodshot eyes reflected an ordinary palm. It held the handle and gently pulled outwards. Creak. The dark brown door to Unit 403 closed once again, isolating Eric and his Red Gloves team from the creatures in the room. They instantly regained control of their bodies, but their legs seemed to have suffered serious injuries. Be it raising their feet or bending their knees, it was a little difficult. Eric didn't bother to check on his injuries as he hurriedly cast his gaze at the palm that had closed the door and its owner. It was a young man wearing a classic top hat and a black robe. His facial features were ordinary, making it impossible for people to have a deep impression of him. They would forget him the moment they turned their heads. "I sincerely suggest that you return now and leave the matter to the Archbishop or high-ranking deacons to handle." Of course, you also have another option, which is to make a wish to me. I'm a wandering magician named Merlin Hermes. I'm best at fulfilling the wishes of others. Klein spared no effort in bewitching others to make a wish to him. Just now, when he saw the rotting face on the oriel window, he suddenly had an ominous feeling. Hence, he specially came over to confirm what had happened. Fulfilling wishes. Eric suddenly recalled the education he had received during his training at the Holy Cathedral. Some high sequence beyond us might be in a state of being imprisoned or sealed. They will pretend to be mystical items that fulfill wishes to lure you into helping them escape. The corresponding examples are a magic lamp that can fulfill 3 wishes and a wishing pool. This is a high sequence beyonder. But he doesn't look like he's in a state of being imprisoned or sealed. Eric looked around and deliberated for a few seconds. He probed, if we don't make a wish to you, will you not resolve the abnormality in the room? Just as he said that, he saw the wandering magician who called himself Merlin Hermes fall into deep thought, revealing a look of distress. A few seconds later, Klein raised his hand to stroke the top hat on his head and sighed with a smile. Even if you don't make a wish, I will still attempt to resolve it. Do I need to say your honorific name or your real name to make a wish to you? Eric asked after exchanging looks with his teammates. Klein shook his head. There's no need. Just say your wish. This won't result in a mysticism connection. Eric probed and said in a joking tone, then I hope that the abnormality in this room can be resolved and will no longer affect the surroundings. Then I hope that the abnormality in this room can be resolved and will no longer affect the surroundings. Then, I hope that the abnormality in this room can be resolved and that it will no longer affect the surroundings. Your wish will be granted. Without waiting for Eric's response, he smiled and said, your wish will be granted. The abnormality inside can suppress the beyonder characteristic, rendering the corresponding powers ineffective, but this isn't absolute. Typically, when encountering such a situation, my suggestion is, as he spoke, Klein grabbed with his left hand and took out an eyeball-shaped glass ball. He then twisted the handle with his right palm, opening the door a little. Then, through the gap, he threw the glass ball into room 403. As the glass ball flew, it constantly absorbed the surrounding light, emitting a brilliant, pure, and extreme sunday. It was like a miniature sunday. In the next second, Klein closed the door with his right palm, preventing Eric and company's eyes from being unable to bear it. My suggestion is to use a grade 1 sealed artifact in the sun domain to perform a blanket purification. As he said that, Klein recalled the mutated sun sacred emblem behind Tingen City's Chinese gate. Although it was only a grade 3 sealed artifact, given enough time, it could still finish off the rotting creatures inside. Eric was just about to say that they had brought similar sealed artifacts but didn't have the chance to use them when he saw Mr. Merlin Hermes reopen the door to Unit 403. The 6 figures inside had already evaporated into thin air. Different beyonder characteristics were slowly condensing, and the originally cold stench was completely melted by the warmth. Is it done? Eric asked hesitantly. Klein smiled and shook his head. No, the root of the problem is still there. Have you investigated the identity of the owner of this place? Eric immediately replied, he calls himself John. He's an astronomy enthusiast and likes to study the starry sky with a special telescope at night. Study the cosmos. Klein walked into the room without batting an eyelid. He casually instructed, search this place and find any possible clues. For some reason, Eric suddenly felt that Mr. Merlin Hermes was like his captain when he first joined the Nighthawks. He was professional, calm, and trustworthy. He nodded at his team members, indicating for them to do as he was instructed. As for himself, he continued to follow behind Klein, both to provide help and to take necessary precautions. Klein ignored him as he swept his gaze and approached the exquisite astronomical telescope. Then, he bent down and placed his eye on the port. This might be dangerous. Eric had wanted to warn him, but when he thought of Klein's rather high status and level, he shut his mouth again. At this moment, Klein saw a resplendent and dreamy dark night sky through the telescope. Every star there was slightly twinkling. Suddenly, his vision was occupied by a huge eye. The eye seemed to be directly attached to the lens at the other end of the telescope. It was grayish-white with a pale yellow pupil. The blood vessels inside were swollen, and disgusting translucent pus seeped out. Chapter 1333. Bang! The Red Gloves Captain Eric, who was on high alert, trembled inexplicably as he saw the wandering magicians, who claimed to be Merlin Hermes, explode behind the astronomical telescope. However, there was no splattering of flesh and blood. The shattered limbs quickly disappeared into the air like soap bubbles. Eric and the team members who heard the commotion fell into a daze. They didn't understand why such a sudden change had happened. A second later, Eric said in a deep voice, "Retreat." He wanted to lead the team out of the apartment before the danger truly dispersed. At this moment, another figure walked in through the open door of Unit 403. It was Merlin Hermes, who had just exploded. This wandering magician was wearing a tall top hat and a black robe. As though nothing had happened, he said to Eric and his team members, "The root of the problem is indeed that astronomical telescope." As he spoke, Klein walked to the balcony and patted the astronomical telescope with his right hand. With another bang, the astronomical telescope suddenly shattered into metallic points of light, emitting a foul-smelling greenish-black gas. After the grayish-white gas appeared and disappeared, the stench disappeared, and the greenish-black gas dissipated. The interior of the room was completely restored to normal. What's going on? Eric forced himself to forget about the other party's death and appearance as he deliberated before asking. As an experienced Red Gloves captain, he had some guesses about the truth of the entire matter. The purpose of his question was mainly to seek confirmation. As a rather experienced Red Gloves captain, he had some guesses about the truth of the entire matter. The purpose of his question was mainly to seek confirmation. Klein smiled. "If you want to know more details, you can only search for clues yourself." "I'm not too sure either." Eric nodded slightly and cast his gaze at his team members, indicating for them to continue their investigation. After some work, Eric said to Merlin Hermes, "If you want to know more details, you can only search for clues yourself." "I'm not too sure either." Eric nodded slightly and cast his gaze at his team members, indicating for them to continue their investigation. After some work, Eric said to Merlin Hermes, "There aren't many clues left in the room. First, John is a local resident. He served in the war and seems to have some mental problems because of this. Second, he has been an astronomy enthusiast for a long time. After the war, he joined an academic organization called the Celestial Body Institute, but we have not collected any information about this organization. Third, John seems to be looking for a way to see the real sky." When he mentioned the word cosmos, Eric paused for a moment, as though he had received a warning from the upper echelons of the Church of Evernight. "After the war ended, I joined an organization called the Celestial Body Research Society, searching for a way to see the real cosmos." Combining their experience from before, Klein had a certain level of confidence in the matter. "All of you should know that the starry sky represents danger. In fact, you shouldn't even try to understand it. We will report this case to the Archbishop as soon as possible and label the Celestial Body Institute as a dangerous organization," Eric said as though he was communicating with a superior who wasn't directly in charge of the Nighthawks. Klein did not respond. As he walked to the door, he sighed. The war has indeed had an irreversible impact on all aspects. After the god of combat perished, the primordial barrier, which was already on the verge of collapse, lost a portion of its support. As for the Evernight goddess, she had yet to fully grasp the corresponding uniqueness. As for becoming a great old one, it was unknown how long she would have to wait. Under such circumstances, the outer deity's corruption of this world naturally deepened. This was combined with the war trauma of a large number of ordinary people. Klein suspected that during the period of post-war reconstruction, many cults that pointed to the starry sky and different outer deities had quietly appeared in various parts of ruin. If they were allowed to develop their believers and make all sorts of risky attempts, the apocalypse would definitely be brought forward. As he sighed, he walked out of room 403. His figure quickly blurred and turned transparent until he disappeared. In a hotel near Prior Street, Klein, who had already checked in, picked up the coffee in front of him and took a sip. Taking advantage of the fact that it was still early, he went out again and took a carriage to the outskirts of Constant City's riverbank district. There was a cemetery here with stone monuments that stood tall like a low forest. Klein walked through the cemetery and relied on his spirituality to guide him to find a tombstone. The owner of the tombstone was called Welsh McGovern. This was Klein's original university classmate. Because he had bought the Antigonus family's notebook, he had mysteriously died in Tingen. This had indirectly led to Ju Mingrue's transmigration. Welsh McGovern's father was a banker in Constant City. He had spent money to bring his son's corpse back to his hometown and buried it in this cemetery. Klein stared at the photo on the tombstone for a few seconds before bending down and placing the white bouquet in front of Welsh's grave. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. 20 to 30 seconds later, an old man with a black cane walked over from another direction. Klein recognized him and knew that he was Welsh's father, the mid-seashire banker who had once treated him and his classmates to a sumptuous meal. However, compared to a few years ago, this gentleman had aged a lot. He was originally a spirited middle-aged gentleman, but now, his hair was mostly white. There were many wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, mouth, and forehead. "Who are you?" Welsh's father looked at the stranger in front of the grave and asked in puzzlement and wariness. Klein sighed and said, "Uncle, I'm Welsh's friend." "Uncle, I'm Welsh's friend. I happened to pass by Constant City recently." Welsh's father nodded slightly and said in a deep voice, "He's a person who likes to make friends." He was a man who liked to make friends. I only knew some of them. He was actually explaining why he hadn't invited this guest to the funeral back then. He was very apologetic about it. Klein didn't say anything else as he looked around. He looked around and said, "Is there anything you need help with, or should I say, do you have any wishes you wish to fulfill? I hope I can provide you with some strength." Welsh's father looked around and smiled bitterly. "Can you make all the dead stand up again? It's not impossible, but it's not the same as what you want to stand up again." Klein sighed and shook his head. "Then can you restore Constant to his original appearance?" Welsh's father asked with a wry smile. Without waiting for Klein to respond, he sighed and continued. "There's no need to provide help. If I can do it, I can do it myself. If I can't, I can only pray to God." As he spoke, the banker walked past Klein to his son's tombstone and bent down to put down the white bouquet in his hand. Klein looked at his back and muttered to himself, "That's right. I'll try my best." With that, he turned around and left the cemetery. Constant, a bar decorated in the style of the last century. A man wrapped in a thick jacket held a beer and walked to the wooden board next to the bar. He was trying to find a part-time job on the pieces of paper pasted on it. Suddenly, he saw a strange commission. "I'm a reporter. I want to gather all kinds of stories about what happened in the war from different people. It's best if they've experienced it themselves. The reward I can provide is to satisfy your wish to repair and rebuild your house for free. I have enough resources in this area." Merlin Hermes. The man subconsciously frowned. He felt that this commission was too strange, like the product of a prank. "Can you read the words on it?" A thin man sitting beside the wooden board seized the opportunity to ask. Among the customers in this bar, only a handful were literate. Even if they wanted to find a job or accept the corresponding commission, most people couldn't understand what was written on the paper pasted on the wooden board, and the bartender could only remember the few who were paid the most. Due to this situation, the thin man relied on the fact that he had attended a free school and mastered the common ruin vocabulary. He provided the corresponding interpretation for others at the price of a quarter of a penny each time. This was how he made a living. The man shook his head, indicating that he could read Loney's. He pointed at Merlin Hermes's entrustment and said, "That's right." He pointed at Merlin Hermes's commission and asked, "Is this true?" "Yes, that reporter is sitting in that corner. He's wearing a very tall hat." The thin man enthusiastically pointed in the direction. The reporter had promised to give him a quarter of a penny for every person he introduced. The man holding the beer fell silent. He hesitated for a full 10 seconds before walking to the corner and finding the reporter named Merlin Hermes. "Will you really help me rebuild my house?" he asked, a little perturbed and worried. Klein pointed at the documents on the small round table. "We can sign a contract." "There's no need. Even if you just provide me with some materials, I'll be very satisfied. The man sat opposite Klein and said rather cautiously, I don't have a vivid story. As long as it's realistic enough. Klein nodded slightly in encouragement. The man shifted his gaze down and stared at the table. I'm a native of Constant. I once had a decent job and bought a terraced house on Tide Street. Later, war broke out, and my house was reduced to ruins in a bombing. My eldest son, the child who had just entered elementary school, was buried inside. We had no choice but to rent a 2-bedroom room until the Phasacians occupied Constant. They dragged my wife away, and she never returned. Some time ago, someone informed me to identify the corpse. I couldn't recognize her. She had rotted beyond recognition. However, the pockets of her clothes still contained our water bill. When she was renting the house, she always missed our home. It's the same for my youngest daughter. I don't have much money now, and I can barely make ends meet. However, I hope to rebuild that house bit by bit. To be frank, I really don't like telling others about my misfortune. I'd rather remain silent, but if I can really obtain help in rebuilding, then I can. Klein held a pen and paper and pretended to take notes. He nodded slightly and said, Your wish will come true. Your wish will come true. Wait for me in front of the ruins of the house on Tide Street tomorrow. At the same time, he pushed a 1 soldi note over. Here's the money for your drink. The man's eyes flickered, as though he wanted to refuse, but in the end, he picked up the note. The next day, after sending his youngest daughter to the church school, he followed the familiar path and walked back to the familiar Tide Street. Then, he saw the familiar house. Its chimney, its windows, its door, and the weeds on its walls hadn't changed at all. It was so familiar, as though a beautiful mistress would open the door in the next second and lead the 2 children out to welcome their father. The man was stunned, unable to believe that this was real. But even if it was an illusion, he was willing to sink into it. A few days later, Klein, who had completed one similar wish after another, pushed open the hotel's window. In the mist of dawn, he raised his hand and snapped his fingers. In a rather elevated city district in Constant, Welsh's father habitually woke up early because he dreamed of his dead son and family. He walked to the balcony and prepared to breathe in the morning air. Under the light of dawn, he suddenly saw a forest of chimneys and blast furnaces, as well as tall buildings. The former Constant city appeared before his eyes in its entirety, bathed in the orange-red light of dawn. Chapter 1334. While the residents of Constant were shocked by the miracle in front of them, Klein had already carried his suitcase and left the city with a Rhodes. After causing such a huge commotion, he was worried that Zaratul would lock onto his location, so he didn't dare stay any longer. With his current level and strength, he wasn't too afraid of clashing head-on with Zaratul, but he didn't wish to be ambushed. To a beyonder of the seer pathway, being prepared and not being prepared were completely different. Once Klein exposed his location and didn't leave in time, he would be facing a prepared Zaratul. The outcome could be imagined. Even if he had become the owner of Sapphira Castle and had a chance to revive, there was still a considerable risk of him completely perishing. Furthermore, he didn't know what state Amorn was in. Was he still being chased by the true creator? Was it possible for him to suddenly appear beside him and steal everything? With this thought in mind, Klein embarked on his journey once again. In the basement of a house in Southville County. The few sequence 7 beyonders of the House of Abraham had gathered here according to the agreement. That's how it is. Dorian Gray described what her student, Force, had told Mr. Dorr. Years of exile and seal have made the ancestor crazy. He can only occasionally regain his lucidity. Even if he speaks directly to him, he will have to suffer the malice that corrupts his mind. A man wearing gold-rimmed glasses who looked like a university professor sighed. So that's how it is. His expression revealed a hint of relief, as though he could finally admit that the family's curse came from the ancestors' cry for help. After a second, the man said with a firm expression, "We have to think of a way to help the ancestor escape. We have to think of a way to help the primogenitor escape. Only then can the curse on us be completely removed." Verdu, are you crazy? Letting a crazy king of angels return will destroy the entire family. Dorian couldn't help but reprimand him. The man named Verdu looked at the rest of the family members and said with a sunken expression, "Therefore, we have to quickly let the ancestor return to the real world while he still has a portion of his consciousness. Once he escapes the state of being exiled and sealed, he will definitely gradually regain his rationality with enough anchors. Dorian, you've fallen. You no longer want to restore the glory of the family and return us to the top of the northern and southern continents. You only want to live a stable but mediocre life. Besides, can you be sure that Mr. Fool will always provide protection? Perhaps one day, he will be like the 7 gods and no longer respond to most prayers." Dorian was silent for a few seconds. But the risk in this aspect is definitely lower than helping the ancestor escape. Ever since I believed in Mr. Fool and prayed to him devoutly, I haven't been affected by the full moon's ravings for many months. If not for the fact that I'm no longer young, I'm confident that I can consume the potion and become a sequence 6 scribe. Even so, if I'm given more time, I still have a high chance of advancing. Even people like me who are older than a certain age can do it. Our next generation, and the generation after that, will definitely be able to break away from their original limitations and have the chance to push open the door to becoming a demigod. Upon hearing Dorian's words, the 2 men and 2 women nodded gently in agreement. They had already gotten a number of their descendants to convert to Mr. Fool, and after a few months of observation, they confirmed that it was effective. They planned on praying to Mr. Fool themselves. Seeing that Verdu's expression wasn't too good, Dorian softened her tone. "More importantly, we don't have the strength to complete the ritual at all. No matter which pathway a demigod is, they aren't easy to deal with. Among them, the demigods corresponding to the seer and marauder are known for being cunning, bizarre, and dangerous. Even if we're willing to sacrifice ourselves and use a grade 0 sealed artifact, it'll be very difficult to capture them." Verdu nudged his gold-rimmed glasses and slowly exhaled. "I won't stop you from converting to the Fool. If you can get that existence to help the ancestor escape, that would be the best development. But before that, I'll do my best to prepare the ritual. Dorian, you have to remember that the bloodline and glory of the House of Abraham comes from the ancestor. Without him, there wouldn't be us. If this matter requires a sacrifice, I'll be the one to do it." With that said, he stood up, put on his top hat, and walked to the exit of the basement. Dorian watched him leave and sighed after a long while. Verdu has been studying all kinds of mysticism information, hoping to find a way to completely resolve the family's curse. I believe that such persistence has already fused into his bloodline. The other members of the House of Abraham nodded one after another. After he confirms that he can't complete the ritual, he will likely give up. They also secretly hoped that Verdu could succeed, but they felt that it was almost impossible. On Blue Mountain Island, where the City of Generosity was located in Bayam, a private harbor that originally belonged to the resistance. A group of workers who had just finished setting up the gas pipes were about to find a place to rest and wait for the carriage sent by the Church of the Sea God to take them back to Bayam when they saw the half-giants who were said to have come from the northern islands of Fasak carrying heavy greyish-white stones as they walked over. These workers had participated in the construction of the harbor, the cathedral, and the art gallery, so they knew how heavy the greyish-white stones were. They remembered that with the help of logs, horses, and machinery, it was very difficult for people to move similar stones, but the half-giants here were as easy as carrying toys. This kind of power was simply exaggerated to the extreme. When Derek saw that the outer walls and some of the buildings had already been built under the efforts of the City of Silver's team of explorers, he nodded and said to Candace and Lioval, "It's time to return to the City of Silver and tell the chief about the situation here." None of the members of the City of Silver's explorers objected. They excitedly agreed with Elder Derek's decision. Although they hadn't been here for long, they had already deeply fallen in love with their new hometown. They fell in love with the warmth of the sun and the tranquility of the Crimson Moon's night. They couldn't wait to let their family and friends experience and enjoy it as well. Seeing this, Derek subconsciously straightened his back a little. He controlled himself and didn't let a smile surface as he calmly said to Candace, "Return to the City of Silver with me and inform the chief and the other elders of the 6-member council of the situation here." "Yes, Jinord, you too. Lioval, you're in charge of maintaining order here. He was worried that he wouldn't be able to gain the trust of the current chief, Waite Chermont, and the others, so he pulled in 2 more companions. After handing over the corresponding matters, Derek led Candace and Jinord to a secluded spot in the new city of Silver. He lowered his head, clasped his hands, and prayed to Mr. Fool, making a wish to immediately return to the city of Silver. Silently, the scene around them first became blurry and stretched. Then, it stabilized and quickly became clear. In front of them, a city wall with hair-like weeds fluttering in the wind appeared. In just a few seconds, Derek and his 2 subordinates returned to the entrance of the city of Silver. This is a miracle. Candace rubbed her eyes with the hand that wasn't holding a weapon as she praised from the bottom of her heart. She had imagined many ways to return to the city of Silver, but she had never thought that she would return directly. To her, this was a miracle bestowed by a deity. Jinord shook the glass lantern in his hand and muttered thoughtlessly, "That's right. This is much brighter than an animal hide lantern." Before he could finish his sentence, he came to a realization and revealed a pure smile that didn't contain a hint of gloom. This time, they would be the dawn envoys who would lead the residents of the city of Silver out of the forsaken land of the gods. Derek heaved a sigh of relief and maintained his solemn expression. "Let's immediately find the chief and arrange for everyone to make preparations for the relocation." He had heard from Mr. the Hanging Man that he was just short of success. He didn't wish for the city of Silver to have a similar outcome. Therefore, he had to hurry up with the various matters that followed. When they passed through the door, the residents of the city of Silver who were in charge of guarding looked curiously at the 3 pathfinders. They saw hope in their rosy, glowing faces. "Lioval and the others haven't returned," someone asked worriedly, afraid that the other members of the Pathfinder team had already been sacrificed. Derek simply replied, "They're staying outside and building a temporary camp." "They're staying outside and building a temporary camp." The guards didn't ask further, afraid that they would waste time. They watched Derek and the others head for the Twin Towers. Not long after, Derek, Candace, and Jinord met Chief Waite Chermont and the other members of the 6-member council. They described the key points of what their team had seen and heard in the outside world. At the end of the report, they even took out pocket watches, music boxes, and other exquisite mechanical creations as proof. Apart from Waite Chermont, who was more than 2.5 meters tall and had a dark blue symbol tattooed on his head, the other members of the 6-member council looked at each other and sighed. "Your experience is like a beautiful dream. No, I can't even dream of such a scene." With that said, his expression turned solemn. "Has the dungeon that stores the sealed artifacts been built?" "This is the first building we completed." Derek gave a very certain answer. Waite nodded slightly and immediately issued an order. "Get everyone to gather at the training ground with the necessary items. In order to prevent any accidents, we will directly pray to Mr. Fool and ask him to transfer us over." At this point, Waite thought for a moment. "Mr. Fool previously sent down an oracle to get us to wait another 3 hours for the ancient survivors from Moon City to rendezvous. However, this doesn't stop us from making preparations ahead of time. Also, tell everyone that the living environment in Moon City is very difficult. Many people have already shown signs of abnormalities. We have to look at them normally. Although the city of Silver had black-faced grass as their staple food, they would still eat the flesh and blood of monsters from time to replenish their strength. This caused deformed children to occasionally be born among them. Therefore, everyone was no stranger to this phenomenon." "All right." The other members of the 6-member council didn't hesitate to respond. They couldn't help but reveal excited expressions on their faces. This time, they were no longer just seeing the dawn. They were welcoming the day. Chapter 1335. The Forsaken Land of the Gods, Moon City. When Adal, Shin, and Russ heard the high priest's voice that resounded throughout the city, they became abnormally excited. They stood up almost at the same time and carried the beast hide bags they had prepared on their backs. Inside were the mushroom powder, dried mushrooms, and pieces of monster leather, as well as a number of beyonder characteristics of different states. To them, although they were very excited and filled with anticipation for the future, the suffering they had suffered in the past made them not dare to be careless. They brought as much food as they could. Before the lightning alternated several times, the priests of Moon City had received a divine revelation from Mr. Fool. They stopped sending out hunting teams and instructed every resident to pack their important items and be prepared to leave at any time. In less than a minute, Adal and company walked out of their houses with lanterns in hand and onto the streets. As their gazes met, their wart-covered or deformed faces brimmed with undisguised joy. They didn't have any negative emotions about abandoning Moon City and leaving their hometowns. This was the source of their nightmares. Countless generations of people had lost their happiness in their childhood. After gathering at the square with the platform, they suppressed their excitement and lined up according to their residences in an orderly manner. They then checked if their neighbors had arrived. Before long, all the residents of Moon City were present. High Priest Nim walked up the platform and couldn't hide his smile. "Everyone, I've received a revelation. Mr. Fool is about to help us leave this cursed land and obtain a new life. Praise Mr. Fool." He took the lead to press his right palm on his left chest. This was a gesture they had invented to praise Mr. Fool, and Mr. Fool didn't deny it. "Praise Mr. Fool." The residents of Moon City pressed their right palms on their left chests and loudly expressed their gratitude and piety. As their voices echoed, the gray-haired and wrinkled Nim raised his hand and pressed it down. "We will first head to the City of Silver and rendezvous with the survivors there. We will head to the world of light outside. Don't worry. Mr. Fool will protect us. All right, close your eyes and begin praying." With that said, the high priest clasped his hands and pressed them to his lips. He piously prayed to Mr. Fool, hoping that the great existence could satisfy the greatest wish that Moon City had accumulated over the past 2,000 to 3,000 years. In the next second, this demigod of the Evernight pathway acutely sensed the changes in his surroundings. He opened his eyes and observed his surroundings. He discovered that the stone pillars were turning clear. Lanterns were hanging from them, and tall figures were quickly outlining themselves. "This is the City of Silver. We've already arrived at the City of Silver. This is the power of a deity. Praise Mr. Fool." Adal, Shin, and company followed closely to observe their surroundings. They subconsciously had a good impression of the City of Silver. This was because God's missionary, the revered His Excellency German Sparrow, had once mentioned that the first place he arrived at after entering this cursed and forsaken land was the City of Silver. This was the beginning of the spread of the light of God in the eternal darkness, the beginning of all hope. The figures quickly appeared. Most of them were more than 2 meters tall. Their facial features and bodies were normal without any deformities. They were sizing up the residents of Moon City with curious and wary gazes. Their oppressive height and enviable normalcy made Shin, Russ, and company nervous. They felt inferior and uneasy. However, as they swept their gazes, they saw many residents of the City of Silver nibbling on the yellowed mushrooms. From time to time, they would suck the steaming liquid from the white and plump mushrooms. This familiar scene made the people of Moon City gradually relax, treating the half-giants as their own kind. Chief of the 6-member council, Waite Chermont, nodded at Moon City's leader, the high priest named Nim. "Are you ready?" His gaze was calm and natural. He didn't look down on most people in Moon City because of their terrifying looks. Nim was worried that an accident would happen. He immediately replied, "We're ready." Waite Chermont then cast his gaze at the residents of the City of Silver. "Finish your meals in 3 minutes and begin praying." In less than a minute, the residents of the City of Silver finished their milk. They put away the remaining food in their hands and piously prayed to Mr. Fool. The ancient survivors of Moon City had magically descended in front of them, giving them more confidence in leaving the forsaken land of the gods. They truly believed in Mr. Fool. A few seconds later, everyone in the City of Silver's training ground vanished. The city fell completely silent. It wouldn't be long before polluted weeds grew, and monsters wandered the streets and houses. In the blink of an eye, the residents of the City of Silver and Moon City arrived in front of the giant king's palace, which was covered in the frozen glow of dusk. This was deliberately done by Klein. He wanted to give these ancient survivors of the forsaken land of the gods a ritual to bid farewell to the past. While the people of Moon City were shocked by the grandeur, poetic, and mythical feeling of the giant king's court, most of the residents of the City of Silver subconsciously turned their heads and looked down into the distance. Beyond the orange-red dusk was the land that was completely drowned in darkness. Occasionally, lightning streaked across the sky, revealing the silhouettes of ancient buildings, towering mountains, and mutated plants. When the lightning struck down, darkness surged over once again, devouring everything once again. Then, the people of the City of Silver and Moon City turned their heads and cast their gazes deep into the giant king's palace. There was an open door, and outside the door was a blazing golden ocean. The people who were blinded by the sunlight immediately felt their surroundings turn blurry as the scene rapidly shattered. The fragments rapidly reformed, turning into a dark blue ocean, the smell of fish, the sound of hammering, and the orange-red sun that had yet to reach the horizon. The residents of Moon City and the City of Silver looked around in shock and anticipation. They saw the lush forest that wasn't distorted at all. They saw the stone buildings that hadn't been renovated in any way. They saw Lioval and the others, as well as the road leading to the harbor and the ships docked there. Many people's vision turned blurry, as if they were being baptized by holy light. They could clearly sense that there was no depraved, filthy, and mysterious power here. Most of the residents of the City of Silver and Moon City lowered their heads or knelt on the ground. They praised Mr. Fool loudly and excitedly kissed the fragrant soil. It wasn't that the others weren't grateful to Mr. Fool, but that they were still immersed in the changes in the scene. Their bodies and minds were shocked. When they recovered, Lioval went up to greet them. He could only see his wife and daughter. When he got closer, he couldn't help but open his mouth in excitement and joy. He wanted to tell his wife and son everything he had seen and heard during this period of time, but he found that there were too many things he wanted to share. Like countless surging rivers, they all rushed to his throat and were blocked there. After a few seconds, Lioval spat out a sentence. We have a new home." Before he could finish his sentence, the 2.5-meter-tall half-giant hurriedly reached into his pocket and stretched his hand out to his wife and daughter. "This is the milk candy that Sir Oracle gave us. They all said that it's delicious." Lioval smiled. Lying quietly in his palm were two thumb-sized objects wrapped in thin paper. Their surfaces were wrinkled and stained with sweat. Milk candy. Lioval's wife didn't quite understand this word. It was a new word formed from milk and honey in Jotun. Their daughter was infected by her father's emotions. She boldly took the milk candy and was about to stuff it into her mouth. No, I have to peel off the outer layer." Lioval hurriedly took back the two milk candies, peeled off the wrapping paper, and handed them to his wife and daughter's mouths. His daughter bit down and exerted force with her teeth, producing a cracking sound. Her eyes narrowed a little, and her expression gradually became a little intoxicated. During this process, she couldn't even bear to speak. Upon seeing her daughter's expression, Lioval's wife also ate the milk candy. She felt that it was a very precious item, so she didn't bite it to pieces. Instead, she used her mouth to contain it and let it melt bit by bit. The indescribable milky fragrance and sweetness slowly spread out, causing Lioval's wife to gradually become intoxicated. Upon seeing this, Lioval's smile became even more obvious as he said the words that had been stuck in his throat. "Sir Oracle said that we can go to Byam City to find work, accept commissions, and earn gold pounds. That way, we can buy more milk candy. We can also sell the unwanted Beyonder characteristics and monster leather to the Church of the Sea God. Sea God is Mr. Fool's subsidiary god. It's going to be dark soon. I'll take you to the beach to watch the sunset. It's really beautiful. I go there every day. I've been waiting for you to come so that I can take you there as well. It's finally resolved. The anchor has stabilized quite a bit. Furthermore, fulfilling the wishes of the people of the City of Silver and Moon City has allowed my miracle invoker potion to digest quite a bit, but it's not as much as the reappearance of Constant City. Indeed, being the god of wishes isn't the most correct acting." Above the grey fog, Klein slowly exhaled and threw the Staff of the Stars back into the junk pile. Following that, he would continue wandering and create miracles. From time to time, he would head to the Forsaken Land of the Gods and transform some monsters into marionettes in preparation for the subsequent rituals. As for the next stage of acting as a miracle invoker, Klein planned on accumulating wishes to modify his looks and figure until he could resolve the problem of the deformities in Moon City and create another miracle. This isn't too difficult. Many ladies have the wish of removing acne, cutting off their double eyelids, and making their noses sharper. As for me, I have a certain method to fulfill it. This way, from low to high, from simple to difficult, I'll be able to save the deformities in Moon City sooner or later. In the outside world, they will feel even more inferior. Klein muttered inwardly before he suddenly gave a self-deprecating laugh. That way, I can call myself the ruler of the beauty industry, the guardian of designers and construction workers, and the miracle creator of long-distance travel. After entering the waters without a safe sea route, Queen Mystic Bernadette seemed to lose her sense of time. If it wasn't for the accurate wall clock hanging in her captain's cabin, she definitely would have forgotten how many days she had been in this dangerous zone. The strong winds and torrential rain made the ship fly high and move horizontally from time to time, as though it was announcing the arrival of the apocalypse. Bernadette watched calmly and waited patiently. She didn't interfere with the Dawn's situation too much. After an unknown period of time, the storm finally subsided. At that moment, a black outline appeared in the distance. Chapter 1336. Bernadette stared at the silhouettes for a long time until they gradually became clearer as the dawn approached, outlining a sizable island. On the island, huge dark green trees that were nearly black stood tall, covering the ground and the mountain. Although Bernadette wasn't certain that this was the primitive island that her father had once visited, her intuition as a clairvoyant told her that this was very likely the place she was searching for. As the coastline entered her eyes, she pursed her lips, lowered her head, and chanted an honorific name, the fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the grey fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. Right on the heels of that, Queen Mystic Bernadette raised her hand and made the crewless Dawn stop offshore, not approaching the shore. At the same time, the sounds of a piano, violin, cello, flute, and other musical instruments sounded in the empty cabin, interweaving into a warm and cheerful tune. As the music reverberated, the toast, steak, mashed potatoes, and fried mushrooms on the plate jumped up one after another, dancing back into the oven or into the trash can. The red wine bottle, white tablecloth, and other items also returned to their original positions. They either plugged themselves in or kept folding themselves neatly. Then, Bernadette gently threw out a bright ball of yarn that didn't seem real enough with her right hand. This ball of yarn rolled into the void, leaving behind a thread. Bernadette followed it as she strolled through the spirit world and arrived at the edge of the nameless island. This Queen Mystic wasn't in a hurry to venture deeper to search for the Black Emperor's mausoleum that might exist. She cautiously made her ocean blue eyes turn deep, temporarily losing focus as though she was prying into the river of fate. A few seconds later, Bernadette's eyes returned to normal as she subconsciously looked up into the sky. She felt that she was being watched by a certain existence. Of course, this was within her expectations because she had taken the initiative to chant Mr. Fool's honorific name. Above the grey fog, in the ancient palace, Klein accommodated the Fool card, draped the curtain, and held the staff of the stars. He was examining the situation on the island through Queen Mystic's prayer light. In his true vision, the island was enveloped in a layer of faint, distorted darkness, preventing him from seeing the situation inside. He could only obtain Bernadette's perspective. Even if it's not the primitive island discovered by Roselle the Great, this place isn't simple either. Klein nodded indiscernibly as he waited for Queen Mystic to do more exploring. Bernadette didn't use the ball of thread again, because she had a premonition that it would lead her into an abyss of danger that she couldn't resist. She took out an illusory hat and put it on her head. Her figure, who was dressed as a captain, disappeared, concealing all traces. It was also one of the fairy-tale spells from Mysterious Reenactment. The core of the spell was a hat that could make one invisible. Then, Bernadette followed a path created by humans and entered the forest formed by huge trees. There was no chirping of birds, no roars of wild beasts, and no movement of insects. It was so quiet that it seemed like time had frozen. It was so quiet that it seemed like there were no living creatures. According to Bernadette's understanding, there should be quite a number of Beyonder creatures that were extinct in the outside world. Normally, it would be rather lively. But now, she felt like she was walking through an uninhabited cemetery. Every huge tree was a tombstone. If it were those beyond us with weaker minds, they would have already tensed up and shouldered the heavy pressure, slowly approaching the edge of losing control. However, Bernadette's expression didn't change at all. It was as though she was already used to proceeding through danger and oddities. After walking for nearly 30 minutes, she still didn't see any living creatures. She didn't even feel the existence of the wind. Suddenly, the area in front of her opened up because the huge trees in front of her had become sparse. Bernadette didn't feel any joy. Instead, she slowed down, raised her hand, and pressed it against her glabella. Immediately, a pair of eyelashless, abnormally cold, and almost transparent eyes appeared in front of her. Then, this pair of eyes of mystery prying was grabbed by invisible hands and placed on an invisible person's face. This was Bernadette's invisible servant. With the eyes of mystery prying, the invisible servant quickly passed through the remaining paths and arrived at an open forest. During this process, its vision gradually became clear, as though it was no longer affected by the faint blackness in the air. Finally, the invisible servant arrived at the edge of the open area and transmitted the situation to Bernadette's vision through the eyes of mystery prying. Outside the sparse forest was a large empty space. There were countless creatures crawling there. Among them were red dragons with flames flowing through their skin, treants with lumps as their eyes and cracks as their mouths, demonic wolves with 8 legs, giants with 4 abnormally long limbs, feathered snakes with dark green scales and oily feathers. Just by coiling there, they looked like small hills. There were all kinds of creatures that were a mix of humans and beasts. At that moment, they were all facing the same direction. Their upper bodies or heads were prostrated, as though they were worshipping an unknown existence. None of them made a sound. There were even a few humans among them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. When Bernadette silently counted the number of humanoid creatures, her blue pupils suddenly dilated a little. She had learned from Admiral of Stars Catlear that the primitive island her father had discovered once had some kind of strange pollution. It allowed the creatures that died from it to return to the source, regardless of where their corpses were. Back then, among the knights who followed Roselle the Great, Grim was the first to die, followed by William and Paulie. However, apart from the 3 of them, no one else had been sacrificed in the corresponding incident. And at that moment, there were a total of 5 people among the Beyonder or mutated creatures. In addition, Bernadette also knew that her father had finally resolved the problem of the pollution, making this primitive island his secret base. Could it be that it wasn't that island? Through the eyes of mystery prying, Queen Mystic examined the 5 humans one by one. They were dressed in luxurious clothes from Roselle's era. Their side profiles were pale, and their skin was shriveled. They looked more like zombies than humans. As the 5 of them were prostrating on the ground, Bernadette couldn't see their faces for the time being. All she could do was patiently wait for the prayer to end. A few minutes later, the creatures straightened their bodies at the same time, and the entire primitive forest came alive. Seizing this opportunity, Bernadette saw the faces of the 5 people and compared them with her memories and the portraits she had. Grim, he's really grim. This is that primitive island, this is Uncle William. I remember him. He once taught me swordsmanship, Uncle Paulie. When she recognized the 4th person, Bernadette's face, which rarely showed any emotions, revealed an unconcealable look of shock. That person was Edwards. In Bernadette's memories, this knight had lived until her father perished. Then, he moved his family to Lenberg and didn't die on this primitive island. And according to the information she obtained from Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina, Edwards had lived to nearly 100 years old. He had passed away very peacefully and was buried in a cemetery in the suburbs of Lenberg. Uncle Edwards has also returned to this island. Didn't he not suffer from corruption and didn't die as a result? Thoughts flashed through Bernadette's mind. As a result, the eyes of mystery prying that were placed on the invisible servant's face kept staring at the human suspected to be Edwards. The gentleman looked old, and his hair was completely white. He was identical to the portrait of her ancestor in his later years that Edwina Edwards had shown her. And from his facial features and outline, Bernadette could tell that he was in his prime. Back then, Edwards was her equestrian teacher. Suddenly, The human suspected to be Edwards turned his head and looked at the invisible servant with cold, wooden eyes. Although Bernadette had inherited quite a bit of Roselle the Great's inheritance, to be able to reach this point in the mysterious world, she definitely didn't rely on items. At that instant, she decisively dispersed the eyes of mystery prying, allowing the invisible servant to return to the spirit world. Right on the heels of that, she secretly changed her location. At the same time, Klein, who was above the grey fog, tapped the edge of the long, mottled table, increasing the chances of Bernadette not being discovered. After the human suspected to be Edwards retracted his stiff gaze and walked to a different spot in the primitive forest with the surrounding creatures, Klein frowned slightly and muttered to himself, "What's going on?" He remembered that the Emperor had resolved the corruption of the cosmos on this primitive island when he was alive, but now, these creatures were still worshipping an unknown existence and holding a mysterious ritual. It was very close to the earliest description in the diary. Did someone from the cosmos invade this place after the Emperor perished, or are they actually worshipping a symbol left behind by the Emperor? Who are the two extra people? They look like Edwards and Benjamin Abraham from the historical fragment. Due to the faint blackness on the island, Klein temporarily couldn't see what was being worshipped. All he could do was follow Bernadette's eyes to observe his surroundings. After a while, Bernadette, who was proficient in prophecy, finally confirmed that there were no creatures in the open space. She summoned the invisible servant again and gave it the eyes of mystery prying. The invisible servant passed through the sparse and completely empty areas of the forest and carefully arrived at the spot where the creatures were worshipping. There was a huge boulder, and on it was a simple shrine made of dark red wood. The invisible servant circled around and came to the front of the shrine. It discovered that it was empty inside. There were no statues, nor were there any emblems formed from symbols. The creatures on this island seemed to be worshipping something that didn't exist. Chapter 1337. Through the eyes of mystery prying, Bernadette saw that the interior of the dark red shrine was empty. There was nothing, only the shadowy curtain that usually enveloped reality. She was unable to divine anything from it, so she had no choice but to retract her gaze and follow her intuition. She made the invisible servant walk to the other end of the open area. It was also a primitive forest with towering trees. At the same time, as the invisible servant couldn't go too far away from her, she quietly followed behind while wearing the invisibility hat. She unhurriedly passed through the area where all the creatures on the island were gathered. Here, the sky always seemed a little gloomy, filled with a faint black color. As time passed by quickly, the invisible servant entered the forest where the branches blocked out the sky. His vision suddenly turned dark. Right on the heels of that, the pair of nearly transparent, cold, and undetectable eyes of mystery prying saw through the dark environment. She noticed that there were pale corpses placed between the trees, and there were skulls, rotting corpses, and other things hanging from the branches. Some of them were dragons, some were bird-like creatures, some had 8 legs, and some were strange trees that completely filled the gaps in the forest. At a glance, Bernadette felt as though she had arrived at a cemetery, and a scene naturally surfaced in her mind. Before those Beyonder creatures died, they gave birth to their descendants, passing down their Beyonder characteristics to them. As for themselves, they struggled and came to this area of the primitive forest from all directions, searching for an unoccupied spot. They faced a certain direction and died quietly, gradually rotting and turning into bones. What's the point of this place to them? As a clairvoyant, Bernadette fully believed that the scenes in her mind were real. However, she was puzzled as to what power made the creatures on this primitive island choose this place as their cemetery. Furthermore, the long-dead Grimm, William, Paulie, and company seemed to still be alive in a certain state. It didn't make sense for the Beyonder and mutated creatures who had been staying on this island all this time to suffer even more corruption to completely die. This made Bernadette frown slightly. She drove the invisible servant to continue forward, heading deeper into the creature cemetery. Just like that, the invisible servant advanced for nearly 15 minutes in this forest filled with bones and rotting corpses. Finally, it saw a fourth thing besides the trees, weeds, and corpses. It was a black stone pillar. It was as thick as 5 or 6 people holding hands around it, and it was 30 to 40 meters tall. There were circular traces of weathering on its surface, as if it was wearing one ring after another that did not fit. Bernadette made the eyes of mystery prying stare at the stone pillar for a few seconds, but she didn't discover anything mysterious about it. It was as though it was a symbol that had been casually erected. The invisible servant looked around and discovered that the corpses around the stone pillar hadn't rotted too badly. They were still covered in relatively intact flesh and skin. Beyond powers that don't exist, strange effects that are different from other places. Unless the newly deceased are passively gathered near the stone pillar, it's impossible for them to have such a unified trend. Bernadette suspected that it wasn't that there was no mystery here, but that it could only appear at a specific moment. She didn't use her prophecy powers to search for the truth, because the essence of a prophecy was to pry into the river of fate. The more serious the problem involved, the higher one's level, the greater the backlash on her. And in this inexplicable situation, Bernadette couldn't help but be cautious. She was afraid that it would be related to an unknown and terrifying existence. In addition, this didn't cause any harm to her, so there was no need for her to take the risk to make a prophecy. After the invisible servant searched for a while and didn't find any clues, it continued forward, attempting to pass through the cemetery and head to another area of the primitive forest. At that moment, Bernadette heard rustling. It was the sound of a breeze passing through the leaves, a tide that stirred up in the void. This was the first time Bernadette felt the wind since she had landed on this strange island. Subconsciously, she made the invisible servant turn its head and look at the black stone pillar. In the eye of mystery prying, the rotten parts of the corpses around the stone pillar fell off piece by piece. New flesh and blood grew out as though they had a mind of their own. Inch by inch, the skin gradually covered this horrifying scene. This change only lasted for less than 10 seconds before it stopped. A small number of corpses no longer showed any signs of decay. They looked like they had just died. In the next second, a mutated curly-haired baboon and an 8-legged demonic wolf staggered to their feet. Their fur was slightly white, and their skin was slightly shriveled. Their eyes were blank and cold. Then, the two creatures that were supposed to be dead found their own directions and left the graveyard from different directions. Bernadette's eyes froze as her brows pricked up slightly. She finally understood why the creatures on this island had struggled to come to this area before they died. Why did they have to die here? Here, the end point of death wasn't connected to eternal slumber, but to a new beginning. Furthermore, this wasn't the kind of resurrection that a spirit guide could summon from zombies and skeletons. It was a new life with a certain level of will and vitality. The underlying rules of the world are distorted and chaotic here. In addition, there seems to be a hint of the mystery of the Black Emperor's resurrection. However, the conditions of the dead who have obtained new life aren't right. They're closer to zombies. There's a huge problem with such a resurrection. Above the grey fog, Klein also saw this scene and had many guesses. Of course, this was all based on the premise that the Emperor had indeed left the last mausoleum here and exerted some sort of influence. On second thought, Klein rejected this idea. This was because before the Emperor became an angel, a similar situation existed on this primitive island. The long-dead Grimm was proof. Yes, the exact details back then might not be like this. Perhaps, compared to back then, there's already some distortion and chaos. Klein nodded gently, prepared to protect Bernadette at any time. Bernadette also made a guess. She didn't let the invisible servant stay where it was and wait for the next tide of rebirth. This was because she had prophesied a development after the invisible servant was affected by the tide of rebirth multiple times. It had strangely developed a certain will and came to life. In addition, it wasn't that the invisible servant hadn't done any investigations before, but it had failed to discover anything special about the black stone pillar. Bernadette didn't believe that it would gain any additional benefits if it continued to stay. Under such circumstances, compared to the possibility of alarming an unknown existence for in-depth research, it was better to grasp the general situation of this primitive island as much as possible and build a comprehensive understanding. Many a time, the answer to a problem that couldn't be figured out in the earlier stages might lie in the later stages. This was the experience that Bernadette had accumulated over the years. As the invisible servant advanced, The corpses on the giant trees and branches gradually decreased in number. During this process, Bernadette discovered another phenomenon in the tide of rebirth. It wasn't certain that there would be corpses that would be resurrected. However, once there was a resurrection, there would be an empty area. In the next 5 minutes, the other corpses would stiffly move towards the central area like metal being attracted by a magnet. They would fill the corresponding spots one after another, as though they were queuing up for a blessing. The law of beyonder characteristics convergence? No, it doesn't seem like it. The dead here have already passed down their characteristics. As Bernadette's thoughts wandered, she suddenly thought of a question. It's impossible for the dead to regrow their beyonder characteristics after receiving new life. Then, do they still have the abilities they had when they were alive? When I have a more complete grasp of the island's situation, I can find a resurrected one to test it out. Bernadette quickly made a decision and followed the path that the invisible servant had explored as she proceeded forward. She didn't use any beyonder powers other than the invisibility hat. She wanted to not disturb the environment or miss out on any details. Therefore, she didn't walk very fast. It took her about 15 minutes to leave the cemetery. At this moment, the invisible servant had already entered the forest ahead. He heard the occasional bird chirps and beast roars, and he sensed the vibrant vitality that was different from the other areas. Above the grey fog, Klein sighed. Thankfully, I'm now the owner of Sapphira Castle. With the status of a king of angels here, I can observe reality for as long as I want. I don't have to worry about exhausting my spirituality. Yes, the only thing I need to pay attention to is the body hidden in the ancient city from before the first epoch. After proceeding for a few more minutes, the invisible servant suddenly saw something that didn't match the primitive island's environment. It was a wooden hut that looked like the wooden hut of a forest ranger. The wooden hut was brownish-green in color, and it wasn't more than 2.5 meters tall. It looked like it was prepared for humans, but every detail exuded roughness and simplicity. At that moment, the wooden hut's door was open, allowing Bernadette to see a portion of the situation inside through the eyes of mystery prying. A log-colored table, a fur-covered bed, and a low-back round chair formed a scene of humans living here. Who lives here? With a thought, the invisible servant quickly approached the wooden hut in search of possible clues. It then discovered that the wooden hut was cold. Apart from the furniture, there was nothing else. It was as though no one had lived here for a long time. Just as Bernadette used the eyes of mystery prying to carefully inspect every detail in the wooden hut, she suddenly had a premonition. She hurriedly made the invisible servant turn around. At some point in time, there was an additional person behind the invisible servant. He wore luxurious clothes from the Roselle period. His hair was completely white, and he looked old. He had a pair of light blue eyes that were extremely cold and blank. Edwards. This was the knight who had lived for a period of time after the emperor perished, Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina's ancestor. Edwards stared at the invisible servant for a few seconds before suddenly opening his mouth and saying in a deep voice, "Your Highness." Chapter 1338. Bernadette fell silent for 2 seconds before replying through the invisible servant. "Uncle Edwards, why are you here?" She used the form of address she used when she was young to reduce the chances of any unnecessary accidents happening. And when her voice echoed in the surrounding air through the invisible servant, it was dry and hoarse, completely different from her normal state. Edwards's face was pale, as though he had just crawled out of a cemetery. He didn't have any warmth. "I don't know either. I once woke up and found myself back on this island. This might be my destiny, the destiny of guarding His Majesty." He would pause after every sentence, but he didn't give off the feeling that he was out of breath. It was as though he hadn't spoken for a long time, causing his throat to feel rusty. He wasn't used to it. Without waiting for Bernadette to ask, this knight, who was famous on the continent more than 100 years ago, added in a flat tone, "His Majesty's mausoleum is nearby. I've been guarding this place, waiting for him to revive. But after so many years, there's been no abnormal activity in the mausoleum. There have been no signs of revival." Bernadette made the invisible servant survey the area and say, "That's right. This wooden hut is where you live." Edwards's exposed skin appeared slightly shriveled, matching the age spots he had to begin with. His voice was deep and hoarse as he replied intermittently, "Yes. I used the surrounding trees as materials to build this house." Bernadette's invisible servant looked in the direction she came from. "Uncle William and the rest aren't with you?" Edwards's cold and wooden eyes moved. "They have long been corrupted and have already died. Although they've come back to life, they're closer to a monster than they were before. Your Highness, you have to be wary of them and avoid them. Apart from Benjamin and me, no one else can be trusted." Bernadette fell silent for a moment before asking through the invisible servant, "Where's my father's mausoleum? I want to take a look." Edwards's neck moved slightly stiffly. "All right." He then walked towards the wooden house step by step, and took out a rusty black iron axe from inside. "I'll take you there," Edwards said as he looked at the invisible servant that shouldn't have been visible under normal circumstances. During this process, his expression was stiff, and there was almost no change. "All right," Bernadette responded at the edge of the forest. With the help of the invisible servant, she made her dry and hoarse voice echo around her. Edwards was nearly 1.9 meters tall and appeared a little thin. With his axe in hand, he walked to the back of the wooden hut and said in a monotonous tone, "That's why I'm here. Very close. Be careful on the road." Bernadette immediately controlled the invisible servant and made it follow closely behind the luxuriously dressed Edwards. As they traversed the primitive forest, Bernadette suddenly made the invisible servant ask, "What's the matter? Uncle Edwards, what were you worshipping in that clearing?" Edwards didn't look back as he maintained a nearly uniform pace. "Your Majesty." Bernadette, who was at least 2 kilometers behind him and the invisible servant, immediately pricked up her eyebrows. She took nearly 3 seconds to control her emotions. Through the invisible servant, she continued asking emotionlessly, "What's wrong? Uncle William and the rest are also worshipping him?" Edwards paused for a moment, but his back remained facing the invisible servant and the eyes of mystery prying. "No." He slowed down as though he was thinking of an answer. "I don't know what they're worshipping." Bernadette's eyes narrowed slightly, as though she could see some changes in the river of fate. She didn't ask any more questions as she made the invisible servant silently follow behind Edwards. Amidst the huge, dark green trees and sharp, black shrubs, they walked towards the island's mountain peak. In just 4 to 5 minutes, the trees in front of them disappeared. This wasn't a gradual transition from dense to sparse until it was empty. Instead, there was an invisible line as the boundary, and the huge trees suddenly disappeared. Beyond the invisible boundary was a mountain that was hundreds of meters tall. Above it was also covered with huge, dark green trees that were almost black. From afar, it looked like it had fused with the forest, making it indistinguishable from each other. However, the side of the mountain that faced Edwards and Bernadette was mostly devoid of trees. This was because half of the mountain had been hollowed out. In the belly of the mountain stood a black mausoleum, looking extremely majestic. Most of it belonged to the mountain range itself, and a small portion of it had traces of artificial construction and polishing. It truly explained what it meant to use a mountain as a mausoleum. Therefore, the mausoleum's appearance wasn't like a common pyramid. It was more like a towering mountain. It wasn't symmetrical, but it was definitely majestic. It was unknown if it was because of the mausoleum itself or if Edwards had cleaned it up, but there weren't any weeds growing on its surface. Nor were there any vines that were commonly seen on other parts of the mountain. This allowed Bernadette to directly see the various words and symbols engraved on the mausoleum through the eyes of mystery prying. She saw the heavy stone door that was nearly 30 meters tall that seemed to be prepared for giants. Bernadette wasn't unfamiliar with those words and symbols. With just a little identification, she could tell that they were either from the civil code that her father had written and promulgated, or they belonged to the new social trends that he had created, or they were directly the blueprints of certain inventions. Just as Bernadette was carefully examining them, Klein, who was above the grey fog, was completely certain that this was the last mausoleum left behind by Roselle the Great. This was somewhat similar to the mausoleum he had seen in the Tudor ruins. It had the majesty and distortion that belonged to the Black Emperor. After walking out of the primitive forest and passing through the invisible boundary, Edward stopped not far from the mausoleum. He half-turned his body and aimed his pale face and cold eyes at the invisible servant. "Don't go in. That will interrupt the resurrection." Bernadette frowned slightly and thought for 2 seconds. With the eyes of mystery prying, she locked onto the mausoleum. Then, her ocean blue eyes suddenly became extremely serene, like the surface of the sea before a storm. Under such circumstances, she clearly lost focus, and her eyes were blank. She was prying into the river of fate and making a prophecy for her next actions. Above the grey fog, Klein tapped the long mottled table once again, increasing her chances of success and making preparations to resist the corruption of the cosmos. Of course, the latter wasn't necessary, because Bernadette had a Grade 0 sealed artifact that she could control. In the next second, Bernadette raised her right hand. Her skin immediately turned as white as snow, her lips as red as blood, and her hair as black as ebony. An illusory, ancient mirror appeared in her hand. This was Snow White from fairy tale magic. Bernadette used it to increase the success rate and accuracy of her prophecy. Silently, she saw a scene. The majestic and dignified dark mausoleum clearly shook as the heavy and tall stone door opened. Then, a huge, pitch-black arm extended out of the stone door. The size of this arm was close to the trees on the island. From its color and state, it looked more like a part of a shadow, but it wasn't a thin layer. Instead, it was filled with flesh and blood, making it look extremely strange. It used its elbows to support itself on the ground and moved forward with great difficulty, as though it was trying to pull out a larger and more terrifying part of the mausoleum. Boom! The entire island began to shake. Bang! The pair of eyes of mystery prying that were almost transparent suddenly shattered. Bernadette's eyes immediately closed, as though she had seen an intense light that she couldn't look straight at, or she had suffered unbearable damage. Blood flowed from the corners of her eyes, and her face turned much paler. On her body, pairs of illusory and holy wings spread out, using the descent of pure white feathers to neutralize some invisible corruption. She does have the ability to resist. The Emperor's inheritance is really rich. Heh. Before Maram Hermit was educated by me, she liked to use the eyes of mystery prying to observe the people and objects around her. There's definitely a factor of her upbringing. In short, it's all Roselle's fault. Above the grey fog, Klein heaved a sigh of relief as he couldn't help but criticize the Emperor. Immediately following that, his thoughts raced as he analyzed the scene Bernadette had seen in her prophecy. After the stone door opened, a terrifying creature seemed to crawl out of the mausoleum. This might be the resurrected Roselle, or it might be a symbol of some disaster. For example, a particular outer deity that had once corrupted this island, or the primordial moon that had secretly corrupted Roselle. Yes, even if it's Roselle, it's definitely not in the form of a human. It's closer to a mythical creature or a deity. In addition, I can't be sure if that terrifying creature has any intelligence or if it can be communicated with. There's another important question. Was the opening of the stone door done by Bernadette or someone else, or was it done by the terrifying creature in the mausoleum? If it's the latter, even if we don't do anything, things might develop to the stage in the prophecy. A prophecy is really filled with ambiguity. Klein casually conjured a gold coin and flicked it up to make a divination. The results of the dream divination showed that the mausoleum was in both a dangerous and safe state. How do I interpret this? As Klein pondered, he focused his attention back on Bernadette. Bernadette took nearly a minute to recover, no longer appearing as weak as before. However, for the time being, she was unable to make any predictions about what she saw. She could only confirm that the problem was definitely very complicated. Because the eye of mystery prying had shattered, she could no longer use it to see all kinds of secrets. She could only use the senses of the invisible servant to check the basic situation around her. She realized that Edwards had remained silent and motionless when she was unable to control the invisible servant, as though he hadn't noticed anything amiss. After some thought, with the help of the invisible servant, Bernadette said to Edwards, "I'm not sure. Do you still remember the years spent in Lemberg?" Edwards' indifferent, light blue eyes moved. "I remember. I seem to be." At this point, he seemed to have thought of something. His expression twisted as if he was suffering from some kind of indescribable pain. In this state, his eyes suddenly glowed with a strange light. I seem to have died." Chapter 1339. He's already dead. Edwards turned his head and looked at Bernadette's invisible servant with his light blue eyes. His gaze was no longer cold and blank. It shimmered with a strange glint that was filled with disbelief. Only at this moment did he realize that he had long died and revived. He was no different from William, Paulie, and Grim, who needed to be wary of him. This change only lasted for 2 seconds before Edwards's face suddenly contorted. His already pale skin rapidly dimmed as it tore apart inch by inch. Under his skin, the bright red flesh began to rot at a visible speed, dripping with a pungent, pale yellow liquid. With a whoosh, Edwards raised the iron-black axe in his hand. Fart! He cleaved the axe down on his head, as though he was trying to prevent any negative thoughts from appearing in his mind. The axe was heavy and sharp, directly splitting open Edwards's skull and cleaving down to his glabella. Drip! Drip! Drops of milky white brain juice flowed down the axe's edge and slid down Edwards's twisted and torn face, as though milk had been poured onto a bright red strawberry. Don't come near me. After striking himself in the head, Edwards said in a low and hoarse voice to Bernadette's invisible servant. As soon as he finished speaking, his expression became stiff again, and his eyes gradually became wooden. He turned around and walked towards the forest he came from, 1 step at a time. His thin and shriveled body was slightly bent, as though he was hunched over. Bernadette had probed him with her question because she had too many doubts and worries regarding entering the mausoleum. All she could do was indirectly point out the problem with Edwards and see if she could find more clues from his answer. To her surprise, this knight who was famous in the northern continent during the Roselle era had such an intense and strange reaction. After 2 seconds of silence, Bernadette made the invisible servant say to Edwards's back, "Your descendants are doing well. Your descendants are doing well and have achieved a certain level of success." With his back facing the mausoleum, Edward stopped for a moment before continuing forward. He passed through the invisible boundary and disappeared into the forest. His target seemed to be the stone pillar cemetery where the dead could obtain new life. At the same time, Bernadette looked up at the sky. The faint blackness that permeated the area had clearly dissipated, but there was an indescribable feeling. The entire primitive island had undergone a subtle, indescribable change. Suddenly, Bernadette, who was hiding at the edge of the invisible boundary, touched her back. She felt something heavy there, as though there was something extra. When her left palm touched the target, Bernadette realized that there was an additional strand of hair. At this moment, she was wearing an inti-style blouse with a large lace flower on the collar. She was wearing an indigo-patterned captain's suit, beige trousers, knee-high boots, and a triangular hat with a feather on it. She was dressed like the leader of a pirate ship. In this image, her chestnut-colored hair was originally tied into a bun and draped over her back. But now, although her hairstyle did not change, her hair had instantly grown longer, reaching her waist. Right on the heels of that, Bernadette lowered her head and looked at her right palm. She saw that her fingernails were extending out at the same time. This queen mystic wasn't surprised or flustered. Following her instincts as a clairvoyant and the experience she had accumulated over a long period of time, she took a few steps forward and passed through the invisible boundary. She completely left the primitive forest and entered the empty area where the Black Emperor's mausoleum was. During this process, Bernadette even made the invisible servant return to the spirit world. 3 to 4 seconds later, she felt the ground begin to shake slightly. The mausoleum also began to tremble. Subconsciously, Bernadette turned her head to look at the primitive forest. Her gaze froze for a moment as she looked at it. The dark green trees that were nearly black waved their branches and pulled out their roots one after another. Then, like humans, they approached Bernadette. The entire Primeval forest had come to life. Looking at the densely packed trees that seemed to blot out the sky, Bernadette felt like the end of the world had arrived. Every place would be covered by the forest. The gigantic red dragon with flames flowing through its skin rapidly flew into the sky. The 8-legged demonic wolf began to run between the trees. All the Beyonder and mutated creatures on the island became restless as they headed towards the mausoleum. Although she was a clairvoyant, Bernadette never expected that a simple question that she hadn't directly pointed out would bring about such an anomaly. It was as though it was a key that opened the door to the abyss. Above the grey fog, Klein saw more. Combined with his knowledge of mysticism, he had a guess. Edwards's situation is somewhat different from William and Grimm's. It's like a loophole in the order of this primitive island, or rather, a shadow. When he realized that he was long dead, this loophole, this shadow, was discovered by the order, and it began to be mended. And the mending brought about an increase in the order, causing the entire island to undergo an anomaly. I can sense that there's a certain level of the Black Emperor's power in here. It was it that affected Edwards, allowing him to maintain a portion of his will after being reborn. And where did the original order of the primitive island come from? As Klein's thoughts raced, he suddenly sensed that Bernadette had undergone a certain anomaly. Badump, badump, badump. Bernadette could vaguely hear her heartbeat. The rhythm of her heartbeat was rather chaotic, as though it was a mixture of two sounds. 2. Bernadette's heart stirred as she calmly focused her attention back on herself. In the next second, she confirmed that the heartbeat she heard came from two sources. One came from her heart, and the other came from her abdomen. It was as though there was an additional heart in her abdomen, expanding and contracting at an unhurried pace. Furthermore, this heart was growing bit by bit. Without needing to use her mystery-prying powers to look at her abdomen, Bernadette directly sensed that there was a fetus in her abdomen. It grew from the size of a raisin to the size of a normal human palm, and it was still growing. It didn't seem like it would take long for it to mature, tear open its mother's abdomen, and crawl out while dripping with blood. Unknowingly, Bernadette had become pregnant with a fetus. And her spirituality and the sealed artifact on her failed to detect it ahead of time and stop it, as though it was powerless to deal with such an influence. Earth Mother. Primordial Moon. Mother Tree of Desire. 3 divine names flashed across Bernadette's mind. According to what she knew, there weren't many mysteries that could cause such an anomaly. Most of them came from domains related to the Earth and Moon pathways. The plantar pathways sequence 0 was called Mother. The primordial moon could allow stones to obtain the ability to reproduce, and the Mother Tree of Desire was suspected to have grasped a portion of the high sequence beyond the characteristics of the moon pathway. Bernadette wasn't in a hurry to deal with the fetus in her stomach. She first made her eyes turn deep once again, using her clairvoyant powers to pry into her best choice. This time, she only took a second to obtain the corresponding prophecy. The hope of survival lies in the mausoleum. Without any hesitation, Bernadette extended her right hand and quickly outlined words that were suffused with starlight in midair. These words, which were similar to the words on the blasphemy slate, quickly intertwined into a strange symbol, opening a secret door that led deep into the spirit world. Following that, the secret door opened, and a gust of wind blew out, transforming into a man whose upper body was human and lower body was covered in white cloth. Sage Frontlet, Bernadette instructed with a calm tone and a dignified voice. The man respectfully responded and took out an ornament from the white cloth wrapped around his body. At the core of the accessory was a vertical eye embedded with a diamond. It shimmered with a pure light, giving off an abnormally holy and intelligent feeling. However, it also appeared rather cold and devoid of warmth. Bernadette took the accessory and embedded it in the middle of her forehead. This was a Grade 0 sealed artifact. Bernadette usually didn't carry it with her because the negative effects were too severe. However, at this moment, the Sage Frontlet had an ability that was rather important to Bernadette. She was willing to bear the consequences of not being able to use any evil magic, as well as the Beyonder characteristic gradually affecting her body and fusing with it bit by bit. If she couldn't remove the Sage Frontlet in a short period of time, it would be equivalent to someone splashing a Sequence 2 potion on her. When the time came, she would either be lucky and successfully advance to become a sage, or she would lose control and turn into a monster. And without the supplementary ingredients and the corresponding ritual, the chances of the former were almost negligible. After the diamond vertical eye appeared on her forehead, Bernadette's body began to turn incorporeal, disintegrating into a vast amount of knowledge. In an instant, she became a pure creature of information. The fetus in her womb didn't obtain such a state as it fell to the ground with a thud. It was about half the size of a normal baby, and it had already grown facial features and limbs. Its skin was wrinkled, and it was flowing with sticky pus. As it left its mother's body, it that hadn't completely taken form gradually degenerated and quickly melted into the air. The baby was clearly indignant as it tried its best to open its eyes that were sealed by the mucus. It opened its mouth with sharp fangs and made a final struggle. At this moment, Klein, who was above the grey fog, tapped the edge of the long mottled table with his finger. Pa! He magnified the probability of the baby's struggle failing. The baby finally couldn't maintain itself and completely dissipated in front of the approaching forest. At the same time, the torrent of information that Bernadette had transformed into passed through the heavy stone door and entered the Black Emperor mausoleum, reforming her original body. During this process, she seemed to see a black shadow. Chapter 1340. When she entered the Black Emperor mausoleum, Bernadette vaguely saw a black shadow. However, after she escaped the torrent of information and reconstructed her body with her vast and pure knowledge, she didn't sense anything. It was as though what she had just experienced was just an illusion. This queen mystic wasn't in a hurry to enter the mausoleum. She stayed where she was and carefully sized up her surroundings. Without using her powers related to mystery prying, everything here was clearly presented to her. The interior of the Black Emperor mausoleum was empty. Apart from the dark walls and the high platform in the middle, there was nothing else. On the high platform was a seat that seemed to be prepared for a giant. It seemed to be made of iron, and its surface was engraved with complicated and distorted patterns. The top of the backrest extended upwards in the shape of a crown. At that moment, there was no figure on this heavy and huge seat. It was as though it was waiting for its emperor to return. Just as Bernadette was about to take a tentative step forward and approach the high platform, she suddenly realized that she couldn't move at all. It was as though she was firmly bound to the spot by invisible shackles. Right on the heels of that, pairs of illusory and wholly white wings naturally spread out from her back, as though she was passively resisting something. In the next second, the white feathers on the angel's wings fell one after another. In midair, deformed, thin, furry limbs grew out. And the gaps created by the layers of feathers opened up one after another, as though they had become countless eyes. The distorted feathers immediately let out a crisp laughter, causing the sound to reverberate within the mausoleum. They all came to life, turning into miniature feathermen. This reminded Bernadette of some of the fairy tales her father had told her. In them, there would always be pixies that weren't larger than a thumb. As this thought flashed through her mind, Bernadette felt her right eye begin to itch. The eyelashes of that eye rapidly grew long, turning into tiny arms that propped up her face, trying hard to pull out her eyeball. I saw it. I saw it. The blood vessels in Bernadette's right eye protruded as it let out a childish and lively voice, as though it had obtained its own sentience and consciousness. This was also a form of rebirth. Almost at the same time, Bernadette's left ear drooped down, covering her ear canal. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it, the ear shouted with a slightly shrill voice. If she didn't use her spirituality to sense it, Bernadette would definitely imagine that there was a young lady beside her, covering her ears and stomping her feet while screaming. Without giving her any time to react, the sage frontlet in the middle of her forehead automatically left her body and floated into the air. On the surface of the vertical eye that was inlaid with diamonds, countless cold brilliance flashed, as if it had grown one tiny eye after another. And every eye reflected Bernadette's figure. The philosopher's frontlet also gained a certain living characteristic. Just as the Grade 0 sealed artifact was about to awaken and affect its target in some way, a pale and slender illusory palm reached out and grabbed it. The living characteristic of the sage frontlet quickly dissipated, as if it had reached the end of its life. The cold and pale palm that clearly belonged to a woman came from behind Bernadette. At some point in time, a figure with only the upper half of its body had appeared. This figure grew out from Bernadette's back, and it was nearly transparent and rather illusory. She wore the same clothes as Bernadette, and she wore the same triangular hat with feathers on it. Her eyes were blue like the reflection of the sea. It was clearly Bernadette herself, a part of her spirit that had drilled out of her body. However, Bernadette's illusory face wore a pale mask that shimmered with a metallic luster. The mask only had holes for the eyes, and there were no other gaps. It made Bernadette's illusory figure appear extremely cold and noble, but it lacked the aura of a living person. This was the third and last Grade 0 sealed artifact she had. It was an item made by Roselle the Great after he returned from the southern continent in his later years. It was called Pale Death. Its negative effect was to make the wearer die bit by bit until they turned into corpses and became its slaves. At that moment, Bernadette was using this point to suppress the abnormal activation in her body. At the moment the illusory figure appeared, her right eye quietened down. The eyelashes that had thickened and lengthened into arms fell off one after another. Her ears also stopped producing any sounds as they slowly opened and returned to normal. Without such suppression, Bernadette's facial features, arms, and legs would have broken off from her and sought freedom. After stabilizing her body's condition, Bernadette attempted to take a step forward, but she was still unable to do anything. All she could do was drive the half-spirit body. After some thought, she got the spirit body behind her to take out a ritual silver dagger from her pocket. Then, she bent down and drew a circle in the middle of her right boot. With a ripping sound, the leather boot quickly shortened by half. Right on the heels of that, Bernadette used her half-spirit body to tear the pants at her left knee, cut off a corner of her coat and shirt, and plucked out a few feathers on one side of her triangular hat. Such an attempt didn't seem to have anything to do with transcendence. It was like a willful and rebellious girl trying to dress up differently from normal aesthetics. However, as Bernadette completed this series of actions and carefully took a step forward, her body could actually move. She no longer felt like she was bound to the spot. The invisible suppression vanished as the Black Emperor's mausoleum seemed to have accepted such a Bernadette. Who would have thought that dealing with such abnormalities was something that an ordinary person could do? Furthermore, Bernadette suspected that the more she used her Beyonder powers to resist, the deeper the effects would be. This was because she had the feeling that she was facing an invisible deity. Only by pleasing the other party's aesthetics could she be forgiven. Otherwise, she could only rely on her authority at Sequence 0 to bypass it. In addition, fortunately, not only was Bernadette a knowledgeable mysticologist, but she also had a rather deep understanding of the Black Emperor pathway. She knew what the authorities in this domain roughly included, and she knew that it represented the shadow of order, a distortion of normal order. Therefore, Bernadette started with her attire and began distorting the normal order of her body. Then, she obtained the recognition and acceptance of the invisible deity. Yes, in matters related to mysticism, knowledge and train of thought are sometimes more useful than abilities. In that situation, any resistance would be viewed as a provocation to the internal order of the mausoleum. It would trigger an unpredictable and absolutely terrifying change. And once the crux of the problem is found, the negative effects can be easily resolved. Klein nodded slightly above the grey fog. He had learned a lot from Queen Mystic. Although he was already a sequence higher than her, and he was equivalent to a king of angels in Sapphira Castle, having experienced many major events, he had grown too quickly. He was still lacking in many details, and now, he could use such observations to make up for it. After taking a step forward, Bernadette began to follow her spiritual intuition and walked towards the platform in the middle, towards the huge unoccupied chair. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Suddenly, a breeze blew past the back of her neck. The wind was cold and sinister, making Bernadette's body tingle. At that instant, she seemed to feel a shadow appear behind her. Silently, the long chestnut-colored hair parted on the back of her head, revealing a pair of eyes that grew on her scalp. It was a pair of eyes that were nearly transparent, cold, and emotionless. Eyes of mystery prying. The pair of eyes moved slightly and saw that the shadow-like curtain in the mysterious world had clearly distorted inside the mausoleum. However, it didn't discover the black shadow, nor did it find the source of the cold wind. Just as Bernadette attempted to close the pair of eyes of mystery prying to reduce the possibility of an accident happening, the cold and sinister wind suddenly blew past her mind. Her thoughts became more and more active, and they became more and more uncontrollable, developing in a direction where she couldn't think. This seemed to be a trend, one that couldn't be reversed, and it was rapidly becoming chaotic. Without any hesitation, Bernadette seized the few seconds she could still think and made the half-body spirit behind her take off the pale mask. Then, she put the pale death mask on her face, and the other half of the spirit retracted back into her body, becoming one with her. From this second onwards, Bernadette's thoughts would gradually die along with her body. However, her thoughts were uncontrollably active, turning chaotic bit by bit. These two contradictory states cancelled each other out, forming a fragile and delicate balance that helped Bernadette regain her ability to think. To Bernadette, compared to the beyonder effects of pale death itself, its negative effects were more useful at this moment. Maintaining that balance, Bernadette took a few more steps forward. During this process, she kept feeling that there was a black shadow loitering around her, but she couldn't find it. After thinking for a few seconds, Bernadette's blue eyes turned deep and unfocused once again. She was attempting to predict the consequences of one of her choices. Soon, the corresponding scene appeared in front of her. Wearing the sage frontlet again, she once again transformed into a pure and chaotic torrent of information. Thus, she bypassed the obstruction and headed for the high platform in the middle. However, just as she approached, the torrent of information suddenly collapsed and lost its order. With different cores as the foundation, it reorganized into several Bernadettes. There was a little girl in a cake dress, a tall girl, a girl filled with melancholy and puzzlement, a lady with a twisted and pained expression, and a queen who had become calm and determined. The scene of the prophecy was fleeting as Bernadette's eyes regained focus. At that moment, she saw the black shadow. It was standing in front of her, less than a fist away from her. The face formed from pure shadows completely occupied her vision. P.S. Seeking recommendation votes and monthly votes on Monday. Chapter 1341. The moment she saw the black shadow, Bernadette didn't even have the time to feel fear. She instinctively clenched her right hand and condensed an ancient spear. From the tip to the handle, the spear was dyed with blobs of dark red. It emitted a strong aura of destruction, as though it could harm a true deity. Spear of Longinus. This spear had once appeared in an ancient era that couldn't be traced back. It had been stained with the blood of a great existence, and now, through mysterious reenactment, it had descended into the Black Emperor's mausoleum. However, Bernadette's thrust forward didn't have any effect, because the tip of the spear was pointed behind her. She clearly wanted to attack the black shadow in front of her, but the spear of Longinus had strangely been pushed backwards. The area seemed to be in chaos, or it had been distorted. Above the grey fog, Klein, who was inside the palace, had already sensed the black shadow when it appeared in front of Bernadette. Without any hesitation, he raised the staff of the stars in his hand. At this moment, he didn't wait. He didn't observe what Queen Mystic would do before considering if he should provide her protection. This was because the danger level of the black shadow gave him, an angel of the seer pathway, a clear premonition. In addition, more importantly, after Bernadette entered the Black Emperor's mausoleum, she would sense the existence of the black shadow from time to time. As for Klein, he was unable to use the true vision provided by Sapphira Castle to find any clues. This undoubtedly meant that it was terrifying and dangerous. When the various gems embedded at the top of the black cane lit up, a melodious bell suddenly echoed in the area where Bernadette and the black shadow were. Gong. The bell that came from an infinite distance exuded an indescribable sense of emptiness, causing the interior of the Black Emperor to show a visible stagnation and solidification. It made Bernadette's figure seem to be frozen as she stiffened, unable to make any movements. However, the black shadow didn't fall into the vortex of time. It seemed to be located in another world with completely different underlying rules. It swam forward like a shadow between the two contradictory rivers of fate that were surging and nearly still. This made it look like it had only slowed down, and it wasn't affected by the illusory bell. This was the first time Klein had encountered such a situation after being able to simulate this ability. Although the beyonder effects he simulated through the Staff of the Stars were definitely quite different from the original version, it still reflected a certain level of authority. It wasn't that easy to ignore. However, the movement of the black shadow slowed down, giving him a second chance to try. This time, he activated the powers of the Staff of the Stars, planning to move Queen Mystic out of the Black Emperor mausoleum and let her summarize her experience before considering if she should enter. As the gems on the tip of the staff shimmered, Bernadette's body, which was almost stuck to the black shadow, vanished into thin air. In the next second, she appeared dozens of meters away, near the high platform in the mausoleum. The transfer of the staff of the stars was disrupted, and the predetermined destination was distorted. Everything was abnormally chaotic. Bernadette was experienced, so she didn't feel any panic from staying in the Black Emperor's mausoleum. She decisively raised her left hand and pressed the sage frontlet to the center of her forehead while swiping across the pale death mask with her finger. The shimmering metallic mask suddenly turned soft as it quickly squirmed, as though it was about to form a face that didn't belong to Bernadette. The face's facial features were soft, with obvious characteristics of the southern continent, but it gave off an extremely strange and terrifying feeling. It made everyone believe that once the face's outline became clear enough, it would come to life. From ancient times, from the land of eternal darkness where the dead slumbered. When that happened, Bernadette's body, spirituality, and consciousness would all belong to this face. As this face appeared, the stone walls and floor tiles inside the Black Emperor mausoleum began to weather. It was as though they had experienced the erosion of thousands of years in just a few seconds. They quickly became mottled, constantly dropping fragments or being blown into dust by the wind. In between the cracks, thin, pale white fur grew out. In the blink of an eye, these fur turned into white feathers. Their surface seemed to be soaked in pale yellow oil. The black figure's aura was also weakening bit by bit, as though it was running towards the end of death. Its color clearly faded, and its movements became slower. In the vicinity of the pale mask, even the concept of death itself would be weathered away. However, what marked death wasn't the end. When the stone walls and floor tiles inside the mausoleum weathered to a certain extent, and when the black figure declined to a certain stage, new stones began to form as an ethereal aura rapidly grew. During this process, the black figure reached out its right hand. This palm formed purely from shadows grabbed Bernadette's neck from dozens of meters away. This wasn't achieved through the lengthening of the arm, but at that instant, the concept of distance was messed up. 45 meters was equivalent to 45 centimeters. The dark palm didn't exert too much strength, but it made Bernadette feel a chill. Amidst this coldness, she realized that she couldn't use the 2 Grade 0 sealed artifacts, the Sage Frontlet and Pale Death. Normally speaking, as long as she injected her spirituality and gave the corresponding thoughts, the sealed artifacts on her would react correctly and create different effects. But now, the tacit process and rules had been disrupted and distorted. No matter how Bernadette thought, she couldn't make the sealed artifacts move at all. It was as though she was speaking to the air. Above the grey fog, after failing in his attempt to move Queen Mystic, he didn't waste any time. He immediately outlined a series of complicated symbols and magic labels in his mind. He wanted to simulate a secret sorcerer's spatial concealment. He planned on separating Bernadette's location from the Black Emperor's mausoleum and concealing it so as to help Queen Mystic escape her current predicament. In fact, it was more appropriate to simulate the fairytale magic of the source of peach blossoms, but considering how Bernadette was once a mysticologist, Klein felt that it was better to use spatial concealment. Otherwise, it might expose some of the fool's secrets. As for where he learned spatial concealment, it was obviously from the newly advanced magician's force. Previously, Klein had rented Leymano's travels under the name of the World German Sparrow. He had also specifically asked Miss Magicians to record the corresponding powers. Then, he released and recorded them again and again, summoning the complete travels from the fog of history. It didn't take long for him to grasp the knowledge and techniques, allowing him to simulate spells like spatial concealment. As the many gems on the staff of the stars lit up, the area where Bernadette was turned darker, as though it was enveloped by a curtain of shadows. The curtain warped, concealing the space, isolating the black shadow and its palm. This helped Bernadette's neck regain its freedom. In the next second, the pitch-black palm that had been forcefully separated reached forward again, touching the boundary of the hidden space. In an instant, a transparent vortex-like door appeared in the void that didn't look abnormal. Or rather, the door that existed to begin with swam over from a hidden spot and opened up in front of the pitch-black palm. All hidden spaces definitely had a door, but the location of the door depended on the creator's thoughts. The shadowy palm quickly passed through the opened door and entered the hidden space. It grabbed Bernadette's neck and once again interfered with the connection between Queen Mystic and the sealed artifact on her, distorting the corresponding order. At the same time, the black figure raised its head and looked at the top of the mausoleum. It seemed to be observing Sapphira Castle and Klein through layers of spacetime and fog. Klein's eyelids twitched instinctively. He sensed that the black shadow had a certain level of understanding of this place and that it was distorting something. Without realizing it, Klein's expression turned abnormally solemn. On the staff of the stars in his hand, different gems lit up at the same time. He wanted to attempt to steal the corresponding Beyonder powers. Only by doing so would he have a chance of restraining the black shadow. And in order to increase the success rate of stealing the target's powers, Klein flipped his left palm and tapped the edge of the long mottled table. However, his stealing still failed. He didn't even obtain anything. This was because his target had long escaped his lock. The black shadow was clearly still in its original spot, but it had already escaped his lock. Klein's gaze immediately froze. Then, he saw the black shadow flash and enter the hidden space, closing the distance between it and Bernadette. It distorted my true vision, causing me to see a state that was 1 or even 2 seconds ago. A thought flashed through Klein's mind as he made a preliminary judgment of his failure. He decided to summon Will or Septin's historical void projection and let him restart what had happened in this area. At that moment, Bernadette, who was unable to use her sealed artifact, grew white, illusory swan feathers on her back. This was the ugly duckling from fairy tale magic. It could allow Bernadette to reveal an incomplete mythical creature ecology while maintaining her lucidity. It could be done twice a day for 15 seconds each time. At that moment, her thoughts stirred once again as they boiled and accelerated into chaos. This caused her ugly duckling magic to be cut off before it could take effect. Almost at the same time, she saw the black shadow stick to her body like a sticky, corrosive liquid that seeped into her body. Bernadette's eyes darkened as she suddenly sensed something. She seized the last moment of her lucidity and opened her mouth slightly, chanting a Chinese word with a mellow accent, home. The black shadow's corrosion stopped as it slowly raised its upper body and looked at Bernadette. P.S. Seeking monthly votes and recommendation votes on Monday. Chapter 1342. The black figure stiffened as it released its grip on Bernadette's neck, as though it was staring at Queen Mystic with eyes that didn't exist. A dry, hoarse voice echoed in the hidden space, homeworld. This voice was a little hesitant, a little lost, and a little seeking for confirmation. It was as though it came from another world. The corruption that Bernadette suffered vanished, and her connection with her sealed artifact was instantly restored. Pale death began to kill her bit by bit again. This helped her resist the gradual chaos in her thoughts and maintain her basic lucidity and rationality. Just as she was about to say something, the black figure suddenly stretched out his palm. But this time, it didn't pinch Bernadette's neck. Instead, it gave her a heavy push. Accompanying this push was the disintegration of the hidden space. It was a voice that carried a clear sense of pain, as though it was resisting something. Leave. As the voice echoed, the black figure vanished into thin air. An instant later, it appeared on the high platform in the middle and sat on the huge iron-black high-back chair. 2 slits appeared on its face, as if it had grown 2 asymmetrical eyes. However, the eyes didn't have any pupils. They were blood red. Right on the heels of that, another crack appeared beneath the 2 eyes. It was filled with pure blood-red light. This allowed the black figure to finally have a mouth. It faced Bernadette, and the surroundings echoed with a clear sense of pain, as though it was resisting something. Leave this place. After being pushed more than 10 meters away, Bernadette easily found her footing. However, she didn't follow the voice's orders to leave the Black Emperor's mausoleum. She stood there and stared blankly at the high platform in the middle. Looking at the black figure, her expression revealed an unconcealable sadness. She could sense that she was already certain that the black figure was her father, the man who called himself Caesar, Roselle Gustave. In the next second, more cracks appeared on the black figure. From its head down, blood-red flowers bloomed on different parts of its body. This made Roselle look like he was only left with a layer of shadow, inside of which was a blood-red object that emitted pure radiance. When Klein saw this scene above the grey fog, He naturally thought of the crimson moon in the sky. At this moment, Roselle seemed to have turned into a shadow, trying to cover the crimson moon. However, he was torn apart one after another, allowing more and more moonlight to shine into reality. When these openings were connected, the black shadow would completely split open and give birth to a brand new red moon. At that time, something extremely terrifying would definitely happen. At this moment, Roselle's black figure became a lot more illusory, as if it had become some kind of illusion. This made him look like he was isolated in another world, with an invisible barrier separating him from reality. Then, Roselle raised his shadowy right arm with difficulty and pinched his forehead. The frequency at which the blood-red cracks appeared on his body immediately decreased to an extreme, but the eyes that existed previously began to blink again and again. However, this didn't bring about any negative effects to the surroundings. It seemed to be a simple change in order. The blood-red cracks that had been born had been distorted to the original gradually active state. After completing this matter, Roselle raised his head and looked at Bernadette, who was dozens of meters away. He laughed with a dry and hoarse voice. He said with a dry and hoarse voice, "You've really become an important figure in the mysterious world. You can come here alone. Come over. Let me see what my little princess looks like now." Bernadette's eyes suddenly turned red as she took a step forward. Roselle chuckled again. "When I made you picture books, compiled teaching materials, and invented all sorts of games, you were only that young. Now, you can save your poor old father. I remember that you liked the clothes I designed for you when you were young. Unfortunately, you can't wear cake dresses when you grow up." The emperor nagged as though he had reached the twilight years of his life. He always liked to reminisce about the beautiful scenes of the past. Bernadette walked faster and faster. Above the grey fog, Klein frowned indiscernibly. Suddenly, Roselle the Great lowered his head a little and said with great force, "Stop." His voice was filled with indescribable pain. Bernadette was taken aback for a moment before she quickly slowed down and stopped. She looked at the black shadow with an indescribable sorrow in her eyes. Roselle raised his head again and coughed softly. "Do you really want to ask why the Black Emperor's mausoleum is engraved with the order he set up and the fashion he guided? Actually, this isn't necessary. I just want anyone who sees it to remember my greatness." Before he could finish his sentence, the great emperor gripped the armrest beside him tightly with one hand. He suppressed his voice and said in extreme pain, "Don't come close. I've been corrupted." The sorrow in Bernadette's eyes intensified. Her guess had finally been confirmed. At that moment, the bright red slits on Roselle's face turned chaotic. They closed and opened from time to time. They no longer had a unified will. The emperor seized the opportunity and straightened his body slightly. He looked at Bernadette and shouted with great difficulty, "That's right." He looked at Bernadette and shouted with great difficulty, "Seal me, seal." Queen Mystic Bernadette silently repeated the word. Her blue eyes quickly turned moist and were covered in a faint mist. Even though she had lived for many years, and even though she was no longer the little girl from back then, she still couldn't help but feel the changes in her emotions. However, she didn't ask for the reason, nor did she hesitate. After a slight struggle, she firmly and unwaveringly raised her right hand and pressed it on the pale metal mask. Just like how she had been facing all sorts of major events at the Element Dawn over the years, she calmly made a decision. On the surface of the pale death, the metal instantly softened, forming a new face. It had a pair of black eyes. In the dark eyes, pale lines protruded, outlining an extremely complicated and mysterious three-dimensional symbol. It was like a bird with abnormally long feathers or a feathered serpent with its body coiled up. The symbol absorbed the surrounding light and quickly took on a corporeal form. Then, it left Bernadette's eyes, stretched out its body, and flew towards Roselle Gustave, who was sitting on the iron-black chair. Along the way, the strange symbol made the surroundings darken, causing the floor tiles and stone walls to decay once again. It was as though the deity who wielded death had made the final judgment. The falling rubble and dust followed the corporeal symbol and arrived beside Roselle. Then, it coiled around the rather illusory black figure that seemed to exist in another world. During this process, Roselle couldn't control himself several times. He attempted to leave the iron-black chair, but he sat back down. He didn't resist the seal that Bernadette had cast. As the symbol fused into his body, he immediately formed a connection with the pale death. He saw the illusory deity that stood high above the countless undead, and he saw the swollen body that lingered in a dark river like a water ghost. Roselle's aura immediately dissipated, and the bright red cracks closed one after another. What awaited this emperor was a peaceful sleep that was as dark as the night. And the symbol would solidify in Roselle's figure, continuing to exert its influence until the pale death no longer responded. In the blink of an eye, a few blood-red cracks grew on Roselle's body. After his aura declined to the extreme, it gradually regained its vitality as it fiercely resisted the corporeal symbol. Above the grey fog, Klein sighed when he saw this. He clenched his fist and held it to his mouth. The curtain draped over his body rose up, and the entire Sapphira castle clearly boiled. Silently, the aura that Roselle had just obtained began to dissipate again. After dissipating to a certain extent, it obtained new life again. Then, it was affected by the pale death and continued to dissipate. Klein used the attendant of mysteries beyond a characteristic and the power of Sapphira Castle to directly graft new life and death together, skipping the process in the middle. This way, the corruption that Roselle suffered wouldn't be able to recover to the point where he could break through the pale seal. Following that, Klein stretched out his right hand and mobilized the power of Sapphira Castle. He outlined the mysterious symbol behind the fool's highback chair. It was formed from half a pupilless eye and half a contorted line. The symbol absorbed the aura of Sapphira Castle and quickly turned corporeal. With a wave of Klein's wrist, it landed in the prayer light representing Bernadette and landed on Roselle's black figure, fusing into his body. Every time the grafting was about to disappear, the symbol that was directly related to the Fool and Sapphira Castle would attract new powers and complete the grafting again. In the state of constantly passing away and gaining new life, Roselle's pure shadow-like face had the outline of facial features. Then, he raised his head to look at the top of the mausoleum, as if he was looking at an infinite height. He then retracted his gaze and looked at Bernadette. He smiled with an abnormally weak voice. "This seal is good, I can sleep peacefully now." At this point, he frowned slightly and asked in a different tone, "Why are you dressed like this? Who taught you?" Bernadette fell into a trance as she listened, as though she had returned to her youth. Back then, whenever she dressed up to attend the ball of other nobles, Roselle would use a similar expression and tone to ask a series of questions. The mist in her eyes became obvious. She could no longer control herself as she shouted in a low, repressed voice, "Daddy." Roselle's face, which only had the outline of his facial features, instantly turned gentle. Then, he stiffened and said sternly, "Leave. Never come back." Bernadette opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but her vision darkened as though she had seen the shadow of order. In the next second, she found herself back at the edge of the primitive island. Bernadette stared blankly at the mountain in the middle of the primitive island for a few seconds before slowly turning around and walking towards the sea. This time, she no longer stubbornly refused to turn back. Every few steps, she would stop and turn around to take a look. Soon, she returned to the dawn, walked into the captain's cabin, and opened the room that was specially used for the collection. At a glance, Bernadette saw picture books, stacks of teaching materials, clothes, and skirts. She saw chess, which only a few people in this world knew, and neatly stacked toy blocks. She leaned against the wooden door and slowly shrank down, sitting on the floor. She looked up at the gloomy sky outside the captain's cabin window, pinched her lower lip between the thumb and forefinger of her right hand, and whistled a melodious, mellow, faintly sorrowful, calming melody. As the melody echoed, droplets of water slid down Bernadette's face and dripped onto the surface of the floor. After an unknown period of time, a suppressed voice sounded from the captain's cabin, "Daddy." Chapter 1343. In the middle of the primitive island, inside the Black Emperor mausoleum. After sending Bernadette off, Roselle didn't immediately fall asleep. He slowly raised his head and looked up into the infinite sky once again. Above the grey fog, Klein sighed silently. He put down the staff of the stars, summoned a paper figurine, and shook it. With a snap, the paper figurine rapidly thickened and expanded. It then flew into the translucent vortex formed from illusory and mysterious symbols beside the fool's seat. Although Bernadette had already been moved to the edge of the primitive island, and Klein was no longer able to see the situation inside the Black Emperor mausoleum through the prayer point of light that represented her, he could use the symbol of the Fool that had fused with Roselle's figure to maintain his connection with the Emperor to a certain extent. After the paper figurine passed through the slowly spinning vortex, it descended into the rather dim mausoleum where the source of light was unknown. In front of the central platform, it turned into a human. This human had black hair and brown eyes. He looked somewhat similar to German Sparrow, but his facial features weren't firm enough. His lines weren't deep enough, and his bearing wasn't cold enough. There were also certain differences in his facial features. There was even a small amount of fat on his chin and stomach that had been produced by society. It was none other than Klein's original image of Zhu Mingrue, the Zhu Mingrue who had been Roselle Huangdao Gustav's roommate for thousands of years inside Sapphira Castle. Roselle wasn't surprised by his appearance at all. He pressed one hand on the armrest and leaned forward slightly to look at him. "You're here." "I'm here." Klein nodded indiscernibly. "You shouldn't have come," Roselle said with a sigh. "I'm already here." Klein very naturally picked up on the joke. Roselle had completely confirmed the origins of the fellow in front of him. As he returned his sitting posture to normal, he chuckled. "I originally planned on asking you where you're from to see if there's a need to discriminate against you, but on second thought, there's no need. We don't belong to this era. We're pitiful wretches who have lost their hometowns." Without waiting for Klein's response, the Emperor's voice deepened. "Do you know the truth about the apocalypse?" "Got it." Klein gently nodded. Roselle continued to ask. "You know this is Earth?" "En." Klein answered calmly. When Roussel heard that, he laughed self-deprecatingly. "You actually knew about it so early. I didn't dare to confirm it until I went to the moon and saw the true appearance of this planet from above." At this point, the great Emperor sighed and said, "You're right. It's so strange above the moon. I clearly felt the horror, but I didn't think about whether I would be contaminated. Then, I became more and more extreme. However, I would occasionally gain a certain level of clarity from the views of the people around me, but I didn't dare to write in my diary in that state. I was afraid that I would reveal my secret and lose my last chance. In the end, I decided to use all kinds of foreshadowing from before to switch to the Black Emperor pathway. Apart from the arrival of the apocalypse, only a sequence 0 can protect the people they want to protect and bring them to hide on other planets in the vast universe. Using the corresponding authorities, I can rebuild a set of order that allows humans to survive in desolate and silent places. Also, due to the Black Emperor's miracle of resurrection, I saw the hope of escaping the contamination. As long as I can become a Sequence 0 Black Emperor and be truly killed after going half-mad, I'll have a chance of reviving in the mausoleum or in the astral world. When that happens, what will return to me will be a pure uniqueness and 3 Sequence 1 Beyonder characteristics. There won't be any contamination or uncontrollable madness. Speaking of which, back then, the eternal blazing sun and the god of steam and machinery could be considered to have been used by me to a certain extent. However, the horror of the great old ones far exceeded my imagination. Accompanying my resurrection was the contamination of rebirth. Perhaps, only a great old one can resist a great old one. I had no choice but to stop the process of resurrection and live in this final mausoleum in my present state. I didn't let that great old one use my body to be born in the real world. That would bring about a destructive disaster. Klein had already guessed Roselle the great state based on what he had previously learned and what had just happened. He wasn't surprised at all as he calmly replied, "The outer deity who corrupted you is called the Mother Goddess of Depravity. The outer deity who corrupted you is called the Mother Goddess of Depravity. She has bewitched many believers with the incarnation of the primordial moon." The facial features that vaguely appeared on Roselle's face immediately changed slightly. He fell silent for a few seconds. "I know of the primordial moon, but I didn't know that her true honorific name is the Mother Goddess of Depravity. Now that I think about it, it might not be a coincidence that I discovered Mr. Dorr seeking help." Upon hearing this, Klein was alarmed. He instantly recalled the various situations on the island outside and had a premonition of what Roselle the Great was about to say. Roselle smiled and sighed. The biggest problem in the first half of my life was that I was too confident. I always had the feeling that I could load at any time and start over. I didn't pay enough attention to the details. Back then, Grimm was corrupted by the strange powers on this island. After his death, he returned here and obtained a new life. Wasn't this the influence of the primordial moon? After that, I went through all kinds of examinations and carried out the corresponding purification. I felt that there was nothing wrong with me, but in fact, fate might have already changed slightly at that moment. This led to me later encountering Mr. Daw and being led to the moon by him step by step. This can't be blamed on Mr. Daw. His condition might be worse than mine. Does the Emperor mean that from the moment he discovered this primitive island, he had been targeted by the mother goddess of depravity? Klein sighed. At that time, who would have thought that the problem would be so serious? Before Sequence 2, understanding the cosmos and the Great Old Ones would bring about terrifying corruption. And without understanding them, one wouldn't be able to accurately determine how serious the problem was when encountering certain situations and what needed to be done in the future. This caused Roselle to treat this primitive island as his secret base. He didn't tell the existences who were qualified to understand the outer deities, the Great Old Ones, and the cosmos that had happened here. Yeah. Roselle seemed to be very relieved that he had made a mistake that almost everyone would make. He then said, in that ancient and secret organization, there is almost no mention of the Great Old Ones and the outer gods. At this moment, Roselle paused for a moment. You should have read my diary. You should know that the ancient secret organization is a reference. Klein nodded. I know which organization it's referring to. I never expected that you wouldn't dare mention his organization's name despite having a sequence 0. I have a nagging feeling that he isn't simple. He might have an unimaginable understanding of the outer deities, so it's better to be careful. After all, I'm not a complete sequence 0 true god. After Roselle said a simple sentence, he suddenly frowned. How much of my diary have you read? If the atmosphere wasn't so oppressive and sorrowful, Klein definitely wouldn't have been able to resist replying, Demonis tastes pretty good, to tease Roselle, his fellow townsman. Finally, he replied calmly, a lot. A lot. After saying those two words, he casually added, I also found a few cards of blasphemy. Which ones? Roselle blurted out. Above the grey fog, Klein controlled the paper figurine's expression and said in a flat tone above the grey fog, Klein controlled the paper figurine's expression and said in a flat tone, phew. Roselle exhaled as his frown relaxed. Thankfully, it's not the Demonis card, the Moon card, or Mother card. Phew. Roselle exhaled as his frown relaxed. Thankfully, it's not the Demonis card, the Moon card, or Mother card. You were the one who wanted to mention it. Klein didn't respond as he looked at the Emperor. Only after Roselle said that did he realize something. He hurriedly coughed and said, all of you have watched the live stream. We've all watched the live stream, so we should know how normal this is. As he spoke, he coughed again and sighed. Which pathway are you a beyonder from? A seer, Klein answered concisely. Roselle fell silent. After a few seconds, he said, what a pity. What a pity. If everyone was in a normal state, you should have gotten a big screen television and a game console from the historical void. Everyone could chat while playing. That's the romance of a man. Unfortunately, there's no electricity. I'll have to rely on you to invent it. Klein didn't say what was on his mind. He maintained his tone and said, I hope that such a day will come. Then, he steered the topic onto the right track. I'm very curious. Why can the cards of blasphemy you created prevent deities from finding them? This level of anti-divination and anti-prophecy is amazing. Roselle immediately chuckled. Because knowledge can bring power, and power can bestow knowledge. This is the authority of the Knowledge Emperor. After I infused the potion formulas of the 22 pathways with my powers, they naturally produced the power of convergence between beyonder characteristics, and to a certain extent, they had anti-divination and anti-prophecy effects. Then, with as he spoke, Roselle suddenly paused, as if he had noticed something wrong. After a second or two, he said in an erratic voice, I created the card of blasphemy a year before I held the Black Emperor ritual. At that time, I had already been corrupted by the primordial moon, and I didn't have the corresponding knowledge most of the time. Why can't the gods find these 22 cards? This rhetorical question made Klein, who was above the grey fog, tense up. He felt his scalp tingle once again. Without waiting for him to control the paper figurine to respond, Roselle's voice suddenly rose, bringing with it an indescribable sense of fear. Don't gather all 22 cards. Be careful of the mother card. These two sentences echoed in the deep interior of the Black Emperor mausoleum for a long time without calming down. P.S. Recommending a book, Ren Qiuming's new book, This Assassin Has a Problem. It tells the story of an assassin who loves life calmly walking towards the strongest in the martial arts world. Chapter 1344. Above the grey fog, Klein's pupils instantly dilated as he subconsciously looked down at the long mottled table in front of him. There were 4 cards of blasphemy with different patterns on their backs. At this moment, he felt a lingering fear, but he was also a little glad. He felt like he had circled the edge of the abyss a few times with his eyes blindfolded, but he ultimately didn't fall in. If he had devoted himself to searching for the cards of blasphemy and gathered 22 of them, or obtained the mother card, with his habit of containing different cards to obtain the corresponding level and characteristics, he might have already been corrupted by the mother goddess of depravity. It was unknown what was being nurtured. However, I'm not Roselle. Even if I have the mother card, I probably won't be able to contain it. Furthermore, in order to prevent the deities from finding it, the cards of blasphemy are extremely difficult to gather. It's almost impossible to gather all of them. From the looks of it, it's a casual setup by the mother goddess of depravity. If anyone is unlucky enough to obtain the mother card, they will become one of the latent dangers of this world. Klein retracted his gaze and continued looking at the iron-black chair through his substitute paper figurine at Roselle Gustave. At this moment, Roselle's body rose a little as his voice alternated between deep and loud. Everything has godhood. In the beginning, it was still alive, living in everyone's body. Klein frowned slightly. He didn't know if the person speaking was Roselle or the crimson moon in his body. Not only did he already have a certain level of understanding regarding this secret, but he had also personally experienced it. Now, he wasn't that horrified or panicked. He only recalled the teachings of the Aurora Order he had read in the past. They promoted that the Creator was omnipresent and existed in every living being's body. Therefore, everything had godhood, and when godhood reached a certain level, one could become an angel. And the current orthodox deities were only slightly stronger angels. To ordinary people, as long as they could grasp that the essence of life was a spiritual journey, they could consciously temper their minds, strengthen their minds, and find their own godhood. Then, they could fuse with more godhood, allowing them to escape their mortal bodies and become an angel. Back then, I only felt that a cult like the Aurora Order had a complete set of mysticism and religious theories, making it as orthodox as the Orthodox Church. Now, I can decipher the truth hidden beneath those words. From a certain point of view, it's really not wrong. The only problem is whether I'll still be myself after fusing with more godhood. The true Creator has actually placed one of the deepest secrets of this world into his teachings. Isn't he afraid that one of his believers would suddenly have an epiphany and learn of the corruption underground, becoming one of the first vessels for resurrection? This hanged man is really a little crazy. His rationality isn't always on. Klein muttered inwardly as he waited for Roselle to say more. 2 to 3 seconds later, Roselle, who had been wandering between slumber and new life, sat back on his iron-black throne. He panted and did not say anything. Klein then controlled the paper figurine to speak. What you just said, which should I believe and which should I be wary of? Consider it yourself. Heh, isn't this the way you seers speak? Heh, isn't that how you seers speak? He didn't wait for Klein's answer as he continued. When I created the pale death mask, I realized something. When I created the pale death mask, I realized something. The death of the fourth epoch might not have completely perished. Furthermore, there's more than one resurrection foreshadowing. A portion of it might be related to the river of eternal darkness. Heh, death definitely won't die that easily. At this point, Roselle looked at Klein below the platform and said, indeed, only by choosing the seer, apprentice, or marauder pathway can a transmigrator enter Sapphira Castle. Indeed, only by choosing the seer, apprentice, or marauder pathway can a transmigrator enter Sapphira Castle. By the time I guessed this factor, it was already too late. I don't know if you want to become a great old one, nor do I know if this requires a ritual. I can only tell you that this is definitely more dangerous than becoming a god. It's countless times more dangerous. Perhaps, the existence that saved us and placed us in reality is waiting for you there. The only advice I can give you is to talk to the genie inside the magic wishing lamp before you try to do it. Genie of the lamp. Using the grudge between him and the celestial lord to obtain some help. Klein nodded slightly. All right. After listening to his answer, Roselle sighed and said with a smile, if you can really become a great old one, you can consider saving me. Only a great old one can fight against a great old one. At this point, he was silent for a moment, and his speech slowed down significantly. If even you, who have become a great old one, can't completely free me from the corruption of the primordial moon, then remember to erase me, destroy this mausoleum, and support a new Black Emperor, making it impossible for me to revive forever. The light inside the mausoleum seemed to dim a little. Klein fell silent for 2 seconds. I won't forget it. Roselle fell silent. After a few seconds, he laughed self-deprecatingly. Of course, before that, you have to save me a few more times. Such humor not only didn't make Klein smile, but it also made his heart heavier, to the point where he couldn't say a word. Roselle didn't continue the topic as he said in reminiscence, my wife has long passed away. My wife passed away a long time ago. The mistresses I once had must have had their own endings. I'm very sorry for them. I've never truly loved them. I was only greedy for their looks and enjoyed that kind of pleasure. I don't have any illegitimate children. A Beyonder still has the right to speak on such matters. As for before becoming a Beyonder, I believe those ladies must have been like me. They only coveted the looks and bodies of young men, enjoying that kind of pleasure, and wouldn't leave any trouble for themselves. My eldest son, Charles, should have been dead for many years. I don't know how many descendants he left behind. My second son, born over, if nothing unexpected happens, is definitely an angel by now. My feelings for him are very complicated. On one hand, I'm very cold, very disappointed, and very hateful. On the other hand, I occasionally secretly care for him. I remember that when he was young, he was really cute when he was just born. You've already met my eldest daughter, Bernadette. Isn't she beautiful? She's been beautiful, obedient, and smart since she was young. She knows how to be filial to her father, love her younger brother, and dote on her mother. Sometimes, she's especially upright, appearing a little silly. There were a few times when I secretly cheated to tease her when playing chess or games with her, but she didn't notice. This temper made it very difficult for her to accept some of the things I did. Of course, I can now push the blame to the primordial moon. It's all his corruption. On this point, I still have to thank him. After all, I've never helped you, nor do I have any ties with you. It's just that we're from the same era, the same place, and we have some camaraderie. Upon hearing this, Klein said in a deep voice, your diary has given me a lot of help. Your diary helped me a lot. It allowed me to grasp a lot of high-level knowledge when I was still weak. It allowed me to avoid a lot of danger and work hard in a targeted manner. Also, the few cards of blasphemy had different effects at different stages, Meng Chuan said. Can you not mention the diary? Roselle coughed lightly and said, however, I did consciously leave a message for the next transmigrator in the later stages. The only thing I can't be sure of is which language you know. The Emperor slowly exhaled before saying, my request is to help me take care of Bernadette. My request is to help me take care of Bernadette and provide her with some help when she needs it. Although she's about to become a truly important figure in the mysterious world, as a father, I still can't feel at ease. Klein didn't hesitate as he made the paper figurine answer directly. I'll help you take care of her. Man, why does that sound a little awkward? Roselle's tone instantly turned odd. By the way, I haven't asked for your name. As for me, you should know very well. Huang Dao. Ju Mingrue, Klein answered frankly. Are you married? Do you have children? How old are you? Roselle asked 3 questions in one go. Emperor, why are you acting like a neighbor's auntie? Klein shook his head and gave a very simple answer. No. Roselle immediately fell silent again. After a while, he said, you're of the same generation as me. Bernadette should call you Uncle Jew. Yes, as he spoke, there was a baffling hint of pity in Roselle's tone. After coming to this era, I initially treated all of this as a game. I had a lot of fun, but I would occasionally think back to my hometown. I would think back to the past that nurtured most of my personality and hobbies. The longer I live, the more frequently this feeling appears. It's just like how fallen leaves always return to the roots of a tree. However, I at least have a daughter, a wife, and 2 sons. I still have many concerns in this world, and I have a certain sense of belonging. As for you, I can sense your loneliness, a loneliness that comes from deep within your bones. At this point, Roselle suddenly sighed. If only we were still living in that era. I'd go to work punctually every day and work overtime from time to time. Once I had time, I'd go to watch my daughter attend her hobby class, pick her up, and give my wife the things she repeatedly reminded me about. Every weekend, I'd go out to play, go to her parents' house, or go to my parents' house to accompany the elderly. When I'm exhausted by life one day, I'll use your friend's treat as an excuse to sit on the street with a few men. We'll eat skewers, drink some alcohol, brag, scold our superiors, reminisce about our high-spirited youth, and urge you to quickly find a girlfriend. When we wake up the next day, we'll be filled with enthusiasm to deal with life again. Klein listened quietly and didn't interrupt the Emperor's rambling. Roselle's voice gradually softened before he smiled. Goodbye, friend. I hope there'll really be a day when we meet again. His figure quickly turned illusory, as though he had disappeared from the current world, leaving only a faint shadow pacing back and forth on the iron-black throne. Roselle Gustave returned to his eternal slumber. Chapter 1345. After circling the primitive island 3 times, the dawn finally sailed into the distance that was shrouded in a storm. Bernadette slowly retracted her gaze and cast it on the sage frontlet that was floating in the air. As a clairvoyant, she clearly saw the opportunity to advance. She knew that she had completed the corresponding ritual and prevented a disaster that involved a high-level power. However, the price was to personally seal her father, the father that she had missed and sought for more than 100 years. What a wonderful irony! Bernadette looked at the vertical eye embedded with diamonds and sighed inaudibly. After leaving Intis, she had 2 main wishes. First, she wanted to investigate the truth of the matter and see if she had misunderstood her father. Second, she wanted to follow the footprints left behind by her father to see what he had experienced and if it was possible for him to be resurrected. Bernadette had already completed her first wish. The truth was that she had indeed misunderstood her father. This made her feel less pain and less conflicted. Her hatred for her father had completely dissipated, but it also added a lot of guilt to her. With such guilt and longing, she worked hard to fulfill her second wish, but the final outcome wasn't pleasant. If there was no hope, she might not have such a huge emotional reaction. However, she had clearly seen the light and her father, but she had no choice but to personally make him return to his slumber. After a moment of silence, Bernadette's slightly unfocused eyes became clear again. She no longer hesitated, nor did she blame herself. She no longer had any negative emotions. She resolutely raised her right hand and outlined ancient words that shimmered with starlight in the void. She summoned the spirit world creature that had the upper body of a human and the lower body of a wind. She then took back some of the supplementary ingredients for the sage potion from it. As for the remaining parts, since there was no need to preserve them, they were stored in the Dawn's collection room. Before long, Bernadette used Pale Death to shatter the sage frontlet and concoct the potion that could advance her to sequence 2. Looking at the bubbling sage potion, with each bubble hiding a transparent eye, Bernadette raised her right hand with a determined expression and brought the glass bottle to her mouth. She knew that what she needed at this moment wasn't sadness or sentimentality, but a firm heart and the will to advance. This was because to help her father, Roselle the Great, escape the corruption and completely revive him, she needed a higher sequence and greater strength. For this, She was willing to bury the pain in the deepest part of her heart and not let it affect her mental state. Only at night, when there was no one around, would she dig it out and savor it alone. As the sage potion entered her mouth, Bernadette's body turned illusory at a visible speed. She broke down into waves of complicated knowledge, transforming into a torrent of information. The entire dawn, as well as the surrounding wind, storm, lightning, seawater, and waves, lost their sense of reality, as if they had been restored to the most basic and authentic information. To most sequence 3 beyonders of the mystery prior pathway, such a state was extremely dangerous. If their willpower wasn't firm enough, their luck wasn't good enough, and they weren't sufficiently prepared, the torrent of knowledge that they had transformed into would be infiltrated, washed away, and assimilated by all kinds of external information in a matter of seconds. They would quickly lose their consciousness and would no longer be able to reconstruct their bodies. They would become a very strange and difficult monster in mysticism. Knowledge fairy. This was also known as an information creature. Bernadette had relied on the sage frontlet to transform into a torrent of information many times. Although it was limited to 2 to 3 seconds and couldn't be maintained for too long, she still had some experience. At that moment, she was trying her best to maintain the existence of her consciousness and establish a certain connection with the information in the spirit world that prevented a high-level disaster from happening. The information had a clear imprint of her, and it involved a very high level of information. It appeared abnormally solid, preventing it from being dispersed by other information in a short period of time. It helped her stabilize her consciousness as she slowly gathered the dissipating torrent of information from her main body. During this process, Klein, who was above the grey fog, used a specially marked prayer point of light to tap the edge of the long mottled table. Using a miracle invoker's ability to change the probability of certain things and actions to a certain extent, he bestowed Bernadette with a certain amount of good luck. Time ticked by. Bernadette lingered on the edge of losing consciousness several times, but she eventually managed to hold on. She gathered all the information that belonged to her and began to reconstruct her body. At that moment, she could gradually sense Admiral of Stars Catlear's concern. She could sense the members of the Element Dawn, as well as her crew and sailors, praying daily. This made her condition more stable, allowing her to resist the ancient will that was slowly being produced in her body. At that moment, a wave of secret information came out of nowhere, attempting to fuse with Bernadette while she was reconstructing her body. This was an interference from the hidden sage. As an embodiment of this world's knowledge and information, as a sequence 0 of the mystery prior pathway, the hidden sage could exert a certain amount of influence on beyonders of the same pathway that were lower than him. Without giving Bernadette a chance to use the pale white mask, the curtain draped over Klein's shoulders gently lifted. Around Bernadette, space-time distorted, isolating the area she was in from the outside world. Even information couldn't be exchanged. Grabbing this sudden moment of peace, Bernadette completely reconstructed her body, and with the help of her anchor, she managed to balance the terrifying will that was produced in her body. At that moment, she had truly become him, a sequence 2 angel of the mystery prior pathway. She was an important figure that the mysterious world could address as a hidden existence. Immediately after, she saw the distorted space-time around her return to normal, and she saw waves of secret information surging toward her. She then stretched out her right hand and easily grasped the information, extracting the useful knowledge contained within. Just as Bernadette was about to return to the real world from the spirit world, an orange beam of light suddenly appeared in front of her. This light instantly condensed into a chubby old man with a short white beard. The old man smiled and said, "Ma-am, I'm Orange Light Hilarion." Orange Light. Bernadette was puzzled. She didn't understand why Orange Light Hilarion would appear in front of her. The two of them hadn't interacted much before this. As the leader of the Element Dawn and a former mysticologist, she wasn't unfamiliar with the 7 lights in the spirit world. She had even grasped how to pray to the 7 lights and obtain the corresponding guidance from the ritual. She knew that the 7 pure lights were a certain symbol of the spirit world, containing endless knowledge from different domains. Her level had definitely reached the level of an angel. Orange Light Hilarion added with a smile, "A great existence wants me to inform you of the knowledge regarding the great old ones, the outer deities, and the cosmos, so that you can have a more accurate grasp of this world's state and the corresponding corruption. Which existence? Bernadette asked in puzzlement and caution. She had vaguely guessed the answer, but she still found it unbelievable. After all, the 7 lights of the spirit world were also important figures in the mysterious world. Even a sequence 0 true deity wouldn't find it easy to order them around. Orange Light Hilarion chuckled and replied, "The great ruler above the spirit world. The great ruler above the spirit world." Bernadette repeated this honorific name as her thoughts surged. Hilarion glanced at her and smiled. He also has another honorific title, Mr. Fool. In a particular sea region, on the future that was traversing a safe sea route. Catlear suddenly jolted awake from her dream as her forehead was covered in cold sweat. In her dream, she saw the queen fall to the ground covered in blood. Her chest had been torn open, and a baby-like monster had crawled out. As a mysticologist, one who had advanced to mysticologist with a drop of the snake of fate's blood, Catlear believed that her dream wasn't without reason. It was definitely an omen. And clearly, what she had just had wasn't a good dream. Feeling unsettled, Catlear sat up and put on her cloak. She attempted to pray to Mr. Fool, hoping that this great existence could give her some hints or protect the queen. Soon, a scene appeared in front of her eyes. Queen Mystic Bernadette walked out of the spirit world and returned to the dawn, allowing the ship to gradually distance itself from the nameless island that could be vaguely seen. Catlear immediately heaved a sigh of relief and sincerely thanked Mr. Fool. After praying, she was in an extremely good mood. She opened the window of the captain's cabin, allowing the starlight to condense into a long bridge that landed on the deck. She then put on her rather heavy glasses and walked along the resplendent bridge of starlight to the deck, leisurely strolling in the quiet atmosphere of the night. When she reached the bow of the ship, Catlear saw Frank Lee fiddling with some bottles. What are you doing?" Catlear unknowingly frowned. Frank raised his head and smiled brightly as he said, "My previous idea encountered a setback, and I can't proceed with it for the time being. I asked Nina to get me some soil from the bottom of the sea to study the microorganisms contained in it. At this point," Frank said with a look of longing, "I've encountered a setback in my previous idea. I want to go to the depths of the North Sea or the Arctic world to take a look during my next vacation. There might be ancient microorganisms from the 4th epoch, the 3rd epoch, or even the 2nd epoch or the 1st epoch buried under the thick ice. I can gain a lot from that." "You won't have a vacation for the time being," Catlear silently said in her heart. Klein conjured a box and placed the 4 cards of blasphemy inside. After sealing them, he immediately returned to the real world and headed straight for the nearest Evernite cathedral. He planned on informing the Evernite goddess of the hidden dangers of the cards of blasphemy in the form of a prayer, reminding her to pay attention to the relevant problems and not let Earth Mother, Lilith, obtain the Mother card or the Moon card. Chapter 1346. The prayer hall of the Evernite Cathedral was as dark as ever. Only the holes in the walls allowed some light to seep in like the stars in the night sky. Klein sat in an inconspicuous corner, took off his tall top hat, and began praying like a devout believer. He briefly mentioned that Roselle had been resurrected in the last mausoleum and focused on the corruption of the primordial moon. He specially emphasized that in order to prevent the crimson moon in his body from being born in the real world, the Emperor had taken the initiative to stop the Black Emperor pathway's uniqueness and the return of the 3 sequence 1 Beyonder characteristics. At the end of the prayer, Klein pointed out the latent dangers of the cards of blasphemy and expressed his worry about the whereabouts of the Mother card and the Moon card. In fact, Roselle had only said to be careful of the Mother card and didn't mention the Moon card. However, Klein knew that the Earth and Moon pathways once belonged to the Mother Goddess of Depravity. Therefore, to be careful, he specially added the Moon card. This was also the main reason why he was worried about Earth Mother, Lilith. Compared to most of the 22 pathways, the high sequence Beyondus of the Planter and Moon pathway had a huge advantage. They didn't need to worry about the primordial one awakening in their bodies. They didn't need to be afraid of having a split personality when approaching the underground. This was because the Beyonder characteristics they possessed didn't directly originate from the primordial one, so they didn't have the corresponding mental imprint. If they directly entered the underground and entered the Chaos Sea, no matter who it was, they would be corrupted. The only difference was the degree and manifestation. This advantage was very likely the reason why the sanguine ancestor, Lilith, was more special than the other ancient gods in ancient times. After all, she didn't need to divert a large portion of her energy to resist the will of the primordial one's awakening. And back then, the invisible barrier that protected this world was still sufficiently strong. It could very well block out the great old ones like the mother goddess of depravity, making it difficult for them to exert too much influence on the situation inside. But with the passage of time, this advantage gradually became a problem. As the underground corruption became weaker, the invisible barrier also became weaker. Some cracks appeared. Under such circumstances, Earth Mother Lilith's situation became more and more difficult. This was because she was facing the corruption of the mother goddess of depravity that was getting stronger and more terrifying. In this aspect, the original dead creator was definitely inferior to the living mother goddess of depravity. Considering the influence of a beyond-a-sequence outer deity on his pathway, Klein believed that he absolutely couldn't be negligent in the corresponding matters. After praying, he waited for another 5 minutes. After confirming that there was no response, he stood up, put on the top hat of the wandering magicians, and walked out of the church that belonged to the night. To him, this was mainly an obligation to inform her. As for what the Evernite goddess planned on doing, or if she would warn him, it was completely out of his control. In short, Klein could only temporarily believe that the Evernite goddess knew the difference in priorities. Beekland, south of the bridge, Harvest Church. Emlyn White walked out of his carriage, looked at the sun that was obscured by the clouds and fog, and put on his half-top hat. On the way to the church's entrance, he gently rotated the ring on his left hand, as though to announce his identity. The ring was translucent, as though it was made of light red amber. At the top was a blood-red gem. It was the reward Emlyn had received a long time ago, Lilith's ring. After becoming a demigod, Emlyn was able to suppress the bloodthirst syndrome that came with the ring to a certain extent. He only needed to drink 3 bottles of human blood a day, and he wouldn't suffer the corresponding negative effects. Therefore, in order to reflect his special identity as the ancestors blessed, he began wearing this ring permanently. After entering the Harvest Church, Emlyn automatically took off his top hat. At this moment, Cosme, Ernst, and the other Beekland sanguine, who were waiting for Bishop Utravsky's sermon, stood up one after another. They looked at the ground in the aisle and said softly, "Good morning, Your Grace." Emlyn looked ahead and nodded indiscernibly. "Is Mistral not here yet?" Count Mistral set up a small chapel in his house, Ernst explained simply. Emlyn didn't comment on this behavior as he walked forward and casually said, "That's right. But you must come here when Mass is said." He looked to his left and right before continuing. "What about Bishop Utravsky? The bishop is waiting for you behind. The church's envoy has arrived." Ernst controlled his expression and answered Emlyn's question rather respectfully. "An envoy of the church." Emlyn twirled the light red ring on his left hand and walked to the back of the cathedral. Soon, he saw Father Utravsky and the church's emissary with curly black hair, a high nose, and deep eyes in the reading room. "This is His Excellency Archbishop Loreto," Father Utravsky introduced to Emlyn. He stood by the window, blocking most of the light. "Good morning, Your Excellency Loreto," Emlyn replied with the etiquette of the Church of Earth God. Loreto smiled in a rather awkward Rouen accent. "There's no need to address me as Your Excellency. Although you aren't an archbishop, you have the status of an archbishop. From today onwards, you will be the church's clergyman and high-ranking deacon in charge of Beekland's matters." Without giving Emlyn time to digest the news, Loreto continued, "There's no need to address me as Your Excellency. I came to Beekland under the Holy See's instructions to inform you of some matters that need to be taken note of within the church." "Please speak," Emlyn said politely, suppressing the smugness in his heart. Loreto's expression immediately turned serious. "First and most importantly, be it the clergymen of the church or the believers of Mother Earth, as long as they claim to have received a revelation, they will be tempted by the devil. There are no exceptions. If anyone reports such matters to you, or if you yourself have received a revelation, please inform Bishop Utravsky as soon as possible and report it to the church." Father didn't mention this before. This request sounds very strange, as though he's suspecting something. Emlyn frowned slightly as he looked at Father Yutravsky by the window. The bishop didn't mention anything about paying attention to such matters at all. Before he could finish his sentence, Emlyn suddenly felt as though he was criticizing Bishop Yutravsky, but he was in a rush to find a better excuse. Almost at the same time, he understood why Archbishop Loretto's words were strange. This is to tell everyone that the mother you sensed might not be the real mother. This is basically saying that a large portion of the revelations we sanguine receive from the ancestor are fake. They come from devils or evil gods. Emlyn's eyes darkened as he tried his best to maintain his composure. At this moment, Loretto didn't mind at all and smiled. Bishop Yutravsky didn't tell you because he doesn't know either. The priest doesn't know. In that instant, Emlyn actually felt a little sympathy for Bishop Yutravsky. He felt that as a Faysac, a clergyman who had converted to Catholicism, he had been ostracized by the rest of the Church of Earth Mother Earth. Sensing the change in his eyes, Loretto added, "That's because he's a blessed. He doesn't need to care about the temptation of devils and evil gods." Bishop Yutravsky nodded and said calmly, "That's because he's a blessed. The revelation of the Mother Goddess is in her Holy Bible, in those teachings. Apart from that, everything else is heresy." Emlyn was somewhat puzzled, but he felt that there was nothing to ask. He tersely acknowledged and said to Loretto, "Don't worry." He tersely acknowledged and said to Loretto, "Then what's the second point to take note of?" Loretto's expression returned to seriousness. "If you receive a revelation, don't blindly believe it. Immediately seek confirmation from Bishop Yutravsky." "Why?" Emlyn was increasingly puzzled. This was as though telling him that the ones who would respond to him were evil gods or devils. Loretto deliberated over his words and explained in detail, "In this world, there are many evil existences. In this world, there are many evil existences. They will pretend to be gods, bewitch the clergy, and deceive believers. As the two main pathways of our Church of Earth Mother are related to life, we are more affected than other churches. From time to time, there will be people who go astray and attempt forbidden experiments on life, slowly falling into depravity. In order to curb this trend, we have long since reorganized the Church under the guidance of the will of the Mother Goddess, establishing the two major systems of divine favored and divine favored. Favored and blessed. Emlyn's understanding of the Church of Earth Mother was limited to the contents of the Holy Bible and some of the scriptures. He was momentarily at a loss. He had never taken the initiative to ask Father Yutravsky about the Church of Earth Mother Earth. Loretto glanced at Emlyn and nodded slightly. Benefactors refer to clergymen who have received the Mother's favor from the two pathways of Earth and Moon. Blessed refers to those who are blessed by the Mother from other pathways outside. The latter is less affected by devils and evil gods, and can help us verify the authenticity of a revelation. Under such circumstances, even if it's a decree issued by the Holy See, it has to be countersigned by at least one blessed. Otherwise, it can be deemed invalid. As he spoke, Loretto took out a document and unfurled it for Emlyn to see. Apart from what the Archbishop had just said, it was the part where he accepted the appointment as an envoy. At the end of the document, there were a few names. The first belonged to the Holy See of the Church of Earth Mother, Matriarch Roland. The rest were names Emlyn didn't recognize. Only the last one was barely recognizable as Father Yutravsky. Father's handwriting is really ugly. As Emlyn muttered to himself, he had strong doubts about the two systems of favored and blessed. Why are blessed less tempted by evil gods or devils? Why can they verify the authenticity of a revelation, but not a favored? As his thoughts raced, Emlyn suddenly noticed a detail. Blessed don't belong to the two pathways of Earth and Moon, therefore, the problem isn't with the favored, but with the two pathways themselves. Emlyn vaguely felt that his guess might be the truth. Chapter 1347. Emlyn vaguely sensed that there might be some abnormalities in the Earth and Moon beyonder pathways, but he didn't raise this question to Archbishop Loretto. "It doesn't seem like he'll answer. I'll wait for the next tarot gathering and ask the world and the hanging man." Emlyn nodded indiscernibly, indicating that he already knew the difference between a favored and a blessed as he muttered to himself. He didn't consider seeking Mr. Fool's answer because he felt that the corresponding problem wasn't too serious. There was no need for it. After all, the sanguine dukes, marquises, and earls were still alive and well. The Church of Earth Mother didn't have any particularly negative news spreading. At the same time, his guess also made Emlyn think of the primordial moon, an existence he didn't know if it was an evil god or a high-level devil in disguise. He had a clear influence on the moon pathway. It had once made many sanguine who prayed to him lose control on the spot, turning them into monsters that only knew how to mate and reproduce. Emlyn suspected that this was one of the evil existences that gave fake revelations and oracles. Seeing that he didn't ask further, Loretto put away the document in his hand and thought for a moment. This is a problem that requires special attention. In addition, the Holy See hopes that you can set up 3 to 5 Beyonder teams in Beekland with the Sanguine as the core. Don't the Church of Evernight and the Church of the Storm have any objections? Emlyn had always abided by the law. At most, he would secretly drink some blood from the hospital, so he subconsciously raised his question. Loretto smiled benevolently. That's exactly what they requested. With most of the Church of Steam withdrawing, there's a shortage of official Beyonders in Ruin. Although the Church of Evernight and the Church of the Storm have also taken in a group of machinery hivemind members and low-level clergymen who don't wish to leave Ruin, they are ultimately a minority. Furthermore, they still have to take care of the cleanup in Faysac and the maintenance of the independent colonies overseas. Therefore, they hope that we can provide them with some help. It will be a lot of benefits for us to preach in Ruin. However, you must remember that we must be restrained in this place and not preach on a large scale. It will be fine as long as we are on the same level as the remaining Church of Steam. Of course, it will take the efforts of 1, 2, or even 3 generations for the number of our believers to catch up to the Church of Steam right now. Yes, it's enough to maintain its current scale and have a certain degree of development. How troublesome would it be to proselytize wantonly? Emlyn heaved a sigh of relief and calmly replied, "That's right. All right. Sonia C., City of Generosity, Byam." Alger was wearing a bishop's robe embroidered with symbols of lightning and waves, as well as a storm saint emblem made of metal. He stood on the peak of the mountain range by the sea, looking at the other side of the forest on the island. There were fewer trees there, and the surrounding hills had been flattened one by one, revealing a hidden port. It was a private port that once belonged to the Resistance. Its size definitely couldn't be compared to Byam's port, but it was of a medium-sized size, enough to sustain the lives of many people. At this moment, a bold and boorish city had been established near the port. The city wasn't big, probably a fifth of Byam's size, or even less. In the middle of it stood 2 tall towers. One was a dome, and the other was a spire. They were all strange silver in color, reflecting a blinding light under the sun. Around the twin towers, there were many paths paved with cement. They either led to buildings that were mainly made of stone, or connected to wide plazas and training grounds. Verdant trees were planted on both sides of the paths, giving off a feeling of prosperity. Alger knew that the people living in this city weren't only the residents of the City of Silver, but also people from Moon City. Those people were mostly deformed, and they were temporarily unwilling to interact with the residents of Byam and the other cities on the island. They only purchased the necessary daily necessities through the people of the City of Silver. It was said that they planned to build a city that belonged to them deep in the forest, leaving only one path that led to the new City of Silver. These are all Mr. Fool's believers. I have to slowly guide them to integrate into the Rorsted archipelago as a whole. I can temporarily not alarm those deformed people. I'll let the residents of the City of Silver bring the normal-looking Moon City residents to Byam. Alger seriously thought about what to do next. After settling down the residents of the City of Silver and Moon City, he had actually completed the mission that Mr. Fool had given him. However, he believed that he was still far from exchanging for the identity, authority, and status related to Sea God. Therefore, he did his best to deal with the various problems left behind by the Great Migration. Frankly speaking, what Alger was most worried about was that Mr. Fool wouldn't give him anything to do. If that happened, he didn't know when he would be able to accumulate enough merit points. And with the establishment of the new City of Silver and the flourishing vitality that it displayed, he keenly felt a sense of danger. There was more than one sequence 4 demigod in the City of Silver and Moon City, and they were all loyal believers of Mr. Fool. Perhaps, Mr. Fool would bestow the identity, status, authority, and power of Sea God to one of them at any time. The City of Silver has 2 Grade 0 sealed artifacts, 1 Sequence 3 Saint, 3 Sequence 4 Saints, nearly 10 Grade 1 sealed artifacts, as well as a small number of demigod beyonder characteristics that can temporarily be used as a Grade 1 sealed artifact. Moon City has 3 demigods, 5 Grade 1 sealed artifacts, and a large number of potion formulas. Alger did a quick count and realized that the 2 factions that belonged to Mr. Fool were a little terrifying. Together, they were almost equivalent to a quarter of the Church of the Storm. According to what Alger knew as a cardinal, the number of Grade 0 sealed artifacts in the various Orthodox churches ranged from 5 to 8. There were no more than 4 angels active on the ground. In this aspect, they were indeed much stronger than Moon City and the City of Silver. However, when it came to Grade 1 sealed artifacts and the number of saints, the Orthodox churches didn't have that much of an advantage, especially the latter. With the outbreak of a full-scale war and the higher-ups increasing the nurturing of saints, the number of saints in the Church of the Storm was only slightly more than 20. The Church of the Sea God doesn't have a demigod yet, but it won't be long before a new sea god will appear. And under Mr. Fool, there's still the angel world, the death console, and the angel that belongs to the fate pathway. There's also the Saints of Us tarot gatherings. The more Alger thought about it, the more alarmed he became. He realized that he was a little slow in this aspect. Perhaps it was because he was involved in it, but although he had always marveled at such matters, it was only today that he clearly realized it. Unknowingly, Mr. Fool's faction had already developed to a level comparable to the Orthodox churches. Even if there was a certain gap, it was only due to the accumulation of a long history. And it hadn't even been 3 years since Alger joined the tarot. If I hadn't experienced these changes myself, I definitely wouldn't have believed it. Alger sighed inwardly as he became more and more eager to do something for Mr. Fool so that he could accumulate enough contribution points to become Sea God as soon as possible. When that happened, he would truly be able to cast his gaze on the Book of Calamity and attempt to complete Elf Queen Kohainam's instructions. Retracting his gaze, Alger looked at Bayam at the foot of the mountain. He saw that the city, which hadn't suffered too much damage in the previous war, had regained its luster. It could once again be called the most prosperous city on the Sonia Sea. At this moment, the priests, bishops, and believers of the Church of the Storm were working with the employees of the new government and the members of the Church of the Sea God to build schools and hospitals for the children in the slums and the natives who didn't have the means to provide education, medical care, and relief. Alger looked at the people who came and went like ants on the road. He looked at the brightly colored buildings that were different from most places in ruin. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly before he quickly lowered it. He narrowed his eyes. It was unknown what he was experiencing or enjoying. At that moment, a grayish-white fog suddenly appeared in front of him. Then, he saw the ancient palace and the blurry figure in the middle of the fog. He heard Mr. Fool's words, a mission. Monitor a person named Verdu Garcia. Accompanying this oracle was a large amount of messy information. They fell like rain and drilled into Alger's mind, allowing him to know the exact situation of Verdu Garcia. This was a hidden member of the House of Abraham. He had recently left Desi County and came to the Rorsted Archipelago. As you wish. Alger wasn't alarmed. Instead, he was delighted as he respectfully lowered his head in response. The reason why Klein knew that Verdu Garcia Abraham had left the northern continent and headed to the Rorsted Archipelago was because Dorian Gray had mentioned this matter in her prayers. And he had long known that the person named Verdu wished to save Mr. Dor, allowing this king of angels to return to the real world. The reason why Klein had gotten Miss Magicians to inform the members of the House of Abraham of one of the rituals to help Mr. Dor escape was because the trust between the two parties wasn't enough. If he were to hide it or lie about needing to hunt an angel to set up the ritual, the members of the House of Abraham would definitely suspect something. They would get Magicians forced to continue contacting Mr. Dor and attempt to use other methods to confirm it through other channels. Once they discovered anything, Klein would lose control of the House of Abraham and be unable to eliminate the risk in advance. If it were a few years ago, Klein wouldn't have been too worried about this problem. However, as the apocalypse approached, The outer deity's corruption of reality increased. It was unknown when the members of the House of Abraham would come into contact with the corresponding items or believers and obtain the correct ritual. Therefore, Klein believed that giving out the extremely difficult ritual could effectively gain the trust of the members of the House of Abraham, allowing them to further believe in Mr. Fool and become more and more pious. Then, he could use these pious to monitor people who showed their radical side, grasp their trajectory, and intervene in a timely manner. Chapter 1348. Midseashire, Limon City. Jasmine wrapped a scarf around her face and walked out of the apartment's door. She heard that the annual Limon Carnival had begun and wanted to take a look at the municipal square. At this time last year, due to the war, the carnival hadn't been held, leaving Jasmine very disappointed. After that, she suffered the greatest trauma in her life. She had been hiding at home, not daring or wanting to go out. Perhaps it was because she had been isolated for too long and had been confined to the cramped environment of her home. Jasmine had recently wanted to go out on the streets and walk around, just like in the past. With a turn of her gaze, she saw herself in the large glass window of a shop by the street. Her entire body was pitch black without any impurities. Her long dress reached her ankles, and the mesh of her hat covered most of her face. From below her eyes to her neck, she was wrapped in layers of scarf. She wore a pair of woolen gloves on each of her palms. This was completely different from the cheerful and lively Jasmine remembered her. In the previous war, an artillery shell had destroyed Jasmine and her parents' original home. It had also brought about a fire that burned her face and left her body covered in wounds. If she hadn't been lucky enough, Jasmine would have long died from her serious injuries. But even so, she felt that her life seemed to have come to an end at that moment. Now, her nose had been burned off, leaving only 2 black holes. There were many traces of flames on her face, neck, and hands. If she walked in the dark, she could completely act as a devil. Jasmine remembered something very clearly. On the first night she moved into this apartment, she had cleaned herself in the public bathroom before going to bed. Just as she walked out the door, she saw a youth come over, and the youth had also seen her. Under the crimson moonlight, the youth revealed an extremely horrified expression. It was as if he would jump up at any moment, turn around, and run away. In the end, he controlled himself and took a few steps to the side, not daring to look at Jasmine's face. This pierced through Jasmine's fragile heart. From that day onwards, she didn't go out anymore. Even if she wanted to clean herself, she would wait until the dead of night. In this regard, she was very grateful to her parents. This was because they didn't say anything and worked hard to maintain their lives. They relied on their original savings and the jobs they found later on to barely support their family. They didn't need Jasmine to go out to earn a salary. After walking for a distance, Jasmine saw the main venue of the carnival, Limon City Square. The crowd, the venting of all sorts of emotions, and the enthusiastic atmosphere made Jasmine subconsciously stop in her tracks. She didn't dare to get close, afraid that someone would notice her oddly dressed self, afraid that the scarf would fall off if she wasn't careful. After hesitating for a few seconds, she stopped completely, found a clean spot on the street, sat down, and focused on looking at the municipal square. After an unknown period of time, Jasmine sensed that there was someone around her. It was a young man wearing a black robe and a tall hat. He looked like a magician from a circus. The municipal square is over there. Jasmine wanted to remind him, but after her lips quivered a few times, she didn't open them. She didn't dare and didn't want to talk to others. However, the young man took the initiative to walk over, took off his top hat, and bowed slightly. "Miss, do you know what this machine does?" "Machine?" Jasmine subconsciously looked up and followed the young man's gaze in a daze before looking to the side. Under the gas street lamp, a machine that looked like a small wardrobe had stood there at some point in time. Its surface was brass in color, and it was embedded with a few pieces of glass that weren't transparent. The gears, bearings, rivets, metal pipes, and other parts were exposed, making it look very rough. Jasmine retracted her gaze and shook her head, indicating that she didn't know what the machine was for. At the same time, it also expressed her intention to refuse communication. "It's called the fully automatic wishing machine," the young man introduced with a smile. The young man smiled and introduced, "This is my invention. It can automatically fulfill the wishes of the controller. By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Merlin Hermes, a wandering magician. Fully automatic wishing machine. Jasmine realized that she could understand every word, but she couldn't put them together. You can give it a try. As the first person to experience it, it's free, Klein, who had transformed into Merlin Hermes, said with a smile. Jasmine shook her head and refused to communicate. Klein wasn't discouraged at all as he glanced at the man. He glanced at her and said, for example, you can make a wish to return to your original appearance. This sentence was like a sharp arrow that shot into Jasmine's heart. It shocked her so much that she stood up and hurriedly retreated in an attempt to leave. She suspected that he had already seen her current appearance. How do you know if your wish will come true if you don't give it a try? It's not like you need to pay anything, Klein said unhurriedly as he looked at her back. Jasmine's footsteps gradually slowed down and finally stopped. If she could return to her original appearance, she was willing to pursue it even if she had to pay a large sum of money. However, she knew that the wish in her heart couldn't be fulfilled with money. No cost. Free attempt. What if it comes true? Jasmine's mind churned as she slowly turned around as though she had been tempted by a devil. Really? She asked in a hoarse voice. Klein pointed at the machine. I can retreat 10 meters away. All you need to do is turn the wrench on that machine. There's no need for you to take off your hat and scarf. The last sentence moved Jasmine. She quickly nodded. All right. After Merlin Hermes retreated a certain distance, Jasmine approached the machine and carefully grasped the wrench on the door. She was actually very worried that she would encounter a prank after turning it, such as getting water poured on her head. This was something that happened every year during the carnival. She and her friends had teased others in the past, but compared to a wish that could be fulfilled, she felt that it was bearable. Even if it was proven that there was no such thing as a wish being fulfilled, it could still be considered an experience for her during the carnival. Remember to make your wish before turning it, Klein reminded her from not far away. Jasmine composed herself and silently said her wish. I want to return to how I was before I was burned by the fire. With that said, she nervously and expectantly turned the wrench. In the next second, the door of the fully automatic wishing machine opened. An ordinary wood-colored cane stretched out and touched Jasmine's forehead. When Jasmine wasn't paying attention, a golden ruby ring appeared on her hand. When the wooden cane retracted back into the fully automatic wishing machine, the ruby-inlaid golden ring also disappeared. Amidst the sound of gears turning, Jasmine saw the door of the machine slowly close. That's it. She thought in a daze. She didn't experience the feeling of her wish being fulfilled, nor did she encounter a prank. Everything seemed so strange. Congratulations, your wish has been fulfilled. Klein walked back and clapped gently, as though he was a witness. My wish has been fulfilled. How is this possible? Just as this thought flashed through Jasmine's mind, she suddenly felt something under her scarf. Something was protruding from the place where only 2 black holes were left. Jasmine hesitantly raised her palm and touched her face. She could clearly feel the existence of her nose. And the experience when she breathed also proved this point. She suddenly turned around, her back facing Merlin Hermes, and she walked to a shop by the street. Under the light of the gas lamps, she cast her gaze on the glass window. Following that, she removed the scarf that wrapped around her face layer by layer. Her eyes weren't big, her nose wasn't straight, and her lips weren't plump. A girl with a few freckles was reflected in the window. Jasmine subconsciously raised her hand and covered her mouth. Her eyes were filled with light and mist. After a few seconds, she raised her arm and wiped her face with her sleeve. She turned back to look at Merlin Hermes. Are you a god? I'm just a magician who likes to create miracles. Klein smiled and pointed at the machine beside him. You should be most thankful to this, the fully automatic wishing machine. Fully automatic. Jasmine's emotions surged as she subconsciously repeated it. Klein nodded and said, yes. It doesn't need anyone's help. It's a fully automatic wishing machine that can operate on its own. You can understand it as a gas meter. As long as you put in a coin, you can fulfill your wish just like how you obtain gas. The specific steps are very simple. Put in a penny, make your wish, and then turn the wrench. Remember, you can only fulfill 3 wishes. As he explained, Klein mocked himself inwardly. If I were to die one day and become a sealed artifact, I hope it's something like the fully automatic wishing machine. After leaving Constant City, the capital of Midseashire, Klein changed the way he fulfilled other people's wishes to prevent himself from being bored. Humans always had to learn to find joy in boring work. This is really magical. Jasmine couldn't find the words to describe her feelings. Her agitated emotions settled down quite a bit. This fully automatic wishing machine, will it always be here? Jasmine asked hesitantly. Klein smiled. No. It might stay here for 3 days, or it might not be that long. Perhaps it will disappear when the sun rises. But it won't disappear forever. Perhaps one day, you will see it at the corner of the street again. Jasmine's mind was in a mess, and she found it difficult to sort out her thoughts. All she could do was face the machine and bow seriously. Thank you, Mr. Fully Automatic Wishing Machine. Then, she bowed at Klein. Thank you, Mr. Hermes. Before she could finish her sentence, Jasmine recalled what Merlin Hermes had just said. She asked in anticipation, surprise, and embarrassment, "What's wrong with you?" She asked in anticipation, surprise, and embarrassment, "It can fulfill 3 wishes?" Yes, but it won't be free in the future. You need to put in a coin, Klein replied without minding at all. Chapter 1349. Jasmine was excited when she heard that, but she was still a little worried. What kind of price do I need to pay? From her point of view, just because she didn't need to pay a price for the previous free attempt didn't mean that the subsequent wishes would be the same. Klein adjusted his tall top hat and said with a smile, "The penny you paid is the price. The penny you paid is the price, and the corresponding changes you have to endure after your wish is also the price." Jasmine nodded, not fully understanding. Without any hesitation, she reached into her pocket and tried to take out a few copper pennies to complete her wish. However, her pocket was empty. Apart from a handkerchief, there was nothing else. Having stayed at home for too long, she hadn't come into contact with money for a long time. Previously, she had relied on walking from her house to the municipal square instead of taking a trackless carriage. Can I go home first?" Jasmine asked, feeling vexed and embarrassed. Of course, that's your freedom, but I can't guarantee that the fully automatic wishing machine will always be waiting for you here. Klein smiled in the tone of a magician. Sometimes, it can be very capricious. Jasmine tersely acknowledged and thanked him. She turned around and jogged in the opposite direction of the municipal square. The more she ran, the more relaxed her body became. She returned to her healthy state before she was burned, returning to the young girl who was only 17 or 18 years old. To her, this was a scene that only appeared in her dreams. Of course, as an ordinary person, she gradually felt exhausted after running for a while. She had no choice but to slow down and start walking slowly. A cool night breeze blew, and bright stars shone through the clouds high in the sky. The trees by the side of the street swayed gently, casting their swaying shadows on the ground. All of this was so quiet and beautiful. Jasmine felt her body and mind relax as all her worries faded away. This was the first time she felt so peaceful ever since she was injured. Unknowingly, she had a smile on her face. After walking for about 5 minutes, she suddenly heard someone shout her name. "Hey, Jasmine." Jasmine turned her head and saw a familiar face. It was her former neighbor, Mrs. Hamill. "Good evening, Mrs. Hamill. I haven't seen you in a long time. Are you going to the carnival?" Jasmine, who wasn't wearing a scarf, said with a heartfelt smile. Mrs. Hamill was a grey-haired woman. She sized up Jasmine and said, "I'm not sure. I haven't seen you since you moved away. I heard you were injured in the previous bombing?" "Yes, but it's already fine." Jasmine nodded heavily. She then asked, "How is Julie now?" Julie was Mrs. Hamill's eldest daughter and Jasmine's former playmate. Mrs. Hamill's expression turned gloomy. She was bullied by the Phasacians and died as a result. Jasmine was stunned for a moment. While feeling sad, she thought of her own experience. Once, a Phasac soldier barged into her house and attempted to humiliate her. However, when they saw her burned face, they only gave her a kick and left. Poor Julie. Jasmine tapped her chest 4 times clockwise in grief and sincerity, drawing the stars. After hearing what happened to her friends, she realized that she might be the luckier one. After bidding Mrs. Hamill farewell, Jasmine walked all the way back to her apartment. When she arrived outside, she calmed down and felt much better. She began to look forward to her parents' expressions when they saw her return to her original state. They probably won't suppress the pain in their hearts and pretend that nothing had happened. They'll definitely cry tears of excitement and hug me happily. Jasmine took off the key that hung around her neck like a necklace and opened the door as her imagination ran wild. The room was dark. Be it the candles or the gas wall lamps, none of them were lit. On the bed in the outer room, snoring sounds could be heard, forming a contrast with the liveliness of the municipal square. They're all asleep. Yes, they usually work very hard. Jasmine gently closed the door and walked to her parents' bed. With the crimson moonlight shining through the window, she quietly cast her gaze over. Dad has a lot of white hair on his head, and his wrinkles have become very deep. Mom frowns even as she sleeps. Her face is a little peeling, dry and rough. Only then did Jasmine realize that she hadn't seriously examined her parents' faces for a long time. She didn't know that they had aged so much. Before the war, her father was an accountant. His income wasn't bad, and he could afford to rent a terraced house. He could let his wife not go out to work and focus on taking care of the family. But now, he could only enter a cloth factory and do heavy labor. Jasmine's mother had no choice but to leave the family and become a textile worker. Dad's health is also getting worse. He's always coughing. However, he has already passed the recent government employee unified examination. When the results of the interview are announced, he will have a decent job. Mom keeps complaining that her eyes and arms are getting worse. Jasmine looked deeply at her parents and didn't wake them up. She had already thought of her second wish. With light footsteps, Jasmine entered the room and poured out the last few pennies from her almost empty piggy bank. Then, she left the apartment and boarded a trackless public carriage. She was afraid that if she arrived too late, the fully automatic wishing machine would disappear. At that moment, there were many passengers on the public carriage. Most of them were going to participate in the carnival. Jasmine looked around and saw that there were no seats. All she could do was hold onto the frame and stand in the aisle, squeezing with many people. About 10 minutes later, she alighted at the station and turned into the street from before. When the brass-colored machine with a few pieces of glass embedded in it entered her eyes, Jasmine silently heaved a sigh of relief and quickly approached it. During this process, she looked around and didn't find Mr. Magician's named Merlin Hermes. Is it really fully automatic? There's no need for him to be by the side. Jasmine muttered in puzzlement. She didn't waste any time. She took out a penny and threw it into the fully automatic wishing machine. I hope that my parents will recover and that my family will become wealthy. Jasmine whispered her wish and closed her eyes, waiting for a miracle to happen. In the next second, she heard a clanging sound, as though a coin had rolled out of the fully automatic wishing machine. Jasmine opened her eyes in shock and looked ahead. She saw that the penny she had just thrown in had landed on a small tray outside the slot. This wish can't be fulfilled. A wish can't contain too much content. What I just made is actually equivalent to 2 wishes. With the experience of being cured of her burns, Jasmine didn't suspect that there was a problem with the fully automatic wishing machine. She thought about it carefully, then put the penny into the slot again. She bowed her head and made a wish in a low voice. I hope that my parents will recover. This time, she heard a light tapping sound from the fully automatic wishing machine. When Jasmine saw that the copper coin hadn't been spat out, she knew that her wish had been fulfilled. She couldn't wait to return home and check on her parents. Suppressing her excitement, she threw in a second penny. She had originally planned on making a wish to make her family wealthy, but when she thought of how her father was almost certain to become a government employee of Lemon City and how her family's income was guaranteed, she couldn't help but have other thoughts. After the age of 10, she had already realized that she wasn't good-looking at all. This didn't mean that the people around her would despise her or say that her looks weren't up to par, but that among her playmates, there were two girls who were rather beautiful. This allowed them to receive preferential treatment most of the time, allowing them to experience the kindness of the world. With such a comparison, Jasmine couldn't help but dream that she would become more and more beautiful as she grew older, but reality proved that dreams could only be dreams. However, this time, her dreams could completely become reality. This was because in front of her was a miraculous fully automatic wishing machine that could create miracles. If I can become beautiful, I can find a good husband and improve my family's situation. Jasmine seemed to hear the devil whispering in her ear. She couldn't help but close her eyes and make a wish. I wish to become very, very, very beautiful. She used 3 very to describe her beauty. Just as she finished her sentence, the fully automatic wishing machine's door opened once again. A silver-white mask was pushed out and covered Jasmine's face. Jasmine opened her eyes just in time to see the mask disappear. At the same time, she seemed to be connected to something. She turned around in anticipation and once again came to the shop by the street. She used the light from the gas lamps and the glass in the windows to see her current appearance. Jasmine was momentarily unable to describe the changes in her facial features and contours. She only knew that at that moment, even she was immersed in her beauty. Her nose had become sharper, her lips had become more plump, her eyes had become larger, and they were very moist. Her skin was as tender as milk pudding. She only had a tiny resemblance to her original self. Is this a miracle? Jasmine couldn't help but let out a heartfelt sigh of admiration. She was engrossed in admiring herself. It wasn't easy for her to retract her gaze and bow at the fully automatic wishing machine. She then walked towards the public carriage platform with light footsteps. On the way, gazes were cast at her. Bang! A man slammed into a gas lamp pole because he was too focused on her. Jasmine pursed her lips into a smile and didn't say a word. She boarded the trackless public carriage. There were still quite a number of people on the carriage, and all the seats were occupied. Just as Jasmine was trying her best to find a seat, a few men raised their butts and straightened their bodies. They looked at her and smiled. "Miss, you can sit here." Jasmine was momentarily taken aback. She didn't expect to receive so much kindness. She didn't decline and sat down nearby. She smiled at the man who gave up his seat. "Thank you." The man's expression became extremely animated as he said humbly, "This is what a gentleman should do. This is what a gentleman should do." Jasmine still maintained her habit of being cooped up at home. She didn't say anything else as she quietly sat near her house and got off the carriage. After taking a few steps, she suddenly felt someone looking at her. She hurriedly turned her head. It was a drunk man, and he was looking at Jasmine with an indescribably disgusted look. Jasmine jumped in fright and hurriedly walked towards the apartment. However, the men she met on the way revealed similar looks, as though they would transform into beasts at any moment. At that moment, Jasmine felt like she was walking in the wilderness. Divine Emperor of the Nine Heavens. Chapter 1350. If Jasmine had previously enjoyed the gazes from the men, she was now only left with worry and fear. She quickened her pace again, as though she was being chased by Faysac. Finally, Jasmine rushed into the apartment and escaped from the men before they could approach. Phew! The girl patted her chest and secretly decided to go out less at night in the future. Only then did she realize that unimaginable beauty had its drawbacks. After calming herself down, Jasmine walked up the dark stairs to the 3rd floor and returned to her house. She opened the door with the key she carried with her. She carefully approached her parents' bed and examined their faces with the help of the moonlight. Compared to when she had left the house not long ago, her parents' faces were rosy. Their white hair and wrinkles had lessened, and their snoring was almost non-existent. They've really recovered their health. Jasmine couldn't help but smile as she heaved a sigh of relief. Sensing the commotion, her mother's eyelids twitched before she slowly opened them. Jasmine held her breath and restrained her smile, preparing to give her mother a surprise. Her mother sat up and looked over. Her expression suddenly turned extremely horrified. "Who are you?" the woman asked in a shrill voice, pushing her husband to his feet. "Who am I?" Jasmine was stunned by the question. For a moment, she didn't know how to answer such a simple question. At that moment, Her father had also woken up. He looked at the beautiful girl in front of him in puzzlement and wariness. "Get out. Otherwise, I'll call the police." Jasmine's mother left her bed and picked up the candlestick beside her, using it as a weapon. "We don't welcome thieves." Jasmine's father issued an eviction order rather politely. He knew that when facing a thief, he should try not to be too forceful. Otherwise, it would be easy for the other party to choose an extreme response. If he didn't have a wife and children, he wouldn't be too afraid of fighting a thief. But now, he had an entire family on his shoulders. Jasmine finally snapped out of her daze and hurriedly said, "Dad, Mom, I'm..." Before she could finish her sentence, her mother shoved her in the face. Her father pressed down on her shoulder and dragged her out of the room. As for what she said, no one cared in such a situation. Creak. The door to her room closed before her eyes, leaving Jasmine at a loss and helpless. She wanted to knock on the door and use the key she carried with her to prove her identity, but at this moment, she heard her mother say to the patrolling police officers from the opposite window, "Don't worry. There's a thief here, a thief. Thief. Daddy and Mommy don't recognize me. Will they think that I murdered myself? Will the police believe the fully automatic wishing machine?" Jasmine's heart tightened as she subconsciously decided to leave the apartment and avoid the police. She would wait until daybreak to explain to her parents and use their shared memories to win their trust. Thud, thud, thud. She lowered her head and rushed out of the apartment under the watchful eyes of the neighbors who had heard the noise. She ran all the way to a nearby alley and avoided the police who came from the main street. Jasmine panted and stopped. Tears involuntarily slid down her face and fell to the ground. Suddenly, a hand reached over, covered her mouth, and dragged her to a secluded corner of the alley. "How much?" "I'll pay any price." A drunken, muffled voice rang in Jasmine's ears. It was as though he had treated her as a street girl and was unable to resist her temptation. Jasmine struggled with all her might, shocked, afraid, and in despair. Just as she felt that she was about to collapse, the drunkard's hand released her. "Miss, are you all right?" A hoarse male voice sounded. Jasmine quickly left the area where the drunkard was before turning around and seeing a policeman in a black and white checkered uniform. He wants to." Jasmine began crying as she spoke. The policeman looked at her pitifully and said, "We will send him to the magistrate's court. We will send him to the magistrate's court, but miss, you need to come back to the police station with me to record a statement." Jasmine was in an extremely panicked and helpless state, so she subconsciously nodded. Before long, she sat in a nearby police station statement room. Opposite her was the policeman and his colleague. In other words, he never asked if you were a street girl, and you never gave any hints of soliciting customers, the policeman said as he deliberated over his words. He was worried that being too direct would hurt the beautiful girl in front of him. Jasmine held a cup of coffee and lowered her head to take a sip. "Yes, I just arrived at that alley." "All right, let's stop here. Miss Jasmine, can you tell us where your house is?" "We'll send someone to send you back," another policeman asked in a fawning manner. Thinking of her parents' reaction and the disgusting gazes, Jasmine couldn't help but shiver. She was on the verge of tears. "I have a conflict with my parents, so I can't return home for the time being. Perhaps you can send me to the nearest hotel." At this point, she recalled that she only had a few pennies left. There was no way for her to stay in a good hotel, and cheap hotels were almost equivalent to danger to her. The policeman at the front was taken aback. "All right." On the way to send Jasmine to the nearest hotel, the policeman hesitated a few times before finally speaking. "If, and I'm saying if, you plan on becoming a street girl, you can come to me directly. There's no need to work so hard." Upon hearing this, Jasmine felt like she was about to have a mental breakdown. It was completely different from the first time she saw that face after being burned. This made her feel extremely insecure. She remained silent and didn't answer. Fortunately, the policeman did not force her and sent her all the way to the door of the nearest hotel. "There's no need. I'll go in myself." Jasmine rejected the policeman's offer to send her to her room. After the policeman left, she quickly walked out of the hotel without checking in. She wanted to go to the municipal square, to the fully automatic wishing machine, and cancel her previous wish. This kind of beauty was too frightening. After taking a few steps, Jasmine took off the scarf draped over her shoulders and wrapped it around her face layer by layer, just like the first time she went out that night. Back then, her face still had burn marks from the flames. Her missing nose and severely damaged lips made her look like a devil. After taking the trackless public carriage to the municipal square, she entered the street again and saw the brass fully automatic wishing machine. Jasmine's heart immediately calmed down. She quickened her pace and came in front of the machine. Then, she was at a loss. She didn't know how to operate it to cancel her previous wish. Your first wish is considered a free attempt. It's not counted as one of the 3 wishes, so you still have one more wish. At that moment, Jasmine heard Mr. Merlin Hermes's voice. She turned her head and saw that across the street, beside the gas lamp, the magician's wearing a top hat was calmly looking at her under the dim yellow light. Okay. Jasmine hurriedly took out a copper penny and threw it into the fully automatic wishing machine. I wish to cancel my previous wish. She closed her eyes and said silently as she held the wrench and spun it. Thud. Once again, she heard the slightly muffled knocking sound. After opening her eyes, Jasmine rushed to the shop beside her and stopped in front of the glass window. She took off the scarf wrapped around her face layer by layer. She saw herself again, the girl who wasn't considered pretty. Jasmine immediately relaxed and instinctively turned her head to look at the fully automatic wishing machine, but she realized that it had disappeared with Mr. Merlin Hermes. Praise the goddess. Thank you, Mr. Hermes. Jasmine sincerely tapped her chest 4 times in a clockwise fashion. She then took the last copper penny and boarded the trackless public carriage home. Along the way, no one gave up their seats to her. When her figure disappeared from the street, Klein appeared by the side of the street again, holding a silver mirror with ancient patterns in his hand. Great Master, why didn't you say at the end that too much greed will only make a good thing turn into a bad thing, or wishes always have a price? That would have made the entire matter seem more philosophical and elevated it to the level of a fable. On the surface of the mirror, silver words jumped out. Klein smiled. The biggest problem is that I'm unable to use normal methods to satisfy her wish to become extremely beautiful. I can only make adjustments to a certain extent. Therefore, I had no choice but to graft one of the effects of a sealed artifact that originated from a demoness onto her. This caused her to obtain astonishing beauty, but it also came with terrifying charm powers, making it impossible for the men around her to resist it. That sealed artifact belonged to Zio, a relic of demoness Shiamane. As Zio had made a mistake while preserving it, Shermane's Beyonder characteristic had fused with the box containing it, becoming a sealed artifact with shocking negative effects. This caused Zio's brother to look at the box in a strange way. To resolve this problem, Zio made a wish to Mr. Fool and got him to seal the item. After saying that casually, Klein looked at the magic mirror. Rhodes, are you consoling me? No, the main problem is that she's too greedy. If she only wanted to become beautiful and didn't attach so many extremely, the outcome would be rather good. Silver words quickly appeared on the surface of the mirror. That's true. That's within the range of Lai's adjustments. Klein nodded and said to Rhodes, it's true that Lai's adjustments to one's looks can be permanently solidified, but this will ultimately be different from the original muscles, skin, and bone structure. After more than 10 years, when she gradually shows signs of aging, the differences between the adjusted and unadjusted parts will slowly intensify. Her face will appear rather odd and stiff, unless she really becomes a faceless and can constantly correct the problems. At this point, Klein smiled and shook his head. A lie will always be a lie. Then, as he walked to the other end of the street, he continued, besides, even if she really becomes beautiful, it's still unknown whether she'll lead a better life in the future. It's true that beauty can allow her to obtain a lot of resources and allow her to marry a prince, but with her upbringing, personality, and level of knowledge, there's a high chance that she won't be able to maintain such a life for long. Yes, we can't rule out the possibility that she's good at learning and can enrich herself from all kinds of experiences. In the end, she can control the beautiful life, but that's another story. Miracles only last for a while. Fate is always long. As he conversed with Rhodes, Klein's figure gradually disappeared at the end of the street. His understanding of the miracle invoker deepened once again. After returning to her apartment, Jasmine didn't attempt to open the door. It took her a lot of courage to reach out and knock on the door. With a creak, the door opened and her mother appeared in front of her. "Oh, you're finally back." Her mother heaved a sigh of relief before asking in abnormally horrified, "Why your face?" Jasmine forced a smile and said, "It's been cured. I've been cured by a man who is good at creating miracles. Mr. Fully Automatic Wishing Machine." Just as her mother and father suspected that their daughter had been influenced by a devil, a few policemen in black and white checkered uniforms came up the stairs and walked over. The leader of the group was a lady with light blue eyes and a smile that calmed people down. "Miss Jasmine, we have something to ask you," the lady said politely. Chapter 1351. Jasmine believed that she should be afraid, but facing the female police officer in front of her, she found it difficult to have strong emotions. She felt like her body and mind had unconsciously settled down after crying for a long time. "All right, what do you want to ask?" she asked hesitantly after looking at her parents, who had complicated expressions on their faces. The lady with the rank of superintendent pointed to the door and said, "All right, what do you want to ask? Let's talk inside." She didn't get Jasmine's parents to leave. She only ordered the two policemen who had come with her to stand guard outside the door. After closing the door, she pulled a crudely made round stool over and sat down without standing on ceremony, appearing very relaxed. This made Jasmine and her parents feel less tense. "You can address me as Maram Gray." The officer introduced herself and pointed to another chair and the bed in the outer room. "Have a seat." After everyone in the room found their seats, Gray smiled at Jasmine. "I received a report that something inexplicable has happened around you. For example, men's desire to violate is clearly higher than normal. This doesn't mean that there aren't any villains or criminals among them, but that the ratio is too high. It's so high that it's strange." Having said that, Gray's gaze swept across Jasmine's face. "According to what I know, you were seriously injured in a previous fire and were irreparably disfigured. But now, I can't tell at all. What do you have to say about this?" Jasmine's heart was in her throat again. She didn't dare to hide anything as she said in a panic, "I went out tonight to participate in the carnival at the municipal square. I went out tonight to participate in the carnival in the municipal square. When I passed by a street, I met a wandering magician who called himself Merlin Hermes. He said that he invented a machine called the Fully Automatic Wishing Machine. As long as you put in a penny, whisper your wish, and turn the wrench, your wish will be fulfilled. He said that I was the first person to experience it and that I could try it for free. Then, I returned to my original appearance, and all my injuries healed. Officer, that's what happened. You have to believe me." With that said, she glanced at Maram Gray and her assistant, then at her parents, in an attempt to get their approval. However, the expressions on her parents' faces were clearly saying, "How is that possible? How can there be a machine that can automatically grant someone's wish? How can there be something as good as granting a wish for a penny? Furthermore, the first person to experience it is completely free." Gray and her assistant didn't show any obvious changes in their expressions, making Jasmine unsure if they believed her or not. "Go on." Gray saw her pause and nodded encouragingly. Jasmine hurriedly described the process of her returning home to retrieve the coins and making a wish for her parents to recover their health and for her to become beautiful. "Finally," she said, "that's right. I did become very beautiful. I couldn't even move my eyes away, which made me feel a lot of kindness. But later, the men around me gradually made me afraid. In addition, Mom and Dad couldn't recognize me and chased me out of the house. I was scared, very scared. So I went back there and made a third wish. Well, that Mr. Merlin Hermes said that the first wish was free and didn't count as one of the 3 wishes. Anyway, I changed back to my original appearance, and then I met you." Upon hearing this, Jasmine's parents instantly thought of the beautiful thief. Following that, they realized that their bodies were indeed much healthier than before. Their vision had been restored, and their arms were strong enough. Everything seemed different. They began to believe Jasmine's description, but they felt more and more terrified. This was because it was like encountering a devil. It was identical to the contents of many folklore. Gray nodded gently. I've seen many things that exceed your imagination, but this is the first time I've heard of something like a fully automatic wishing machine. Compared to the wishing lamp and wishing pool in folklore, this is way too modern. After a pause, Gray's expression turned serious. As a rather experienced enforcer, I'll give you 3 suggestions. First, don't believe in such things in the future. In most cases, the easy realization of wishes is accompanied by a huge disaster. It's not wrong to say that it's the temptation of the devil. Jasmine nodded heavily, indicating that she wouldn't dare to do it again. Her final experience still left her feeling afraid. Second, head to the cathedral as soon as possible and confess to the bishop about this matter. Ask him to purify you. Gray looked around and said, your entire family has to go. Seeing that Jasmine and her parents had indicated that they wanted to do so, Gray looked at Jasmine again. My department is still lacking some clerical staff. You can consider joining us. This way, I can monitor your situation at any time and deal with any abnormalities in time. As for the salary, believe me, it's about the same as a government employee. The salary is about the same as a government employee. You can receive protection. There's such a good thing. Jasmine asked in disbelief, what department is it? Gray smiled and said, what department is it? Gray smiled and said, I'll give you an address. I'll give you an address. Come to my office tomorrow to find me and understand the situation. All right. Jasmine was in a state of panic and unease. Even if there was a straw in front of her, she would grab it. A week later, Jasmine officially joined the Lemon City Nighthawks as a clerical staff member. Captain, the telegraph machine is broken, she said carefully as she knocked on the door to Gray's room. Gray put down the documents in her hand and rubbed her temples. Report it to the police station and let them handle it. Seriously, in the past, we could just get the help of the machinery hive mind to fix it quickly and well. Now, sigh, after Jasmine left, Gray picked up the documents and read them carefully. This was the information that the Nighthawks had gathered regarding the fully automatic wishing machine in the past week. After Jasmine, similar incidents happened more than once. After flipping through the documents, Gray spread out the paper, picked up a fountain pen, and began to write an official document for Archbishop Constant and the Holy Cathedral. In the past week, there have been many beyonder incidents in the city. It involves a strange machine called the fully automatic wishing machine. According to the current intelligence, it was created by a wandering magician who calls himself Merlin Hermes. However, other possibilities can't be ruled out. At the very least, I believe that Merlin Hermes might just be an illusion created by this machine to induce people to use the machine to make wishes. This machine is brass in color and is embedded with opaque glass. Its surface is exposed with gears, bearings, rivets, metal pipes, and other parts. It seems to be a product of modern industry. Case 1. A girl who was disfigured by a fire encountered the fully automatic wishing machine at the Municipal Square, Field Street. Her first wish was to return to her original appearance, and it was granted normally. Her second wish was for her parents to recover their health, and it was also granted normally. Her third wish was to become very, very, very beautiful. Then, she no longer looked like herself, and she had a charm that made the men around her unable to resist her under normal circumstances. She claimed to be the first person to use the fully automatic wishing machine, so she had a free spot. With this, she cancelled her third wish. Case 2. A retired soldier who participated in the defense of Lemon and was left with severe psychological trauma encountered the fully automatic wishing machine by the river. His first wish was to return his mental state to before the war, and it was granted normally. His second wish was to make himself a little more handsome, reaching the standard of the men on the cover of many magazines, and it was also granted normally. His third wish was to obtain £100,000 and become a tycoon. Then, he caught the eye of the owner of the Lemon United Steel Company, who wished to marry him. This lady's wealth was nearly £200,000. This retired soldier wasn't willing to accept a middle-aged lady who weighed more than 200 pounds and was shorter than a normal person. Furthermore, she had a violent personality. He prepared to leave Lemon and head south. If one day, he no longer wished to work hard, he could easily obtain the nominal ownership of £100,000. In a sense, his wish had been granted, but he wasn't willing to accept it. Case 3, Case 4, Case 5. A public school teacher encountered the fully automatic wishing machine in a corner alley near the Lord of Storms Cathedral. Her first wish was to make herself look better, so that she wouldn't be despised by her students and isolated by her colleagues because of her looks. This was granted normally. Her second wish was to obtain a better position, which was also granted. As her teaching standards were high enough, she was no longer restricted by her looks. She quickly became the most popular teacher among the students and began serving as the vice principal of teaching. Her third wish was to have a husband who had perfect looks, family background, personality, and ability. Her third wish was to have a husband with perfect looks, family background, personality, and ability. In the end, she got a doll. This doll can speak, move, and has a certain level of intelligence. It has the characteristics of being alive, and it looks quite handsome. It was made by a top master, and it can have whatever personality you want it to have. It's very strong in all aspects, and other than not being human, it really has no shortcomings. Her third wish was to have a husband with perfect looks, family background, personality, and ability. Case 6. Combining these cases, we can make some preliminary guesses. The fully automatic wishing machine can appear anywhere in Limon. It's very random, and I haven't discovered any pattern for the time being. Most of the wishes made to it can be granted normally, but a small number of them will be distorted. The latter is basically concentrated on the third wish. Of course, it might also be because the person making the wish becomes more indulgent when it comes to the third wish, and they begin to make overly greedy requests. Most of the wishes it grants are to change one's appearance, but the range is very wide, and it's almost omnipotent. The frequency of its appearance is also irregular. This is a typical mystical item that needs to be sealed. Furthermore, it clearly exceeds the level of a Grade 2 sealed artifact. I hope that the Archbishop and high-ranking deacons will personally deal with it, or give me an effective sealing method. On the steam locomotive that left Limon, Klein examined the digestion of his miracle invoker potion.